Oh, okay. You started on time. This.
Yeah, we got a briefing going, so I'm gonna have to jump off just for the briefing. It shouldn't be long. It should be like 10 minutes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just go ahead. Let me share. I'm gonna share my screen and go ahead and do your briefing.
All right, sweet. Yeah, if someone jumps on, carry on without me. The briefing should have started already, but we're just sort of waiting for people to show up.
Damn it. When I put that program execute. Okay, to put on the stage, and I can go from here.
Sweet.
Okay, we're good. Let me turn my camera on. I need to patch the sound through, anyways. But yeah, Benjamin's doing a briefing.
Woo!
Yeah,
Okay.
try harder. Yeah, do better than that.
Oh, good. So you have the controls to let people in?
No.
You don't? Okay. That's why I
No.
jumped on. I was doing the dishes, but I jumped on to let people in.
Yeah, so pretty much I decided that I did probably just, what I did was I did stream to my YouTube channel Kick because I need to put more content out to what's it called, start the flood out with the fake drama, because the people pushing it is just horrible people. So I just need to just go ahead and compete with them whenever I can, because I want to just drown them out at this point.
Hmm.
But let me go ahead and wire up the audio.
Oh boy.
Okay,
So how long do we want to place our bets on? How long it'll take him to get out of his briefing? He said 10 minutes, but I think it'll be longer.
I'm gonna say 25 minutes.
Oh no!
Things usually last longer than estimated.
Always.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, I got the audio cabled up.
By the way, Annie, do you remember Mooney from like 2 streams ago? I think it was, or last stream. I don't remember.
I think so, yeah.
She was sending like a CRG thing,
Uh-huh.
whatever. She was wanting me to relay the message of, did you get it?
Oh yeah. We got it. Yeah, I should email her. We got it. It's just that
Hi,
it
gang.
looks like it was only one video that was 19 minutes. So it's like in a queue. It'll be sent to the next available team. But a lot of times the teams are going to be annoyed if it's not, at least 40 minutes of footage. So I don't know if she can give us more footage or like maybe my team can just do it, but it's kind of hard to type off of 20 minutes.
I remember she said she sent in like she sent a playlist.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, I'll click on the link. You're probably right. There's probably additional footage underneath.
Yeah, because she was
So
talking
I'm
about it
gonna end
afterwards.
this.
She'd sent like
I'm gonna home goods after this.
prototypes or examples, or she. How did she say it? It was like test runs. So she just sent them all.
okay, good. Yeah. So she'll go to the next available team.
I was dreaming about it last night.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can email her too. I'll do that.
I dreamed your mom got us chocolate. I'm so excited.
Okay. She's also watching the stream right now, so.
Oh, good. Yeah. She will be sent to a team as soon as they're done typing their current clients.
Yeah, she just said yippee email.
How are you embarrassed?
Nice. Yeah, she sent it in right away, like the next day, I think. Very prompt.
It's okay. No one's
Yeah.
no one's worried.
She said
Hey
thank you.
Ben.
Hey, well, he's in the meeting right
guys.
now. He's in a meeting. He'll be back. Benjamin
Yeah.
is in the meeting.
Benjamin. Oh, he's in the Gaza war room.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's in the Gaza war room or the Iran,
Iran
war room.
war room.
He could be in either, or he could be in a different war room that hasn't been disclosed yet.
Israel swinging at everybody.
Yep.
Oh yeah. How have you guys been?
I've been
Oh.
okay. This morning I was doing all the itinerary to get my car worked on and get a rental. Pretty annoying.
Oh, what happened to your car?
I have to get the state inspection every year, like because I live in a
Oh.
state that does that. Safety and emissions.
Ah, okay. Understood. What about you, Graves? Been chilling? Eh?
Yeah.
Eh? Yeah, how have you been? I'm doing FE.
Chilling. Oh,
Chilling. Wiki.
chilling. Trying to. I need to make a D&D character is what I need to do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, D&D.
D&D.
That is something that like Moody has just been talking about, and I'm over here like, yay, D&D. Okay.
D&D. D&D is super fun.
Yeah.
Might procrastinate the last day. To make-
You don't want to talk? Okay.
I'm not a big fan of D&D personally. I tried playing it, I think,
Yeah.
a few times a couple years ago. I just wasn't a huge fan of it.
75
Probably
cents
played with the wrong
a-
people. It's pretty
Yeah,
fun.
75
they're-
cents a piece. You could honestly buy a roll and be right in the water. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're all old people.
Yeah.
Just shorts out the machine.
I mean, sometimes it might be more fun just to watch, like watching like Critical Role or something, or Legends of Evantris on YouTube or something.
It's
Depending on your
okay.
cup of tea.
It's
They're pretty
okay. Just-
funny.
It's
Not
okay.
fully, not Chan. Not fully, not Chan.
Not for
You.
nothing.
The eyes, the face. It's the TE, the masculine, the feminine FI face. It is funny, since your face and your your facial expressions kind of communicate emotions, right? It's like you don't see the TE face. No, you see FI.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even quite sure because people 3 by faces really don't even know what they're talking about.
Well, my point is that facial expressions and faces in general and eyes and etc. Are meant to communicate emotions, as that's one of the most rudimentary forms of understanding somebody.
Yeah, but the people who use OPS can't tell the difference between the extrovert and introvert function. If you use if you use look up
Yeah, maybe
if you use
maybe
gift diff if you use gift different, you would always know that you'll see the extrovert function. But with OPS, they don't have any controls over that, so they don't know which function they're talking about.
um, it's true in like certain manners of expression you can see the extroverted functions. Um, the extroverted functions are gonna almost always be turned on. Um, what I am just implying is that emotions are just the most rudimentary form of getting of seeing somebody and seeing type. Like huh? I think somebody's playing video games.
Oh, I am.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Uh
I didn't even notice that. Look at that sound.
oh.
And now that you pointed it out, I hear it. How terrible.
But I
Thank
would
you.
say you won't be able to see FI except from extrapolating from the TE and SE.
Well, um, you could typically spot people's functions, especially whenever they're in more of a like resting state and not an active state. You can see like, oh, well, this TI person, is in their thinking phase. Yes, this TI person's in their thinking phase, and this FI person's like in their feeling phase, and you can sort of pick those two things apart, you know, because it's like, hey, what's this person kind of up to, whenever they're not,
Active.
whenever they're not doing any extroverted interactions.
You can see the internal processes somewhat.
You can see that somebody's doing internal processes. Bless you. You can't. I know. Hey guys, does the sun ever make you sneeze?
No.
Yes. That's
Yes,
usually when you go
Nick,
outside.
Nico, that's a thing. You can look it up. It's genetic. It
I know.
happens to some people. It happens to me.
Ah,
It happens to me too. It's just
What
like
is genetics?
nerve endings are crossed up in the face to where like if your ocular nerve gets overstimulated, there'll be other reactions. Yeah, well, typically with autism, like there's a degree of sensory processing disorder with them. So like I think that's where that can come from.
alleged sensory processing disorders. I mean, the so-called neurotypical people can't see giant stuff right in front of them, but no one cares because there's enough people who have the same problem that says, "Oh, it's really not a problem unless it's a safety issue." So it doesn't really matter. So it does because we can't be consistent as a society. Yeah, as a society.
Wow.
Our pasture is here.
Yes, I am. I have a sermon for the day.
Do it.
Awesome.
I have a new job. It's a sales job.
Oh no.
Perfect.
Yeah,
He's here to sell.
I'm
those.
selling. Nah, yeah, I'm selling Verizon Internet. Door to door.
No,
Yeah, door-to-door
you're
sales
not
is like the first
knocking on
kind.
people's doors. Are you really knocking on people's doors?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Are you sure you're
Oh
not
my
in an
God.
Are you sure
Do
you're not in a
not.
multi-level
I'll be
marketing
back.
scheme?
No.
What's
Take care,
that?
guys.
Seal it.
Okay.
Don't knock on my door, okay?
No, I won't. I won't.
What, do you have a shotgun, Annie, or something?
I mean, I do actually, but I probably
Nice.
would just. I would probably just hide though.
Yeah, that's usually it's like 80% of the people don't answer.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
sit and wait.
I remember one time I lived in this apartment and it had in the past shady people that had lived there, I knew. And it was like 3 in the morning and the police were knocking at my door. And they were knocking, they were saying, "Open up, police." And I just ignored them.
Good move. They don't have a
Pretended like
warrant.
I wasn't.
If they don't have a warrant, they just can't get out. That's
Well,
so.
I knew they weren't looking for me. I knew they were looking for a past tenant because like I had, I knew I didn't do anything wrong. So, but probably now if the police knocked on the door, I would call the police because you
Oh,
don't really know if it's the police. So,
exactly. That's what I would do too. I'd say, hey, especially if you, I would say, well, there's a person, the police at the door. I don't think they haven't presented a warrant yet. I don't care if they are the police.
hmm,
That just because it would just cause disruption, and then they can't really do any follow up.
yeah.
So they have the paperwork in order, of course.
So, are you enjoying that work, knocking on people's doors?
Yes.
Okay, so why? Why do you like it?
Does it pay a good commission?
He is a headcanon. He's a Mormon.
Yeah, it's commission based. I have a coworker here bothering me.
Mm.
Hey guys, I'm his boss.
You're not my boss.
I can fire you.
You can fire me?
I can.
Oh, really?
I can fire you. Yes.
Interesting.
Do it.
I will keep that in mind.
Yeah, keep that in mind. Every leader.
Oh, this guy said do it.
Well, it's not. It's
You
not.
brought-
It's not that easy. He has a lot. He has to. Most of the time, they have to put a lot of the paperwork and just make the case. So I usually don't worry. I really don't worry about getting fired by the one boss just right over me. They don't really have much power.
I think that's a really ballsy move to bring your boss who can fire you to this stream.
I don't think so.
He invited himself, so
Okay.
I didn't bring him intentionally.
It's really unpredictable what could happen here.
He can't hear you guys, so it's all good.
Okay.
I don't think it's that big deal. I would bring my bosses, but they just don't care about being around me outside of work. So
I mean, right now I'm on lunch break, so I'm technically not working.
Mm.
yeah.
Technically. Hmm.
So Graves, have you narrowed down on your type?
No.
No. Let me answer that for you. No.
No. Instead, it's broadening. That's what's happening. So it's just more confusing. It's doing the opposite. But whatever.
Do you think you have feminine feeling?
No, I think the opposite. I think it's actually masculine feeling.
Oh, okay. I was just like thinking about your silly little laugh.
I mean,
Yeah,
Is
that
Benjamin out here?
he's on.
Yeah, he's in the meeting.
In a meeting.
Okay.
He's on a briefing thingy. Oh. Yeah, all I've gotten so far is like. Well, I was thinking masculine FI, but it's FITE. That's consistent. I think. Well, last night someone for the first time said TE or TIFE, but I'm not taking that under. That's like 1%. That doesn't count. I need more data.
I'm sure Modell's gonna help. I mean, I have probably days of me streaming on panels and directing with other people. None of the OPS people can. It's still controversial in OPS framework what type I am. But MBTI, I use the Truity test. I'm ENTJ right now. That's the last one I got. So I'm just gonna go with that till someone actually starts debating my test answers, test results, or referencing my stuff I do on panels. So.
Yeah. Man, I am dyslexic. Somebody said hola twice, and I read it as haha. God dang it. My brain wants to constantly replace words. Oh.
I mean, that seems like my mind does that. I guess it could be dyslexia, but couldn't it also be like that you have intuition over sensory? Because like you're jumping to like conclude.
I don't know. It's like
I don't know.
It's weird. I don't know, because that's if you cross. There's just a clustering of Fuck, what's the word? You just said it. Dyslexia, and any whether that's actually what's going on, who knows? But it's like it's not really swapping like letters.
Yeah,
like, isn't that that's the typical way that dyslexia is shown? Is its letters moving or switching and whatnot? Right? Ain't it? I don't know.
Yeah, but you're just like you're looking at the word briefly and concluding, or like jumping to a different.
Yeah.
Like your mind is filling it in. You're not really looking at the sensory as it is.
I have this one person on Discord that just types. They refuse to speak. So I just read their messages out loud, and then they got so annoyed because I would constantly just switch out whole words. The sentence still kind of worked, but I would just swap out an entire word. I would see it. I'd go back and reread it and be like, "No, wait, hold up, that's not what I saw." I don't know. But it annoyed them. Last time after stream last week, I was talking to Benjamin for a bit. He's now in the I'm an EJ camp, or at least DE. Which I doubt EJ. I've pondered it for the past week. I don't think so. But I don't know. The DI DE coin is so weird. I don't know that one at all for me. Because last night I was being told a bunch of DI responses, and I've also heard DE responses. I've been pondering DE for the past week, and I think that's very likely. So like it's just constant. It's like 50-50. I'm getting data is like 50-50. It goes back and forth.
So here's how I came to your type, and I feel like you're very strange if it is your type, but what I would say is you would be like, you're a double decider, and you seem like you're very like double decidery. So I'd say that means you either have to be DE savior with double activated DI, or the reverse DI with double activated DE.
That's helpful.
But no. But then the next step is, I think you're blast over consume, and I don't think you're play last. So that means you would have to be a sleep blast play. So like that's how I get to it. That's my logic, and I might be wrong in one of those steps, but that's why, like, I would not normally type you the type that I got, but I get there from doing those steps. Because you don't feel like that type to me at all. But that's like the math that I did to get there.
Yeah.
And I would also say, well, I know you don't know. I'm just telling you what I think.
I don't know about what you think. Oh no, because all I got is so far is you got INTJ, ESFP, and I don't know. I've been really
No, you don't do it that way. Don't do it that way. Don't try to get the whole type. Just do one part. You just got to get one part. That's it.
Yeah, see
So it's
one
like,
part.
are you DI or are you DE? And then, like, I would say, I don't hear you talking about other people's stories and other people's perspectives. All you want to talk about is you and your type, and that's it. That's like perfect OIDI.
well, I mean, it's kind of like you. I don't really want to talk freely about like other people and whatnot all that much because it's like information. I don't want to blab about other things. I mean, I could totally spill the beans on a lot of people. I'm not doing that. I just don't. I'm very reserved. I don't talk about a lot at all. I don't know what to talk about.
Yeah, and that right there is like people say you're OE. Like I don't see that because you talk about like two things. You have like a piece of paper, like what is it? Mooney says like a piece of paper with like your two things on it that you talk about.
Well, it also depends because it's also like who. There's different context, who you're talking to, and then whether the information you have is shared, and then if I even feel like it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you're showing up here. I would say you're showing up here as more like play. You seem more play-y when you show up here.
Yeah.
But on the average, I would say that doesn't seem like your normal temperament.
I like
just from what I've seen.
It's pretty funny.
What up? What up? What up?
What up?
What up? What up?
Hello.
Hello. Nothing.
Chris got a new job. I heard.
Yes.
He's a
I'm
salesman.
a salesman now.
What are you selling?
Mm-hmm. Verizon Internet.
Oh.
So I have Comcast. Is there any other service providers at all in Comcast's monopoly area?
I have no idea. I don't live there.
Damn it. All right, probably not. I check every year, but they just buy all the politicians, so we're stuck. Comcast it. I just need to move out of this area. That's what I need to do.
It's my boy, my other boy. Hey, Dragon.
Hey, Dragon.
I didn't get my name changed.
Hank's neck? What's with the name change?
Now,
It was for the picture I used last week.
you haven't StreamYard since last week? That's interesting.
Where I busy? אולי בזה. כן, אבל זה חייבים להחזיר. לא, אני אחזיר את זה, רצפה. כן, תגיד להם. גם הכלבים אוהבים.
I just started using StreamYards on my computer because I figured out how to extend my headphones far enough, and then I figured if I want, I can work on something on my phone or something now.
Oh, that's cool. I just have two screens and a computer strong enough to run more than one process at a time.
Nice.
Wow. Ooh.
Are you playing one of your Pico games?
Yep. Yeah, I'm playing a Pico game.
I think I can hear the audio coming through the stream.
Yeah, I passed it through. It was just in case. Benjamin told me, oh no, we have a meeting right now. So I just said, okay, share my screen and I'll pass the audio through so I could stall till people came in. But you saw the notification on Discord, so you're over. I did not stall for too long, only a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stuck cleaning the mess hall now.
Haha.
Haha.
Congratulations.
Oops. Okay. So what's up? What's new this week? How's everyone doing?
So.
So. What have you been processing?
I don't know.
His memory just got wiped when you asked that
Graves is an
question.
EJ, by the way. It's been established.
No.
Yes.
Welcome, brother.
We was just talking about that, how you think I'm an EJ, and I think you're the only one in that camp.
That's fine. Usually people are wrong.
Well, he
Dude,
thinks
you're
I'm non.
You have no idea who. You don't know who you are. You need everyone to tell you who you are.
Once it's that deep, once it's that strong.
As if
Yeah.
everyone can figure it
I
out.
just
Most
didn't-
people can't figure out their butt from the hole in the ground. So
Yeah. It's less about me, and it's more about what my type is, because I've spent 3 years trying to do it myself without any help.
and I spent $25 and I got it done in a couple hours. Amazing.
$25 for a bad type. Good job.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. No one disputed any of my answers to date. I mean, I did see it in CRG that said, "Oh no, it's not the right format. We can't figure it out. Do not compute. Do not compute." Ah! So I don't really. So at least I have an answer, and you just have more questions that you can't get yourself because it's not in the right format.
What's more valuable, having good questions or having some answers for yourself that you don't do anything with?
Oh, I do stuff with it. So the questions are relevant, but I'll answer the question. The form is the more important.
My third boy. Hi, Cry.
Hi.
He dipped. Get the fuck out.
I didn't like that guy anyway.
Same.
But yeah, asking the right questions is more important than getting the wrong answers.
Agreed.
You got the wrong answers.
Well, here's the problem. How do you know they're wrong?
Because they're not right.
No, it's not. Show your work. I want you to go over my answers, which is recorded. You got the video linked. We'll link them again in the description. Say which answers I put in that were wrong.
But I gotta go consume that, and you know how much of a strain that puts on me.
Yes. And until someone is willing to say which answers I put in wrong, then all we could do is assume that I got it right the first time.
Oh boy. Mr. Clean's back.
I don't assume anyone got anything right the first time.
Yeah, you can have your assumptions, but where's the work?
No, I'm not assuming.
All right, then what's the work? Let's show. Can you give me like a list of all the answers I put in wrong, or?
Was there anything that processed if you were a decider or observer in the test?
No, it's MBTI.
I know exactly.
What's up?
It's the Rolex guy.
What's up?
What the fuck is this place? What is this place?
Oh, it's your worst nightmare.
What do you guys do here?
It's your worst nightmare. I have a digital watch.
That was not. You fucking guys ever go to work or anything? What the fuck? How...
Yes, I did this morning. 7
What did you
hours.
Doing what? Doing
I
what?
moved boxes.
Speak for
Because people
yourself.
want stuff.
You didn't move no boxes, bitch.
Of course I did. I even had to clean up someone's work area too because they had to leave early. And they just moved me on my assignment and just said, "Okay, finish up their crap."
You're a package handler. You're a package handler.
Oh, not that I'm a trainer for package handlers as well.
Binyamin, is there Nash in Israel?
Which is why I had to clean up after other people. Well, that's not the reason why.
That sucks, bro. Sorry about that.
Benjamin.
So what do you do? Sell watches?
Yeah. I'm a watch flipper. Yeah.
Okay.
In Miami.
Oh, smartphone guy, you're in Israel, right? Is there gnats in there?
That's
Israel.
right.
Darn.
Remember
Israel.
from last time. Hi,
Unapplace.net.
everybody. Hi,
Oh yeah, what's
everybody.
going on in Israel? You guys getting bombed? Holy fuck, man! Jesus!
I was on mute.
What the fuck?
Cheers.
All right, done. Mess hall's clean.
That
Hot
was
off
quick.
blast. How are things going on your end, Benjamin?
Yeah, going good. Just I'm not really connected to what's going on in the rest of the country. I'm just still in Gaza, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently we took out Ahmadinejad
Another Ahmed.
today.
Who's that?
No, he's like
That was the
he's
last
original-
president of Iran. I
Yeah,
think.
exactly. Him and his family.
Who's Annie?
Good
Who's
job.
Annie? Who's the Hey, yo, who's the trailer park girl over there? What's up? How you doing?
Trailer park girl.
You got that Yeti
Trailer
and
park
shit?
Annie.
What's up?
That's so.
There you go. Growl
What
at the
are you-
camera. Growl.
She's not a
What are
trailer
you
park girl.
talking about?
Oh, I
got
thought she
this.
was.
I mean, I
Give us
live in
a-
a sort of a house. Yeah.
We need to get this man to a real trailer park.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, I've been to real trailer parks. Don't worry about that. That's where I sell the most watches, believe it or not.
Oh, I believe it. They don't have any fiduciary responsibility there. So that's why you
Alright.
buy an analog watch instead of a digital.
No. They buy roll. They're hood rich, dude. That's why
Yeah,
I make the best sales in the trailer
yes,
park.
yes, they buy analog watches because they're responsible. I agree.
Right.
All right, I gotta jump, everybody. Y'all take care.
Have fun at
Later.
work.
Congrats on your new job.
Yep.
Go sell some Horizon.
What a bum.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Hello, I'm good. How are you? I was having trouble with my PC, and I'm back.
Oh. Teddy bear.
Nice.
Yes.
Mm.
How are you guys doing?
My name?
What?
Huh? What?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
So intelligent.
Ooh, what's that?
Which game was that? Yeah, Aerial Raid from Peak. It's a Peak Raid game.
Nice.
Phew.
Did the watch guy leave, or is he still here?
He's still
Oh, yeah.
here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm waiting for you guys to put on a show. This ain't my
I
show.
want to know the
What's your-
secrets.
what's your
I want to
story?
know the secrets of the universe. Begin.
Yeah, why not?
That's
Let's
not
go
my
again, man.
job. I just sell watches. That's not my job. I got a yacht in Miami. You know, that's about it.
Do you usually go to other panels and stuff?
Yeah, I just like fucking with people.
Oh, that's good. Do you sell watches on
Pretty
eBay
much.
at all? Expand
Oh, this is
across the
fun.
country.
Yeah.
It's a pretty clever little game.
Yep.
This game's awesome.
I'll make sure after I lose, I'll put a link to the game in both chats. Listen, no, I can't put it in Benjamin's chat today, but I put it in my chat and I put it in the backstage.
Yeah, we can put it in the chat. Sure.
Okay, I put it backstage for you or Annie to put in the chat after I lose.
I got a spicy topic.
What is
What's
this?
your spicy topic?
Do you think that pride parades are appropriate for young kids?
No.
No.
It's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Yeah, no prize for slaves. Heck no.
Wait, what? About slaves?
The progeny. No pride for them.
Yeah,
They have to
it's probably.
slave in mines or and stuff.
Oh,
Do you think an
for kids?
OnlyFans parade is fine for kids?
What?
Jesus.
It's the same thing.
Oh,
You think OnlyFans is the same thing as a pride parade?
No, OnlyFans parade.
Only oh.
Oh my
Now I'm trying to think about the implications of if that was really a thing. That'd be that'd be something.
Would you watch that on YouTube?
No.
Nah.
You wouldn't watch the OnlyFans parade, bro? Come on.
I wouldn't.
You
No.
gay?
Nah, especially I don't watch any parades on YouTube right now. Then that's no exception.
They're
What
not
about the
gonna
military
watch-
parade? Is that appropriate
Nope.
for kids?
I did actually watch that on someone else's video of it, and it was actually pretty good, surprisingly.
Sweet.
Played some banger music. It's funny how many people were freaking out thinking it's like Trump celebrating his birthday.
That's a coincidence, people.
It's funny.
Yeah, all those stupid protests are going on.
Oh, I have a friend that's protesting right now. Jack Talcott. He went there. He talked to Don Lemon, but Don Lemon's not on CNN anymore. He's just on his YouTube. But he still got to talk to him.
You talking about the California protest?
John Lennon? He talked to John Lennon?
No, Don Lemon.
Don Lemon.
Okay.
No, not no. He protested in District of Criminals against the what's it called? What the protest against? He protested for peace. He protested against inappropriate detainment of the Marines and that stuff. That's what he protested for against.
The
Yeah,
New
are those
World
protests
Order.
still going on? I remember last week we were talking about them.
Yep. I'm sure there's going to be protests against Israel stalking to Iran sooner or later. I don't really... They should sit
I
down.
don't know. The public
morons.
opinion on that is pretty okay, actually. Yeah, public opinion isn't too against that for some reason.
I would just hope they just... I think you had a ceasefire against Gaza so you didn't lose, so I just want you to don't have two fronts at the same time. Because it's too logistically annoying to deal with. For a lot of military forces to have two fronts at the same time.
Yeah,
Guys, can't we just get
ground
along?
troops around.
Can't
Of course
we all
not.
just get
We're
along?
humans.
No,
Humans are stupid.
exactly.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Is the regime's going to end?
Probably.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, I think there will only really be protests if the U.S. decides to join in or whatever, and people will protest that. But I don't see why the U.S. would join in. There's no point.
That's all the people can do is protest.
It's stupid protesting. It's fucking just blocking.
You still wake up
Like
in
what?
prison every morning. Still wake up.
Yeah. Oh god. The worst protesters are the ones that just sit and like block roads. Those people are stupid.
Construction?
Yeah. Yeah, construction
Yeah,
workers.
those guys.
I hate them.
Peaceful
What are the
protest.
construction road workers protesting?
I was
Wow.
watching a streamer who went to the Summer's Game Fest, and he was talking about how he could like see the smoke in California, but he was like saying that it was like only a couple of blocks seemed to take up the protest, and that it surprisingly didn't disturb him at all. Said it was more disturbing having the military helicopters in the air.
It's weird that it's still going on.
I haven't heard anything about it. I don't know if it's still going on or not.
There's also like a no kings protest. Isn't there like a couple different ones now? No kings and then the immigration.
I actually don't know.
Yeah, there's a peace protest. The immigration protest is just a crap show.
It's a riot. It's not even a protest. It's just retarded.
Yeah, it's just a riot.
Throwing
Jimbo want to make a
cop
game about it.
And looting. There's also looting going on. So it's just 2017 all over again when Trump won the presidency and you had a bunch of riots across all over the U.S.
Yeah, I would say
people conveniently forget about.
But I thought they were supposed to go away since Trump won, right?
Well, this happened in like 2017, and then the 2020 election happened, and instead of riots, you had the Capitol Hill thing from the right. So they did that instead. So on one hand, one side threw a temper tantrum across the entire country over multiple cities. The other side had a targeted attack.
Well, if he gets rid of all the protesters, then there won't be anyone left to protest when he makes himself king.
Gosh,
when he runs for another term.
Oh no.
He's already the oldest. He's gonna be the oldest president at the end of this term. Who cares?
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah.
He'll be the oldest one at the end of this term.
I don't think he'd run again, honestly. I think he's just gonna to be done.
I agree.
I think that most of that's just rumors.
That's just fears.
Thinking
Just fears. Fear mongering.
He's gonna run again. He wants to be king. No. You're paranoid.
Benjamin, Grandma says she's praying for you.
Sweet. What's she praying for me for?
Just the general stuff on the news and stuff, and saying that God promised you that land stuff.
Oh, did he? Okay. He promised it to me? I want it. Sure.
You and your people.
Just you.
Oh, me and my people. Just me. All right, give me the land.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna build a casino now?
Maybe that's a good idea. I'll think it over.
You want to program it in peak weight?
You could do like the Indian thing, and like when Trump builds Trump Gaza, you can just own all the casinos there. No one else can have one.
Nice. Yeah, it's still a while away.
What do you think about it seems like Trump and Netanyahu aren't seeing eye to eye recently.
Says who?
It's just the vibe I'm getting.
No, I think they're okay. They have different interests, right? They don't have
I don't know.
interests.
Netanyahu says no.
What does he say no to?
That it's our interest.
It's our interest to help Israel and whatnot. There's been a bunch of like videos he's been
we
sending
need
out.
it. We really don't need it. If you guys want
Well,
some of the glory, come take it. But
America pretty much doesn't care.
You guys are pretty much useless right now.
Yeah, we're useless. I mean, we're losing to Mexico right now because we don't want to get off our butts and do something.
Netanyahu says we need to because it's like after them, it's us. So
yeah, it's like he's made a bunch of like
He's not wrong, but I mean, you don't need to do anything. We'll do it. It's okay.
Our problem is that China has all our freaking tools. That's our big problem.
Is it?
Yes. We can't manufacture screws here without it costing triple the amount. We can't make most PC parts here at all. It's annoying.
Apparently, Russia launders all their money through Iran because they have so many sanctions.
Oh,
and
dang.
And they also get a lot of drones from Iran for their war. So it's kind of like they have a huge interest in keeping this, like getting this to ceasefire or getting things back to the way they were.
Wait a second. So Russia has more sanctions than Iran does? That's interesting.
I don't know if they do. I think they have different sanctions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's an easy way to solve that. We just give them all the same sanctions.
Give them all a spanking.
Yep.
Something like that.
So, Chris, what have you been processing lately?
Me, I was doing things from uni, so nothing interesting.
That sounds
To
fun.
be-
That's too bad. I mean, you're
yeah,
probably.
it's the Oh, sorry.
I hope you're not paying a lot of money for that.
I didn't really talk to you much on the last stream. I don't remember if you were trying to look into getting typed or if you were already typed or what.
Oh, I was just chatting, I think. I'm not typed yet. I've been on the class, but I'm not typed.
You got some guesses for yourself?
Oh my, yeah, I was talking about that the other day. My guess is like FM and ETI consume sleep last play. It's still my guess.
Gotcha.
But I could be wrong. I could be like.
here too.
Could be a dirty IP like me.
Oh,
Dirty
no.
IPs.
Then you can replace me like I replaced Dave. How's it going, Adele?
Hello there.
It's been a long time.
Hello there. I like your room.
Awesome. How's it going with you?
No, same old. You still working on your system?
Yeah. Doing pretty good.
Nice.
Oh shit.
What system is he working on?
Another typology system, because there's not enough.
Oh, what does it do?
Another one.
What makes it one special? I want to
Wait.
know.
Can you guys hear
It
this?
tells you
I'm
who you
playing with
are.
a bottle. Does it bother?
What, Chris?
Does it sound on my microphone? I'm playing with a bottle.
A little bit,
No.
but it sounds like it just looks like smartphone guy eating food because it's matching up the sound of him chewing.
Yeah, I'm just like punching a water bottle.
I'm eating my my sustenance. I have to eat my sustenance.
Someone's making sound effects while you're eating. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm eating with my mouth. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm not.
I was enjoying the entertainment.
Adele, do you want to pitch your system to Hank?
Yeah, I want to know about.
Well, Hank, what do you like about typology?
I like predicting.
MBTI.
I like predicting other people's behavior. So
Right.
which makes OPS not very good for that because they need like 3 months in the special format just to get the type right. So there's no way they can predict behavior after that.
Well, I don't think it's like you only need a little bit of time to break behavior. You don't even need OPS.
I know. I don't use OPS. I use MBTI and Enneagram.
Yeah, you can use also like common sense maybe sometimes.
Yeah, that too. But common sense is just
Common sense
unreliable.
versus common.
So rather just use a system.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It depends on everyone.
Just vibe type people.
You're right.
Yeah, vibe type works. It does.
Yeah, kind of. Sometimes.
It misses the accuracy is kind of low, but still it works.
Well, it's like
You gotta use
it's
a
just-
particular set of vibe typing where there's only two
Yeah.
types: asshole, not asshole.
Yeah, it's like is this guy like I like this guy or I don't?
It's actually something
Why I
in my
don't
system,
like
by the
this
way,
guy?
how to predict if someone is an asshole or not. But you're right. Like, why do you need typology? Like,
What if they're
I
sitting
think
on
it
the
would be
fence?
kind of a similar question to why would you need biology? Like, if someone was like, "Hey, man, with biology, you can predict how your child is gonna look like roughly, right?" And they're like, "Why do I need biology? Right? I can just."
That's
look
why
at
we
the
need biology to predict how our kids will look like. You're right, Adele. That's
Yeah.
exactly why we need biology. Yes.
Yeah, no,
Among
I
other
do like-
things.
By the way, I do like that thing. Like a lot of typology. Like if you have a kid, you can just look for how to raise that kid like in a better way, maybe.
Yeah.
I like the
When I
I've
was
heard
trying
of some
to
parents
say
actually
there
doing
is-
that.
Yeah, I like Dave and Sean like talking about that, raising their kids based on their type, like to get him like
What if you just
happier.
screwed them over? Your kid was like an ENTP, and then you try to raise them to be an ISFJ to.
Hey,
Yeah,
stop calling me out.
that's like the average story, you know. It's like the kid just arguing with the parents all day.
To do the
Or something.
opposite to make them work on their deficits.
Yeah, that's also.
That sounds like a good strategy, actually.
And they hate you.
But I like that, like just to see where your kid is like struggling, because most parents are like, "Oh, that guy is smart. It's just he doesn't have any problem," like just like that. So something about it.
Oh wait, what did you say? The guy is smart. He doesn't have any problems.
Yeah, you know, like there's many parents saying some things like that, like, "Oh, the guys just like the kid has everything figured out. The guy has no problem."
Having trouble.
So I will ignore it.
counting.
Or something like that. It's like useful to see where the kid is struggling.
Have you ever met anyone with a problem?
I got kind of confused.
You said, have
Hank,
you
you
met
still
any
want me to
people
put
without
that
problems?
I kind of got derailed there.
I haven't met anyone. But, oh, dead people. They usually don't have problems. Till
That is true. I'm gonna go kill myself now.
Yeah.
Unless they're a ghost.
yeah, so they're ghosts. Then the problems just get even worse.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind being a ghost. Okay, I wouldn't mind it. Somewhat.
What if? Would you mind being a ghost in the Bleach universe with all that fancy BS realms?
I'm not familiar with the Bleach universe.
Oh, so there's like 4 realms. One of them is hell. There's the heavens, also a hell, and then it's the third place that's pretty hellish too, and then the vessel world, which kind of sucks.
So there's nowhere to go.
Not really.
Everything sucks.
Yep, everything sucks. But they suck at different strengths. But everything sucks.
Is being dead worse than being alive then?
Yes.
Oh, we're talking about Bleach? Oh.
Yeah, in Bleach, yes. because the heaven is just mostly slums. Or you can join the military, and that's about it.
I forgot what we were talking about. Oh yeah, it sounds fun to be a ghost. It's like just observing things without having to worry about your body, you know?
Exactly. Don't have to. No one can see you, so you can just spectate and just watch and just go anywhere you want.
Yeah, so you don't have any necessities. You don't have to eat, you know?
I'm inside your walls.
Or do stuff. Again, you can.
And you get to scare people. You get to throw like a can of beans at them, and they're like, "What's that?"
Just throwing random shit.
Yeah.
So Michael has a list of interesting topics he wanted to share with us, but I don't have a computer, so I can't share it. I don't know how we can get it here.
Yeah, it's something I came across many years ago, over a decade ago. Show it to him. I sent it to Benjamin. She sent it to
Yeah, I
all
don't
of
have a
you.
computer. I'm on my phone here. I don't have a computer.
Yeah,
no, not now. Not now. Not now. Not now. This is just the table of contents here. Is going to take. I'm not shitting anyone because it's digital. I managed to get a free PDF. Whatever. It's better than paying.
What's the name? I can find it.
Well, just a second. Maybe he'll tell you quicker. What's the name? The Atlantean Conspiracy by Eric Dubay. He was a professor or something like that. Either way, like anything, there's, things that I agree with and that you'll agree with, things that you won't, things that, you'll spend your life.
The Pancake Planeteer, Eric Dubay, or some other one?
Huh?
The Pancake Planeteer, Eric Dubay, or some other Eric Dubay?
Fuck. No,
Probably
it's
that
called
one.
the book
Probably
is
that
called
Eric
the
debate.
book is called The Atlantean Conspiracy. Okay. Now the table of contents is really long and it covers
Oh no.
a whole bunch of stuff. And I find it interesting because it's literally, whether it's true or not, the subjects are fascinating, and it's an encyclopedia. It's more of an encyclopedia rather than a book, and it brushes, some will get into it deeper than others, but it really brushes a lot of different things and interconnects it. But bottom line is, it opens up a portal on different subjects that are fascinating in and of themselves, and that someone can continue onward. It's more like, just a stepping stone, like anything else. It's just a book, but encyclopedia, but very, very interesting stuff. Everyone should just take a look at the topics, see what resonates, read one of them. um Interesting stuff. Yeah, I've been wanting to share that with the right crowd for a long time. It's out there, and it gives something to build upon. One person's work is where another person
If nothing else,
carries
it's a
it
list
on.
of topics we can laugh at and talk about.
Oh, absolutely. I'm about to download
No,
it,
no,
and
no, no.
I verified that
Like the
it
minimum.
is the Pancake Planetary Eric Dubé. I got the Amazon up
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
a
So
lot
you
of
know Eric
bullshit
Debate?
too.
You know Eric
I don't
Debate?
agree with that
Yes, I do.
flat
He's
Earth shit.
hilarious.
Where do you
Yeah,
know him
there's a
from?
lot of crazy. But what they say, listen, just like they say in many places, nothing's absolute. So a person could appear or really be bogus, but yet they could be touching upon subjects that you might want to take a look upon. That's all I'm saying here. A lot of people say are bogus, and they do it for entertainment. And one needs to be wary. Of course, we're all filters in the end of the day. But like I said last conversation, someone who's on a real quest for anything, for any type of truth, has got to be open to the doors, to possibilities, and that means investigating things that may seem, you know what I mean, like any detective. Would you guys agree with what I'm saying, or?
I want to
Oh,
know
I
how
was.
Hank knows this guy.
Oh,
You might
I
think
watched him get.
something might appear as bullshit, but that's what detectives do. They unravel all the bullshit, and we use a scientific procedure, right? And then we come to consensus,
Yeah.
if anything, right? Right?
Yeah, we'll
That's the way
look
to
at
go
it.
Well,
about anything.
sometimes.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
We
sometimes
got
you
the
come.
overview. So
Yes, and we need a good laugh anyway, so we're probably gonna open it up. Let me download it.
Yeah, and you know what?
you download it.
For entertainment, just to entertain our minds. That's in and of itself. That's amazing and great. I always said, even if we die and there is an afterlife and we figure out the truth on anything, right? Theoretically, at least we're able to have fun and entertain our minds. And that's more important, than anything. I think that intuitively, a lot of people come to their own conclusions of what's correct, what's universally correct. Such as, for example, I read the Kabbalion finally on the weekend. I had it read to me, the 7 Hermetic Principles, and that's something that resonates in the heart of all people. There is rhythm, there is correspondence to everything. There's no doubt about it. So like they say, there is and there isn't. It's up to a person to really decide for himself. Yeah. Notice
Okay,
how I'm not
I
like
still want to know
everyone
where
else
Hank knows
trying to
this guy
say,
from.
believe this or believe that. No, I'm not like everyone else that's going to preach that. Or no. Just take a look at things in life, investigate it, and decide for yourself. Connect the dots. That's what I'm all about. I think that's honest, though. It's important to be honest in this when you're, getting into these types of subjects. No one has the final say on anything. No mortal that's, ever lived or that will. And it's a process here, so we've all got to be open. Are
I
you
have the
with
final say
me?
in my own opinion.
That's true. You do have a final say of your own opinion.
Yeah, but opinions are not based
Where
on
do you know the guy
facts. When you
from?
invest, what?
Hank, where
Mine
do you know
are.
him from?
Who?
Oh, yeah, I watch his YouTube channel, and there's also a bunch of people who debunk him. because he says the person stopped
you're
his gun
talking about
decision.
Dubai. You're talking about that guy.
Dubai, yeah,
You guys are
absolutely.
talking. Oh, yeah. I'm
He has
sure
a
he
YouTube
added
channel?
in stuff. Like anyone, even for promotional sake, I'm sure that's why I say it takes a trained mind to pick up on that stuff, and then think about it honestly and see, does
What is
that
he?
make
What's
sense
the
at
guy
all? What
like?
do you say?
1 second. Let's
Huh?
let's analyze the guy. Let's look at the guy. So like, what's his YouTube channel? Why
Oh,
don't we
it's
take a
Eric
look at his
Dubay.
YouTube channel a little bit?
Yes, it's Eric
Yeah.
Dubay. Let me get it pulled up.
Do you want to pull it up so we can just like?
Guys, I gotta add in. I don't watch this guy avidly. He's someone that I picked up, on that one
Yeah, it's all good,
encyclopedia
man.
or
You're
book.
good. You're good. We just
Yeah.
want we're on the topic now. We'll get to the bottom of it.
They're investigating him.
I love
We'll investigate it.
By the way, I for one don't believe in that flat Earth shite. Okay, there's some things I really, it's against all
So this is
fucking
his channel here.
reasoning. Yeah, and he talks about it as well. I'm not interested in
flat
being
Earth.
popular. I'm interested in being in
He's
search
into
of,
flat Earth?
of truth.
This guy's into flat Earth?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not him. He just subscribes and to the theory and tries to build upon it. It's ludicrous. I don't believe in that, but
It's so stupid.
What should we look up? We should
everything's-
maybe let's look for Atlantean. We don't care about the flat Earth. Let's look for.
he basically
wanna
what the
get a baseline on the guy.
encyclopedia is, what he basically does, what you'll see when you examine it, he just touches certain topics, basically connecting every single conspiracy and phenomena, almost literally every single one up to date that exists out there, and he examines it, or
like
in
the
terms
spirit
Joe Rogan.
science. Yeah,
Huh?
or the spirit science.
He's like Joe Rogan, only less rich.
Yeah, I guess you could add in that. Yeah.
I would just want to get a baseline on the guy. I want to see what he's like.
Yeah, this one's only 5 minutes long, so it should be a good baseline video.
Coming to you from out in the ether, Eric Dubay on Renaissance Radio.
Today we
Renaissance
have a special
Radio.
guest joining us, and his name is Eric Dubay.
Today, we have a very special guest who has a extremely popular website called The Atlantean Conspiracy. You can find it at atlanteanconspiracy.com.
Well, we are very lucky today to be joined by Eric Dubay. He's been studying the New World Order and a variety of things that's been going on in the planet, and he has a very interesting website.
I'm covering up the fact that it's some Atlantean conspiracy, Atlantean conspiracy, Atlantean conspiracy.
Yeah, it's like I said, by over half a million. And they all took it and broke it.
He's promoting it, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. By the way, he backs up a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff is backed up about presidential bloodlines. They've done research here on a lot of subjects. They have done, for example.
Okay.
So if I drink presidential blood, can I become the president? Is that how it works?
Yes,
What's that?
That's exactly how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're not elected, they're selected. You got it. The whole illusion is giving us an option, and in order to give an option, you've got to give two. So therefore, in every major political system in any country, you've got two opposing parties. And I think we've heard that. Actually, I'm guessing. Am I the only one, or?
Oh, I got counted.
I think it's pretty much only the U.S. that has two parties. Everyone else is like way more.
Well, here you have, what is it? Here in Israel, you got the Likud, and what is it? Remind
whole
me.
bunch here.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Yeah, but in pretty much every free, so-called free-loving country, you've got two opposing parties, and the point being is just to to give the option,
I really
the
don't
illusion
think
of
that's
an
true.
option.
But China has more.
I think it's only the U.S.
Yeah, it's
China
just the
has one,
U.S. Yeah, China's one party, but they somehow have a lot more freedom in business for some reason. I don't get it.
I'll give you guys a fact here that I remember from reading through it. And listen, as far as they researched and the researchers that researched it, because they've got to give credits, right, for any type of publication.
Mhm.
In terms of the media, world media, news outlets, they're basically owned by the same owners. You can go verify that by yourself. So what does that tell you? Okay, is there really freedom, guys? I mean, that's just, I gave you a freebie right there. That anyone can research that. Yeah, it's true. The news outlets here in Israel are owned by BBC.
Channel 12
One
is, yeah.
example, you could read through it. There are things there that you can't really deny. Okay, and it points not just that, not just the media, that industry, many other industries. You know, people.
All
are
right, Michael,
saying
we got
that
it. We got it. We got it. We got it. We'll keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah. Let's play some more. But when you say
And
same owners,
it's
of
not
course, you mean
proven.
BlackRock and other
Mhm.
giant firms that just own a bunch of stuff, then resells it as investment, retirement income.
There
Right?
you go. There you go. Our financial markets are, you know, played with every day. They're regulated. We can get into that. That's a whole subject, but it is true. It is true. I know that to my bones. You know, people can laugh at me. That's fine. I need no validation. This system was set up a long time ago. Certain things that I know.
Yeah, we're investigating it, man. They're like,
You can investigate it as much as you want. Most people that have gone the depth, okay, have either died, can give names. You could research it by yourself. There's a whole bunch of stuff out there. And bottom line is, it doesn't really matter because no matter, we're talking amongst each other. Waking up other people isn't going to do anything. They're just going to wake up and they're still in a prison that they can't smell or see. And it's going to stay like that, like it has been for eons. And it's really going to take something out of a blockbuster film or something, talking about millions, if not hundreds, and with what's woven together. Good luck at it. Just listen to the JFK speech, the 19-minute speech he gave when he was talking to everybody, including the powers that be, and that got him killed. So that's another subject in and of itself as well. That's
Well, I'm
unclear
gonna
to
die
this day.
anyways. I'm gonna die anyways, and I could be with back with a
Yeah.
Dragon Balls or something, right?
Some would argue we're already dead. We're in a dream. We're being dreamed. You want to get into deep?
Yeah, absolutely.
all right, let's get a baseline on the guy. This is like a promo video. I want to
let's
see what the guy's like.
I'll give you a baseline. He goes off
No,
of
you're
basic
not going to give us a
subjects that other
baseline. He's
people
got to
have
give us a
touched.
baseline. Mike,
I'll give you my
he's gotta give us a
baseline on him. I think that
No,
he's
I mean a personality
exercising.
baseline. We don't want your baseline. We want to get his baseline.
Give me a beat.
Yeah, not this one. So this video is not going to be with him talking. We need one with him talking.
Oh, you want him talking? Okay, we'll stop.
Yeah. Just so we can get a baseline on his personality.
Yeah, I'll switch tabs. Let me go pull him up.
Yeah, pineal gland stuff here. Okay.
But the beat is nice though. That he made a good beat there.
Yeah, the beat is nice. All right. That means he's right about everything because the beat is nice.
All right. Well, listen, there's one topic he's damn right about: calendrical manipulation. Go down to the table of contents there. That's no joke. They have woven time to serve them. Read that. Just read that one thing about calendrical manipulation. That's not bullshit. The 7-day straitjacket.
Yeah. Is that the one we should start with? I was
Start
going to
with
let people
whatever
pick,
you
like,
want.
You're being very forceful. That's what you want us to do.
Just read through it. It's beyond today's conversation, but we'll get at it, and we're picking at it right now. That's the point of this. We could have a whole subject on literally every fucking topic here, narrowing it down, and then hearing from everybody what his take or his or her take is. And again, that's the point.
So many
Carry on.
Another subtle yet devastating aspect of the global conspiracy is their manipulation of calendars, clocks, and our perception of time. We are being enslaved by man-made mechanisms and systems for keeping time.
Yep.
Not only are we wage slaves to bankers, governments, bosses, and landowners, but we are also time slaves to our watches, clocks, and calendars. We slave to 9-to-5 school and work days. We slave to 5-day school and work weeks. We are spiritual slaves to Greenwich Mean Time, the Gregorian calendar, and an unnatural 7-day week. Buried Inside from Chronoclast wrote, "Time is the primary socializing tool, and the clock is the key machine of industrial capitalism. The imperialism of space and material is everywhere evident, but the imperialism of time is a shadowy beast. What is of direct concern is how time is perceived, controlled, exploited, manipulated, institutionalized, and internalized. If we do not understand time, we become its victims. One thing remains apparent. Time politics are power politics. Every sundial, watermill, calendar, week cycle, social policy, and temporal monument has served a particular interest and ideology. The hallmark of these, of course, has always been technological power and chauvinist control. In the service of precision, the atomic second is now defined as the duration of 9,192,631,770 particle oscillations within a cesium-133 atom. If you follow the sun and moon to keep track of time instead of clocks and watches, many things change. If stores open at sunup and close at sundown, managers cannot anally enforce punching time cards. If you tell your friends to meet you at the river when the...
Oh, yes, we can. Oh, yes, we can.
What can we?
We'll make a new instrument that... Oh, yeah, we'll use a sundial. We'll use sundial, maybe make a moon dial or something too, and say, we'll check by the angle and say, yeah, get here by this angle, or we'll write you up. So, of course we can.
sun touches the tree
I
line,
guess time is
you naturally,
based on
patiently...
the planets to some degree. Like it's based, like the day is and the year is based on the sun. The month is based on the moon.
Yeah, it's just based off astrology. That's where we made time from. It's astrology and astronomy.
The cycles, yeah.
Yep.
Wait for them while watching a beautiful sunset. If you tell your friends to meet you at the mall at 7:30 p.m., then you must constantly look at your wrist or the wall, watching a series of cumulatively frustrating numbers.
Or a phone.
Samuel Macy wrote, "That people can be characterized as wound up, run down, rusty, or going like clockwork is essentially a product of 17th century thought. It implies not only that their work may be accurately measured, but also that their motions can be studied. Given proper incentives, they will follow predetermined and appropriately mechanical patterns. When indoctrinated into meaningless calendars like the Gregorian and Julian, wristwatches, 9-to-5 workdays, and 5-day work weeks, people most certainly
here's
do
the watches.
follow predetermined, mathematically calculable patterns and tendencies. We like to have a drink after work. We like to watch a movie at the weekend. We like coffee in the mornings. We buy flowers on Valentine's Day, and so on. Our tendencies can be calculated and exploited by elites. Those who exist outside the constraints of time, wage slavery, have all the time and money they need to perform studies, hire psychologists, lobbyists, and advertisers to further their gains. Time is money, so they say." Jeremy Rifkin wrote, "In hierarchical time culture, status is often delineated in terms of how valuable a person's time is. The time poor are made to wait, while the temporally privileged are waited upon." Jose Arguelles wrote, "Gets us back to the theme of time is money. No wonder time is money is ingrained into our consciousness and culture, and that seems to be the main purpose of the calendar we use, to keep track of our accounts, pay our bills, and set up our appointments. We might not think about it this way, but the calendar we use programs us to use it the way we do. But
oh yeah, I agree with the Bay here. I totally agree with that. And anyone have a comment on that?
What? On what? What do you agree with?
Time is money. And we have clocks that make people pay the bills and stuff. I mean, that's how taxes work.
But what is this?
Coordination.
Is this just like a massive case of demon SI? Like, what is going on here?
Absolutely.
yes, it could be. Yeah, I don't know what the point of this is. But...
No, well, the point is that he is annoyed that he has to pay his bills because he doesn't have enough money, and I can get that.
Ah.
I don't. I want more money too.
Hello. Oh, what is that?
So I'm actually with him. I want more money too, and working
I
as
think
hard
the
so we can just
overwhelming
get.
proof here that people live by the clock is what he's saying is correct, and people that have everything can do what they want. They don't live by by the time in that sense. It's beyond
Pretty sure everyone
material.
lives by the clock. Every
Yeah.
country does
Yeah,
7-day
we
weeks.
do. Yeah. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that people, regular people here, have to meet deadlines all the time. They can't do whatever they want. They have to basically live in panic mode, looking at the wristwatch all the time so that they meet everything. And it's been set up. What he said, I think everyone's understood what he said, and there is a monicum of truth to it. Bottom line, my soul knows that. Everyone's subject to time, of course, in the end, no matter what. But it depends how you measure it. Again, of course, right?
Oh,
If
I
you
don't.
lived 80 years as a slave or 80 years as a free man.
So
Yeah.
why did Elon Musk call people back to the work in the office if he doesn't care about the time?
Well, he does.
But he shouldn't have to because he's the richest man in the world, right?
No, but he needs millions of people to produce for him. Okay, nonetheless. So he's still subject to it while he's on his yacht.
Yeah, everyone is. We're all subject to time. That's why we're not dead yet.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Just one subject out of many. Interesting stuff there. You could spend time on each subject just looking at it.
He's in with it. He's in with the timies because he wants us to spend more time on him. I don't care. Let's keep going.
So how should I schedule these meetups if it's not once a week? If it's like once random, I just randomly schedule them.
Tell everyone that when it's dark outside, wherever they are, just to wait online.
So
roll the dice every day and see if there's a meetup.
So that's what the powder dusty does. Flow state. That's what he does. Seemingly.
Is that what he does?
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a schedule. Yeah. He just throws it on whenever he needs money.
Yeah, in fact, he was sick
broke.
last week.
Donate more money. I'm doing a show today.
Yeah, he was sick last week, and people were, "Oh no, where did he go?" Oh, because they don't have a life. So I didn't care because I had other stuff to do. But there was I think what's his name, Truther Cop and OTW was crying and whining because their life revolves around flow state and stuff.
He's influential. If that's the case.
Yeah. But I had other stuff to do. I still needed to get those OS upgrades, so I'm not too worried about what he does and when he does it.
Grab out your sundial. Bust out the sundial.
Yep.
Yes. We're gonna start according to the sundial.
Yeah, man, moon dial.
Oh man, this is great.
Wow.
All calendars like this one.
I'm sure
Nothing more
between
than
all of us, I'm
arbitrary
sure we've
program.
got so much information. Holy shit! Just
Wait, by the
imagine
way,
the information.
By the way, what are we looking at? I went to it.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, Eric-based video on time manipulation. I think he's going to train us into becoming time
I
lords.
think that's the sun in the center.
Oh wait, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's the heavens.
No, this is the flat Earth. This is time on the flat Earth.
Oh.
Oh no.
Guys, I got an idea. Well, let's take all this fucker's work, set up a joint website, and we'll take all the proceeds.
Yeah, this is going to make tons of money. Yeah, of course.
Totally.
Everyone needs this.
Are you down? Is you down?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not down because I'm not down because so for one big reason, I can't say I took it from him. Otherwise, I had to give him all the money. So I was
I'm just fucking around.
Yes, so we'll take it. We won't credit him. Then we'll take the money, or we will source it. We'll change it. We'll run it through a filter. Then we'll post it, so he can say he can get the credit, and we can keep the money. So we just invert the colors and post it. We'll cite them. Then we get to keep the money anyways. but he still has a credit.
What? So what are we gonna call our gang or cult? How many of us are there? 1, 2.
We already have a
3,
cult.
4,
It's
5,
called Ops.
6.
And I'm not in it, but I have my power is so overwhelming. I just have control over like the shows, anyways, because I'm just that good.
You are just that good, Hank.
A true MC is a true MC.
Exactly. I'm
Alright,
MC and
so-
OG.
Are we gonna keep watching this
Ready
demon
to take care
sensory
of
mess?
business?
Yes.
What about the
Goofball,
sun,
mother-
the moon, and the stars? Okay,
Yeah.
let's
Like
keep
bottom
this one point
sensory.
in mind. A calendar is a programming device. It programs the culture, the people, the society that uses it. It creates a feedback loop between the mind of the user and its program. The nature of the calendar determines the nature of the society. Buried Inside wrote, secured at birth and bred as fresh livestock. To the power brokers of hypercapitalism, our lives are on the auction block. Make way for the experience economy. Make way for the access economy.
I think we could verify that with experiment. Like we just start giving out the discording calendar printouts and see if society changes. That'd be hilarious.
I mean,
I'm gonna do.
I don't know how true that is. Yeah, I don't think it'll change. It's
No,
like,
we need-
okay, you get a faster processor. Now that your processor is keeping time differently, does it change what programs you're running? Not really.
Yes, because
Yeah,
then I can don't have to program as good. I can do vibe coding, or can dump all the libraries in, and then just say, well, it's fast enough. It works on my computer, then I don't have to optimize it. So absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's interesting.
Make way for the new time currency. Welcome it all like the coming of Rome. Karl Marx wrote in Das Kapital that to work at a machine, the workman should be taught from childhood in order that he may learn to adapt his own movements to the uniform and unceasing motion of an automaton.
Oh, the machine life would like
statement
this
has
one.
been implemented into our
I'm gonna
government
make sure
and
he has
corporate
it.
institutions in many ways. Students align themselves with the approximate 9 to 5, 8-hour
I'm gonna go
workday,
to class.
5 days a week. We take
What's
this
that? You're
coincidence
off?
for granted or explain
Yeah,
it away
I'm
by the
leaving.
convenience of
I'm going
aligning
class.
work and school
See you
schedules
guys.
for daycare purposes.
Bye.
Later.
But in
Thanks for coming.
reality, what it instills is this psychological mechanism of slavishly submitting to the regulated schedules of employers. Also, the factory-like seating and positioning
There it
of
is.
a
There's
boss
my
at the
watch.
blackboard, giving out standardized directives, is a product of the industrial
Oh,
age.
Sander, every-
Without this long-term conditioning from a young age, would we so willingly sell our lives for minimum wage? Jeremy Rifkin wrote, we are making the transition into what economists call an experience economy, a world in which each person's own life becomes, in effect, a commercial market. In business
That's true.
circles, the
That's
new
true.
operative
Yes.
term is the lifetime value of the
The most
customer, the
value
theoretical
thing is
measure
that, yeah,
of how much a human being
the experience, the human experience. Yeah.
We need to talk to an actuary to figure out how much that's worth.
All right, I think we got a
is worth
baseline on the guy.
if every
Okay, so what has Steam in SI? I guess. Let me just check my chart.
See, I don't know if he's got Demon SI or not, because like he's prattling on, like he's talking way too much about this topic.
So INFJ, I guess.
I don't know.
He took a trip before he made it.
He might be
Yeah,
minding he talks way too much.
Yeah, INFJ. Like Officer Snaps. There we go.
What do you want him to do? What do you want him to download it? We haven't gotten there yet. They'll have a download button or port near your skull in like 20 years, and you can put a USB. And in 30 seconds, you'll be able to download your thoughts.
No, we can
They're
stick in
still
your
gonna
eye.
have. Will we still have USBs then?
Of course,
No, they'll just put,
USB-D.
A different standard. USB, yeah, USB X.
We're not going to
Yeah,
go that
X.
far. It's going to be USB-D.
X22.
We have C now, so next one's
or-
D.
Or pink tooth or something.
What makes you think you don't already have one? They can come in.
It's-
These people can come in at night. They can come in at night and tranquilize you. your ass or put gas
Be-
into your
because
house or
I'm
come in and
because I'm
chill
working
into
at night. That's why. They're not gonna come in at night because I'm working. Then they come in, they're not gonna get anything.
closed. So do we have a baseline?
Yeah, I'm saying INFJ, like Officer Snaps.
We're dealing with the base head.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you figure out his type, I'm saying he's an MBTI INFJ.
I was muted. I don't think he's a blaster. There's no purpose to what he's saying right here. It's all internalizing. There's no externalizing. What's the point of this?
The calendars are bad. The watches are bad.
No.
Watch my video.
What's the call to action? What's the call to action? What is he trying to get us to do?
Oh,
Just
let's
internalize.
go to
Just
let's skip to the
realize.
end. Let's skip to the end and figure out the call to action.
Well, that's the thing. Like, so if he was an INFJ, he would start with that. He would lead with, "What's the point of this video?" We're just left guessing. And so if we have to go to the end, that means, yeah.
The call to action is just watch your watches and ignore them or something. That's pretty simple. Watch your
Ignore
watches.
your watches?
Yeah.
But how do you know what time to get the train if you don't have a watch?
The train is what destroyed the freaking the Jews in Nazi Germany. The trains are bad.
Trains are bad. Okay.
You should know that already. Trains are bad.
But they're also what Einstein did all his thought experiments on.
That's true. And you know what Einstein did? He found the photoelectric effect, and you can use photoelectrons to hurt people. So that trains are bad.
Einstein was just a puppet. Like he was just a puppet. He was controlled just as much as we all are by calendars.
That's true. He was a Kermit. He was a Kermit.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a puppet.
Slave of the calendar and the watch and the cesium atom.
Go find Einstein's speech just before he died. I recommend it. I heard something very incredible as well. His speech just before he died about life, what it really is.
Did you know Einstein actually campaigned for socialism?
He was what?
He was a socialist. Yeah.
Yeah, like
sort of.
Many people.
It's not that cut and dry.
Yeah, he's more like he's more bougie than the normal socialist, but still, he was for technically socialism, because socialism is just a Marxist word for economics. So he just.
I hate all that shit. He was a product of his time, just like anyone. He's not exempt.
That's true.
Yes, and time is bad, as Dubé established.
Product of his bad.
Depends how you're measuring it. And
Did he really say time was bad, or is he just trying to get us aware of what time is?
He's saying the elite are using it to benefit themselves. I think everyone understands and is reading between the line. The actual clock is the mirror. We mirror it to the solar system, and then onwards. But they're just saying here, what he's saying is that they're basically using it to benefit themselves and exploit the rest of us. You got cons, pros to everything, aspects of looking at things as well. There's a lot you have to take into account here. May take a little bit more time, than just one meet here for people to really understand it. A lot of times people have to look at things, examine it for themselves a few times, So we're just discussing this openly here now. There's probably more to it, maybe even more than this fucking chump scraped up. Who knows? Any one of you might, research something here and then add to it. God knows, You're dealing with some pretty smart people here, from what it sounds like.
I want to be a Time Lord. Yeah, this
Time Lord.
Yep.
She is taught arts and crafts, stories are shared, and wisdom is passed down. After her period of isolation, she is welcomed back with a big feast in her honor. In the ancient world, it was believed that women had amazing powers of healing and creativity during menstruation, so they should not be wasted on everyday tasks. Menstruation was a time women spent meditating and spiritual searching. The ancient Mayan calendar is slightly even more accurate than the Gregorian calendar we use today. They calculated the moon's orbit of the Earth incredibly precisely, 29.528395 days to our current 29.530588 day measurement. They could accurately predict solar and lunar eclipses and had amazing knowledge of astrology and the stars. Archaeologist Eric Thompson.
Welcome. What's up, Nick Volt?
Oh, thanks
Hey,
for having me. Hey, Hank. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So Eric Dubay made a video I don't hate.
Yeah, I've heard about this. That's why I wanted to join and just sort of lurk a little bit.
Awesome. The panel's the best place to lurk.
Thompson asks, what mental quirks led the Maya intelligentsia to chart the heavens, yet fail to grasp the principle of the wheel? To visualize eternity as no other semi-civilized people has ever done, yet ignore the short step from Corbould to True Arch. To count in millions, yet never learn to weigh a sack of corn. The Mayan calendar measures cycles of expanding consciousness and completing one's purposes in life. Gauging the passing days like this changes the way one thinks of life. Modern societies tend to see time as a ticking time bomb till they die, a clockwork of standardized gears cranking until they get older, rusty, useless, and stop turning. The Mayans, like early Christians, believed in reincarnation, which fits with their calendar. They believed all of life was a spiritual evolution and an expanding of consciousness and purpose, so each day correlates as such. For instance, as I write this, today is the second day of the new Jaguar moon of intention. Each moon has a spirit animal and purpose. Today's Sulking is Skywalker the 13th, which...
Oh, I guess we know where OPS got it from.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, calendars are the beginning of history. You can't have history without tracking time.
It's our
You got stories. You got stories, though.
Yeah,
but you don't know when they happened.
Exactly. What order they happened in. Yeah.
What a nice puzzle. It's like a nice puzzle.
which means explore, space, wakefulness, the aspiration to unite heaven and earth. Today's power is activation. Today's action is bonding. And today's essence is service. Each day also has a color, a chakra, and a symbol as well. Now this may sound odd or appear as some new age foolishness, but this is a method of timekeeping used all over the ancient world. To associate the nature of time with the evolution of consciousness seems to me a much evolved outlook. The Maya knew about the 25,920-year precession of the equinoxes, in which the position of the rising sun against the stars changed slightly for 2,160 years past each constellation of the zodiac. They even perfectly calculated the end date of this precession as December 21st, 2012. Jose Arguelles wrote, "The Christians set sail westward and discovered the New World. In a place called Yucatan, they discovered another people, the Maya. These Mayans also had a calendar, a heathen device that was more accurate than the Julian calendar. The Christians learned from the Mayan calendar that their calendar was 10 days off. What to do? The Christians burned all of the Mayan books in 1562.
He keeps
Interestingly
saying
enough,
Mayan. Stop
10
him.
years later, in 1572, there was a new pope. He
Mayonnaise.
named himself Gregory the 13th and declared that his first act as pope would be to correct the Julian calendar.
You want to sign a
10 years
Mayan with
later,
that?
1582,
I
Pope
want
Gregory
that.
the 13th had achieved his aim. If you went to bed on the evening of October 5th, 1582, when you woke up, it was October 16th, and not October 6th. Pope Gregory the 13th had made up for this 10 days, and the Julian calendar was now known as the Gregorian."
Wow.
Yeah, I don't. So no point to it. I get it. So he's not a blaster. He's a consumer.
Yeah, but it's telling you that calendar stuff, and they're controlling you with with the watchers and the calendar, and telling you that to get to work on time, and that's come on, man. I don't need. What does that make a difference? That kind of work on time.
It's a mind map. He's working on his mind map. He's creating a mind map.
Craziness.
I mean, you can't just get someone else to do my work for me and just give me the money.
Brain dump. Potato
Well, it
gun.
is Eric Dubay.
And fuck Gregory.
No, forgive me. I'm a little out of it. I've been out of the flat world experience for about a year now, but I do know they went to the South Pole. Like, is Eric
Yes.
Dubay? So, is Dubay one of those which I assume is saying that they didn't really go, or?
Let's find out. I don't know. Eric Dubay believes in video evidence. Yeah, because
Okay.
so let's find out.
Let's find out.
Yeah, because he may not believe in video evidence, even though he makes his videos, which would be ironic.
See you guys later.
Oh, you're gone, Dragon? Thanks for
Yeah.
joining.
Okay.
Time uses a metric tensor. I mean,
Well,
in
space
general
time does,
relativity.
but for the rest of us,
In
we can
general
use a
relativity,
Gregorian calendar. The calendar works just fine.
So this video is called "Final Experiment Fakery." So let's find out what his opinion on
Fakery.
this. Yeah.
So I'm going to assume he thinks it's fake. Okay.
Yeah, so video's real, but we faked it somehow with, I don't know, magic or studio or second planet. I don't know how we faked it.
Oh, man, this sounds like it's going to be mental gymnastics. All right, let's go.
Before you start the video, because I know he's going to probably claim that these people were bought off or they're part of this mass conspiracy to show that the world is really flat. But the irony is that I actually would love to become a flat earth YouTuber, because to really tell a good lie you have to know a little bit about it, and I could convince people and probably make a lot of money doing it, but I'm not allowed to do that because of my work. So the irony is they say that, oh, it's this mass conspiracy, but in reality I would like to do a mass conspiracy on them and show, because I could show using physics why the world is flat. But
what's your work?
Because we're real scientists, I'm a physicist. We're not allowed to do things which don't follow the scientific method, because then your credibility as a scientist goes away.
I have a workaround,
Nick.
But if I ever get fired, that's what I'm doing. Okay.
I have a workaround, Nick. So
What's your
instead of doing the physics experiment, do a psychology or sociology experiment. Then you'll be allowed to do it, because you say, I'm studying the people's reaction to pancake.
I actually just recently got in trouble for not properly filling out the paperwork, because that's considered human experimentation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that bad?
Yeah, apparently the government takes that kind of stuff seriously.
Oh.
The whole
hide your
testing
identity.
thing.
Just say the trains made you do it.
That's true. That's true. Anyway, sorry. I'd love to hear Eric Dubay's conspiracy.
You're probably more interesting than Eric Dubay. You could listen to Eric Dubay's conspiracy.
Well, that's what would make me dangerous, because if you actually know science, you know how to I can show equations that would negate gravity and explain it in a very convincing way. And so long as nobody watching me hasn't taken maybe a second-year physics course, they'll eat it up.
Yeah, you could.
No one would watch that. No one would understand.
How are you going to negate the? So if you negate gravity, how are you going to negate the weak electromagnetism? Does the exact same thing gravity used to do.
Oh, that's easy. Alpha waves. It's all electromagnetic.
But it just changed at the label of the effect. It doesn't really change the numbers, though.
Yeah, and when in doubt, do exactly what they accuse us of doing. We'll just throw a bunch of equations on there, and it's like the emperor's new clothes. Nobody wants to admit that they don't actually know what the equations mean, even though they'll probably will just be gibberish. But they'll go, oh yeah, I see it now. I see it now. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So you see that guy in the top right corner?
Equations are attempts at explaining. I've heard that even equations.
So
they're attempts at us explaining, depending on the mind or the equation.
Who's that? The guy in South Africa, Flatzoid. He gets that wrong because he thinks Snell's law explains refraction. And I tried very hard explaining to him, Snell's law is just an equation. An equation explains nothing. It's just an equation.
It's a mathematical representation.
Now you sound like Bill Gates.
Yeah, it didn't mean anything. But anyways. Did he go to South?
Mathematical representation. Yeah, it's predictive.
Yeah, it's we make an assumption that the universe is knowable. Humans invented math, and we figured math is the same everywhere. And instead of using words to make predictions, we just use numbers.
Well, we know math
Numbers
isn't
are
the
more
same
accurate.
everywhere because we made multiple math systems that are incompatible.
Well, yes, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like,
What's
so
very homogeneous?
here on Earth, 1+1 equals 2, and at the end of the universe, 1+1 will also equal 2. But math is a human construct. We created math. The universe didn't
Yes,
create it.
correct. We did create math. The universe don't do math.
It's woven in. It's woven into the universe, I think.
Nope.
Yeah, it created us. The universe created us, and we created math. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
this.
That's one way to look at it.
Also, like animals have math in their brains too. Apparently, they did tests
That's true.
to show that it's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mathematical proportions were the first thing needed for any superior power to be able to bring things into creation, though. I mean, have any of you ever heard that? Just the proportions themselves. An X,
Yes.
Y line, an X, you get what I'm saying? An axis? You need
Yeah, I think I
that
heard
for
that from-
3-dimension.
Yeah, Norman Wildberger probably told me, I think. But yeah, if you give me a math problem too hard, I just pay that guy in the corner, Zali, I'm friends with him, to do it for me. So it's not gonna be a big issue. So,
And even on your suggested topics, you have the chain rule from what is that, Michael? Chain rule. That
chain rule. I'm not sure.
Maybe
You guys, I'm not
on
even
the recommended.
Oh,
There's
in
so
the video,
much
yes. Yes.
All right, let's get started on this video. Let's get this over with.
Sorry, I didn't take my ADHD meds, so just tell me to shut up.
You don't need those. You don't need those anymore. We don't need those where we're going.
As footage
Yeah, all
continues
you need is somebody
releasing
with a-
and astute internet.
I was gonna say all you need is someone with a whip.
I got one of those. Let's go.
Net sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies, it's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called Final Experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set. Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others.
Oh yeah, Disney invented
Amazon
that.
Volume, or Amazon Studio.
Yep, Disney did invent that.
Does look good.
Let's look at. Oh, I see an issue there. But they can only
Human
render
show.
that. They can't render the top part and the side part at the same time. That's okay. I wonder how they fake the top part.
There's no way for our eye to pick it up.
Well, unless they have a drone or something, or they just point it upwards, or they have a bunch of cameras everywhere. But other than that, it's really not a big deal.
Yeah, to fake it, no.
For example, are state-of-the-art studios which take the standard of green or blue screen technology and completely blow it out of the water.
Nick, you need to figure out why there's no red screens.
Adaptive optics.
There
I'll
could
believe
be.
that.
Yeah,
There's no
adaptive
rule
optics.
why it's green or blue.
Yeah, I like that shirt.
Yeah, it is a good shirt. What is it? Cthulhu? Or who is that? I don't know. We need to look that up.
With new 360-degree panoramic LED screen studios, the entire background and ceiling or sky are digitally created in Unreal Engine, then projected live in up to 16K resolution, so the actors on set can see, react, and interact with everything in real time. Amazon's sets comprise three...
I can't hold this in because this always bugs me. Because flat Earth people don't just deny just let's say Newtonian mechanics. They deny most science, including quantum mechanics. They don't like the idea that it's relative. I had a flat earther tell me, "Oh, you can't even look at a proton; they're too small." Yet he's now going to use to explain this final experiment fakery using an LED screen, which, based on his science, because I've heard him say this, he denies quantum mechanics, should not even work. And this doesn't make any sense. It's like if you're going to deny some of the science, you got to deny it all the time. You can't now use science to prove that the other science is wrong.
Oh, of course you can, because that's what scientists do against each other. They prove each other wrong.
He's trying to, yeah.
Okay, I mean, according to Eric Dubay, LED screens shouldn't be possible.
Well, they must be fake too, right?
That's true. They could be part of another conspiracy. Anyways, sorry.
Maybe he knows how they really work.
Seamless.
Yeah, maybe he knows how they really work.
Yeah.
Maybe we should open up and find out.
Oh, you guys found a whole bunch of
You
stuff.
should be open to the possibility.
Yeah, I'm open to it.
All right.
80 feet in diameter and nearly 3 stories tall, enclosing 130,700 cubic feet of interactive space. Keeping all this in mind, let's review some footage from the final experiment. To begin with, watch the supposed sun circling around during their 24-hour time-lapse video and pay close attention to its shape.
The alleged.
No, that's
Notice
fucked up.
how the
That's
sun
fucked
changes
The
from
devil!
circular to being smushed down horizontally,
I watch this guy every
back
day.
to perfectly
That's
circular,
bullshit.
then smushed across
He's an SE
vertically,
bomb. This guy's an
and
SE
then
bomb.
back again.
This guy's on drugs.
Oh, he's got a point there. I mean, if they didn't adjust the perspective of a 360
It would look
screen,
like
it
that.
would
Yeah,
look like
it
that.
would- Exactly. That's what they
I
did.
mean, of course, that begs the question: why didn't they just bring an anamorphic lens to fix the problem? But
That's a weird shot here too. Why is the shadow going
I don't
towards the
buy
sun?
that shit. Yeah.
oh yeah, well, I think that's actually that's a supernatural being. That's not a shadow. Clearly,
You know, I'll give you. Can I tell you guys something?
Yes.
Why can we see through
Based
the
on
people?
my observation, anyone can do this. Based on my observation, we've all done it. Have you ever been at eye peaks with a water line, with any water line? You'll notice curvature. You'll notice, meaning having your eyes literally above the water line, you'll notice the curvature in the water. And that's just a small fraction what you're looking at. As they say, the whole reflects, the fractions. That alone proves, if you look at a water droplet, you put it on a non-absorbive surface, you'll see that it curves, which is the same reason. Yeah, these are just not my observations. I'm not using any big terms here. I'm using my observations just biologically with my own eyes that have signaled to me, no, the earth is fucking more or less round. It's not 100% spherical. We know that, but I've felt this. This is what I'm talking about.
You've
that
solved it.
People
You've
can
solved
actually,
it. It's it. That's it.
Well,
the Earth is round.
Has anyone ever who has ever been in a lake or a ocean, or you've seen the same thing? Do it tomorrow. You look literally above your eye. You'll see the water in front of you curve, as well. Not on a windy day. Do it on a mild day, and then you'll see off in the distance, according to your perspective, your eye, your optics, that there is a curve, however slight apparently to your eye because it's so fucking huge, right? Either
The
way,
optics are high.
anyone can do this. You don't need a fucking special equipment. And they did this. How did they measure? What was it or a couple thousand years ago that the Greeks, they measured, that way they measured a certain distance. And then based on that, I'm not remembering the mathematical terminology, but they kind of figured it out like that as well. I don't know either way.
I'm so confused. Are you saying the Earth is flat or not flat?
It's not flat. Fuck it.
Well, see, I would argue that what you just said proves that it's fat. That it's flat because,
I
like
know
you said,
there are
when you see a
documentaries
droplet of
out there.
water,
I've heard it. I've heard all the so-called mathematical pilots at a distance. I've
We
seen
all
all these.
know the Earth is
I've
round.
heard the yeah. We've all heard the arguments. I'm just saying. I guess I'll be honest here. According to what I remember from age 2, as most of us, the fucking thing is round.
You know what else is round?
I never considered the surface
eyeball.
around water. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one to use.
Well, yeah, pancakes are round too, but they're also flat.
No, but I'm talking about not just. I'm not meaning around the curvature of the droplet on a non-absorbent surface, as well as, and that's just one droplet, right? But then you look at the same thing in a lake or in an ocean, which I've described. That I don't know. I feel it to my soul. Yeah, it's fucking round, according to all logic, our logic.
Right. We've established that the Earth is round. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, let's figure out how they faked it then. Fake the final experiment.
Yeah, you could argue both.
This is
that
not
this
how the
is
sun
fake and this is.
Yeah, you can. Let's figure out how.
usually looks
the
or
sun's a
behaves in
square.
person, or in genuine footage of the
Does Eric
phenomenon
Dubay
from
know
the
what the
archive.
sun looks like?
Now, pay
How does he know
attention
it
to
doesn't
the
look like that?
changes
The sun is
in
green.
light
I'll tell
and
you, it's like the song "Black
so you know, the
Hole
sun is
Sun."
Oh, great. Let's get into shadows. That's going to be good.
It's a black hole.
Oh, this is so dumb.
Yeah, my shadow's growing.
direction
Yeah, how come the shadows
of
aren't pointing the same way?
Nicktoons' shadow as
Look
he
at that.
paces around the base camp.
I think we got it. We
In
got
the
how Woody
space of
thinks. He's gonna make a whole case for video editing. Okay, we got the whole bit. We got it within 3 seconds. We don't need to watch the whole video.
Good.
Well, there is a good point here of what he's saying. Like, that is a legitimate question. And if you didn't understand
Shadows?
the shadow, because I mean, remember, he's not trying to
I've
convince
heard this
scientists
explained
that the world
about the
is
moon.
flat.
Everyone's heard the same thing about the conspiracy about the moon and the artificial lighting. They've explained that. Likewise, you have both arguments. I've heard them both. They explained it because there's artificial lighting there, but that wouldn't make sense on in that time of
No.
day. Even with.
But this, I mean, this, because remember, you're trying to convince just a layperson, right? And a layperson knows enough that shadows should all point in the same direction. So you say, okay, well,
They
this is
should.
fake. Look at the shadows, and this is how they get away with this stuff. Because yeah, that's a legitimate question. Like, for example, if you ask people, why do people float around in the International Space Station? Right? The majority of people say, well, there's no gravity there.
No, there is gravity. They're falling.
There is gravity, but your average layperson knows a little bit of science, and so you use that and try to confuse them. I mean, that's a legitimate question.
You could say the same thing. I could shoot one or two and say that, okay, in the 60s they reached the moon. Okay, why didn't they go back there since then and put an HD camera there pointing back at the Earth? There's all sorts of contradictions.
Or
that's just one. That's a point. Okay, they didn't send men. Okay, maybe it was too dangerous. They learned back in the 60s, but they could have fucking landed something and put a fucking HD 4K camera, and it wasn't done.
How did they take
it wasn't
cameras
done.
there?
So how do you explain feats in the 60s? You know what I mean? It's all contradictory here.
But how do you take camera film?
Economic.
How do you take camera film to the moon because of X-rays? You have to put your camera film. It gets ruined by an airport's X-ray machine, but in space it doesn't. Like, that's a legitimate thing to say, and it's preying upon people not understanding that. Well, you could always shield the film. Like, what's his name? I totally forgot his name. He really hates me.
Yeah.
I always get him to lose his temper. The guy who goes and watches midget wrestling.
I don't remember him. But here's the thing: economical. It's much easier to leave the camera in an orbit for service things, because the orbit's closer to us than the moon. So if we want somebody to say we can manage it, we want an orbit.
We all
instead of
remember
at
the
the moon.
iconic picture that they sent back, right? That looks all fuzzy, half black, half. We all remember that. And we can all look at. Why the fuck can't they put a HD camera there? Why haven't they done it?
They did. They have a bunch of HD cameras, such as the Hangout satellite.
Oh, okay. Well, they're connected.
Sovereign Soul. Sovereign
Soul. I know that guy.
But to
He's
be
fun
fair,
to
I
talk
like
to.
to troll him because I get him to lose his temper.
Oh yeah, it's easy.
Don't they have cameras in the space station? I mean, I feel like we've had so many cameras out of the Earth's atmosphere. It's not even a question anymore.
Well, you're assuming we've gotten out of the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, and you're assuming that cameras exist.
Yeah, I mean, do cameras really exist?
According to Dubai, we haven't even gone past the Van Allen belts. It's impossible to pass the Van Allen
Yeah,
belts.
it's impossible. I've heard that one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Katy Perry went under the Earth's atmosphere.
They got radiated to fucking Kingdom Come. These guys, a lot of astronauts, because of all sorts
Anyone
of
want to hear a
shit
bag?
there in the vacuum.
Meh.
What's his name? Punched a guy for saying that he never went to the moon. Buzz Aldrin. He punched it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You remember it?
Yes, that was hilarious.
I wouldn't do stupid shit. I wouldn't,
the moon is
ruin it. Even if it is bullshit, I wouldn't fucking go up to an old guy like that and be fucking wreck him.
It's
Yeah,
like a test pilot.
I wouldn't start a fight with Buzz Aldrin.
I wouldn't start a fight with any test pilot. They're crazy. I'm not. No.
Like, dude, screw you. I've been to space. What have you done? Argument over.
Yeah, they're all
Katy
test
Perry.
pilots. That's right.
Katy Perry's an astronaut now.
Yes, she is.
You know,
She's
here's my dream to go to Antarctica. I really want to go.
There's like 1,500 people there, scientists.
I actually,
That's it.
I applied to a research program there, but apparently I wasn't good enough.
But time to train some more.
Well, don't let it get you down. You can still get there. If there's a will, there's a way.
There's a we built this giant observatory there out of ice, and it measures particles which travel faster than the speed of light in ice, and like it allows us to see to the beginning of the Big Bang or something like that.
So they're virtual particles, because of course physical particles don't travel faster than causality.
Well, when I say they travel fast, they don't travel faster than the speed of light in a vacuum, so they don't violate causality.
Okay.
But because the speed of light is slower, have you seen like a picture of a nuclear reactor? You know how it glows blue?
Yeah,
Cherenkov radiation.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is called.
Yeah, which allegedly astronauts have claimed they've seen it in their eyes. Like if something goes through the liquid of their eye, they'll see a blue flash.
I wouldn't be surprised. But what's it called? Beta.
What are we talking about? The LHC, the Large Hadron Collider? What the fuck? Where are we?
Well, the LHC has detectors.
not working?
Alpha decay. Yeah.
They use Cherenkov radiation there to detect. That's why I applied, because as a grad student, I designed a high threshold Cherenkov counter for an accelerator we have here in the U.S. So it's like, hey, I'm qualified, but apparently somebody was more qualified than I was. And
I mean, you get Lico to build one of those for us.
Did you hear that they opened up a black hole or some shit? That's been circulating.
They post that story like every 3 months, and I don't care.
Walking
Whatever
only a
they
matter
know,
of feet.
we're never
His
we're
shadow-
never going to get to the bottom of it. No matter how much we talk, no matter how much, we're never going to be
Bottom of a
privy
black
to
hole?
any-
Yeah, you can't get to the bottom of a black hole.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
you
we're not
don't-
going to be in it. Yeah.
You can't get to it. It doesn't won't allow you in there that far.
You have more of a chance of getting a black eye. Yeah.
Yeah, time freezes near that very massive
Time
object.
becomes
So.
space, and space becomes time, according to the math, at least.
Yes.
What do they say? Don't look into the light. Don't look into the light. True light is black or some shit. They were saying.
No, that's just you
The
can't
light
detect
can't
it.
escape. There is no light.
Yeah. Well, I can't even get in either. So. And
I remember that
shiny.
from
Any light that gets out is
what's
so
that movie?
redshifted that you
The
can't tell what's
Poltergeist.
It's fine about those shadows.
Shadow somehow completely changes direction and triples in length.
Somehow.
Watch as his shadow stretches, contracts, and sharply changes angles within the space of just a few paces.
I don't have a
This
good
is not
move.
at all normal behavior of shadows being cast by sunlight, or of a man walking only a few steps. The following
Depends
is
on
a
the angle
simple
of the sun.
demonstration of how light and shadows work depending on the distance of the light source. In the first example,
Yeah, Hank, we're
the
good.
light
I think we're
source
good.
is held.
I get the point. We get the point. Yeah, we get the point.
No, you did an experiment. I mean, he's doing real science there. He's taking data.
Benjamin, why do you hate science?
Because it's wrong.
Science is wrong.
Yeah. Well, technically
It is wrong. Science
Yeah.
doesn't know anything.
Science.
Yeah, but that's the point. We'll figure all the wrong stuff, so we don't do it anymore.
Exactly. Well, we make predictions. That's all science does. It just makes predictions.
Yep.
It makes predictions, then it tests them, and see if they hold up any credibility.
Yeah.
Everything starts out as a theory, and then it turns into credible, and if you still deny it, you're retarded.
Even though
It turns into a
my
model.
views
It's
have
not a
changed
theory, it's a model.
ever since being on YouTube. My views have changed a little bit. Yeah, at first I just shout down a flat earther, but I think science, we do kind of a bad job of teaching science. So maybe this is partly our fault.
It's totally your
We
fault.
have
You
to
guys suck.
we have to rewrite everything. We have to rewrite everything from the beginning.
Well, we have to respect people's feelings and their beliefs, and you know, math and objective science does a really bad job of that.
We get
Well,
rid of
you
all
do-
belief and all conspiracy theories,
You
and
got
the
to
world
be
will be a better place.
intellectually honest. Respect is
Well,
one
that-
thing, but
But not quite. You just need to contextualize everything as a video game, like the Kerbal Space Program.
Of course, I find it interesting that all of these people who deny science, like Eric Dubay, dude, your life would be so terrible if it wasn't for all of the science you deny. Because of the science,
absolutely.
it allows you to sit at home and make these silly videos and not have to worry about getting food, dying of
Exactly.
cholera, you know, all the other things which happen when you don't have science.
Of course, of course.
I mean,
Yep.
getting a cavity
That
could be
is
a
true.
death sentence.
Not 100%, but again, based on probability, predicting.
You'll probably die of the plague first.
It's gonna get COVID. It's gonna be COVID. That's for sure. It's totally gonna be COVID. You know, that's why I stop people. You know how people say, "Oh, well, humans couldn't have built the pyramids or Stonehenge." Humans are freaking smart. We're really smart.
Oh,
people.
that's a subject. You know, I'll tell you right now. I'll just throw it out. They proved that how they built
Yeah.
them.
And
Watch
also-
Pyramid 4K. They casted everything. They mixed the sand in the area with another. There's another mineral there in the area. They casted it all on spot. They didn't carry anything. The obelisks that are still laying down there, there's many of them, prove that they realize, yeah, this is fucking insane. We're not going to do it. You can theoretically have men carry a couple blocks, things like that, but not at the rate that they supposedly completed it. It was all casted. All of it. The entire thing.
Apparently, they're way
Pyramid
older than we
4K.
think. Apparently,
Pyramid
like
Fake-
the pharaohs and stuff were actually just living there, and the pyramids were there.
By the way, and they were never
Like they're
built
way
for
older.
pharaohs.
Yeah, they were way
Pyramids
older
are not-
apparently than the pharaohs.
They were measuring time and something
Ryan's belt.
astrological.
The big three.
from what I heard.
The Giza was
Oh.
Ryan's belt.
So the pyramid was just a big clock? Oh my.
I've heard a lot of things. I heard it was an aqua sound producer through aqueducts that you had there, that it produced sound that pulsated and contacted fucking, some sort of communications devices. We've all heard this stuff more or less, haven't we?
Yep.
Its use is more of a mystery. Its reason, its ultimate purpose. And I think from what I'm remembering right now from talking with everyone, they marked throughout history, a lot of civilizations marked ley lines. Okay. And most pyramids, if you look, are absolutely on the same line in circumference with the earth. From Latin America, you can check this out. There were actual ley lines of, look it up. Interesting stuff. The actual purpose as opposed to how they did it. How they did it, yeah, it's absolutely possible to cast 1-2 ton stones. Were they or more? That's
I
how
know
they
the
did
real
it.
reason they were built. Our ancestors just wanted to fuck with us.
Well, there's this misconception that they were like we are somehow so much more intelligent than like the people who build the pyramids are. No, we're not. Humans were just as intelligent back then. Sure, we have more
I think
knowledge
they
now.
lived in harmony, more or less, I think, before imperial. But yeah,
No,
they
were
lived in
assholes.
harmony.
They were
back
murderers
then.
back then.
If anything, on average, we're a little dumber.
Did it all human sacrifice. Society was shit back then. I would have hated to live back then.
Well, now we just add ChatGPT for information. We don't need to, learn how to build a pyramid. Just ask the computer, how do we build a pyramid?
You don't have to think any more critically. Yeah.
I mean, pretty soon it's going to be, and this I'm serious about. Like, if we go through another dark age, I guarantee you, like, technology is going to be a religion, as if God gave us this technology. Humans didn't invent it. No, it was God.
Of course, it was God.
Science is the new religion. You're right. Science is a new religion in that sense. Technology.
I'll get behind
What do they call it? The technocratic. What's his name? Zbigniew Brzezinski. They called it the technocratic era. right? We're
Yes,
going into.
and this is the tech sector. I put it in a hashtag on my side. It's the tech sector. Science is your new religion.
Yeah. Welcome. It's better
Bye
than
bye
medieval
OPS. Hello
times.
science.
I don't think it is for everybody, but some people are definitely in that camp. You have like the Neil deGrasse Tysons and stuff like that. Where science is definitely their religion.
Oh, I firmly believe humanity's survival is 100% dependent on our technology. We're not going to survive without it.
Yeah, and you know how I survive? This
higher
dental
purpose.
repair kit that I don't get any sponsored money for. This is why This is why I'm gonna win the best teeth on the Panelverse from NPC the game if he has that thing this year. If he has that category, I will win it. Best
Wait,
teeth
what
on
is
the
that? I
Panelverse.
can't see that.
Blow me up, Benjamin or Annie. Press my face.
Looks like dental care kit. Oh, dental care kit.
Yes, blow me up. Press on my
on-
face.
Well, I want one of
What?
those to play
Oh,
with.
okay.
Yes. So I use this to prevent myself from dying from cavities. I also save hundreds of thousands of dollars from the dentist because I just fixed it myself. And look, the teeth are awesome.
Yeah.
Same color as the freaking wall back there.
You should buy a pallet of that stuff and open up a dentistry office.
What is it exactly?
And
It's a
then you can
dental
just
freaking.
charge people like,
Oh,
$30 a visit and you'll have tons of money.
Oh, they'll put me out of business in like a month. They'll just say, "Hey, you can't do that here." So I
Yeah,
do it.
no, they'll fuck with the
You just got to
pharmaceutical.
keep it on the down low, man.
We'll get a diploma of dentistry for you from one of those. You pay the university, they give you one.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I already
And just
figure out
put
how
in
much it
disclaimers for
costs.
cosmetic reasons only. It's just
For
cosmetic.
Oh, that works for me. Even though it works more than cosmetic, but we don't have to say
And
that.
we'll open up the
Do you
office in
guys think
Florida.
brushing
I'm
your
already
teeth with
willing to
activated
invest.
charcoal?
Ooh,
Is that good?
Say again, charcoal. What about that?
Activated charcoal. I bust open a tablet and I brush my teeth every like 2-3 weeks. It comes out white. It for reals. It takes out the stains. Activated charcoal pills.
I haven't tried
They say
it. But
don't do it.
I do.
Dentists say it's abrasive. Oh, okay.
I'll show you what my toothpaste is too. Why not?
I filter my coffee water with activated charcoal.
Yeah, it's good
We
for a number
absorb
of
radon
things.
gas with activated charcoal.
Oh yeah, this is a real thing.
It's mainly used for toxicity, poisoning by in medicine. Mainly.
So what my toothpaste I just wear this Advanced White Arm and Hammer. It's I think baking soda toothpaste.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's big.
Yeah.
That's what
That's
I
a lot
use.
of toothpaste. You get bulk.
Yeah, I do
Advanced
get
White.
bulk.
Yeah, we probably have something like that over here.
So I'm old. I want them to bring back the freaking toothpaste pumps they had in the 80s. Those were fun.
Oh, that'd be safe to make. I mean, I won't be getting run out of business by angry dentists. So yeah.
Tell me you want it ultra fluoridated. Ultra.
Oh, that's right. Are we getting rid of fluoride?
I hope so.
Tell them
Fluoride's bad.
to throw rat poison in.
Sticking that in our
No,
water,
Hank,
poison
I'm
it.
totally serious. Now is the time for us to invest in this cavity scheme because let's go to Florida. They're probably going to eliminate fluoride. Business is going to be booming.
Mm-hmm. Oh
And we
yeah,
can
sure.
call
I don't think
cosmetic
there's
and
I
or
don't believe in that
alternative medicine.
conspiracy. You need to fluoridate water a bit. I don't believe that's a conspiracy.
I'll make a bet with you. Wherever they get rid of fluoride in water, it won't change the statistics from cavities.
It will make them less
Yeah, I
communist,
agree
that's
with
for sure.
No, I don't think so.
But we
We
just
all
put
know
iron.
that.
I think you're wrong.
We all know that the Russians, which put fluoride in our water back in the 50s and 60s to make our fluids impure.
Can we just put iodine in the water? Yeah. Iodide in the water? How about that?
That's for nuclear war.
No,
Because
it's safe enough. Iodine.
Oh shit.
You need the iodine. You need the iodine for preventing thyroid cancer from nuclear fallout.
Oh my
All right, but tell Trump we can get iodine in the water then.
It fucking what is it doing? Remind me. I've heard this.
It's protecting your thyroid. So when the Russians try to choke some you with their bombs, then you don't.
the impure fluids they're put in our bodies are making us communist.
You've got him in food everywhere, right? What do they call it? That's another fucking. Or, I don't know. Yeah,
I mean, that's why all the young kids, because that's why they're all communist and
Codex.
socialist.
Type it in. Type it in right now. Codex Alimentarius. Holy shit! Do I remember things? According to what they're saying, yeah, there's additives, all sorts of shit that they pump into the food by law as of 2000. Fuck, I don't know, 9, and there's no escaping it, unless you have your own farm. Everything is pumped into the animals before they're fucking before they're slaughtered, right? To pump them up.
Yeah.
They create cancers, right? We've heard this stuff before, some shit, right?
There's not that much regulation here.
I don't know. They argue there's.
He's in Israel.
The truth is, cancer has become more rampant. We all know that's something that can be measured. It is much more rampant among previous.
I have a bit of information you might want to know, Michael. If you eat cancer,
Yes.
you don't get cancer. That's not how it works.
I know it's in the body. I know it has to do with what develops, but there's a whole bunch of things that you didn't see.
Nuclear power.
The hormones are.
If you breathe cigarette smoke, you get cancer though. You get that COPD.
Yeah, it's in us right now. I understand.
Yeah, but
Do you know
cigarettes
why
don't
you get
cause
cancer from cigarette smoke, Hank?
What?
Cigarettes don't cause cancer.
Do you know why cigarette smoke causes cancer, Hank?
Because the radiation
Carcinogens.
in the smoke destroys your cells in your lungs.
Which radiation?
Probably alpha.
Carcinogenics kill.
Is it alpha particles?
I think so. Let me double check.
So the problem with tobacco is when it's dry, it acts as a radon trap, just like activated charcoal. And so you can get a really high concentration of radon all trapped inside the tobacco. And then when you smoke it, it goes in your lungs, the entire bunch of it, and then it breaks down into its daughter products, and then you get the daughter products stuck in your lungs. They build up over time.
Now
radon
you're
only
talking
has
about
a 22-day half-life.
Your body cleans that
Radon
shit,
has a
though.
22-day
Over time.
half-life, and the daughter products have like longer half-lives, like much longer.
Yeah, I see
You're talking
that
about
this
THC.
polonium 210 and lead
Polonium, there you
210
go.
accumulate.
That's right. So yeah, it's not actually the
it's
tobacco; it's the radon that gets trapped in the tobacco
Tobacco to
from
polonium.
the earth.
Well, alpha particles are the most dangerous. And radon in cigarette, I think it's radon 222, and it decays into alpha particles. Now, alpha particles are actually blocked by your skin; they can't pass through them. But you inhale that stuff, and they're sitting next to your DNA.
Well, you have radon in your. You have a natural amount of radon in your lungs at all times, anyways.
Oh yeah, I mean this stuff. I mean, there's naturally alpha, beta, all of this radiation everywhere. But generally, inhaling alpha particles, while your skin can stop it, your lung cells can't, and it's going to freaking ionize your DNA, and then bad stuff happens.
Yeah.
Of course, that's just a hypothesis because technically there's no direct link between smoking and lung cancer. It's just you have a much higher probability of getting lung cancer if you smoke.
Yeah.
See, I should work for the big tobacco companies now.
Holy shit! You're a threat, son.
Well, like Monsanto, everybody hates Monsanto. You know, Monsanto as a company has saved more human lives than any company that's ever existed.
Yeah. They're
And that's actually a true statement.
They've patented seeds, right?
Well, DDT has saved. DDT is the best thing to happen to humanity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very bold statement.
The wrestling move?
Well, they get a
Or
bad
DMT.
name, but DDT is not toxic to humans. I mean, you can just eat up DDT all you want. But it was anti-malaria, and so that's why they can make the argument that yes, technically they have prevented a lot of deaths because they've eliminated malaria in a lot of places. Of course, DDT and birds, they don't get along that well, and then it destroys the ecosystem, and then you all go protest at Disneyland at Monsanto's House of the Future.
Well, Bear. The protest at Bear because he bought Monsanto.
Yes.
At least I want to drive far to protest Bear. They're right up. Their building's right up here in Pittsburgh, so.
fresh tobacco from Germany or Denmark or wherever. No nicotine, no added chemicals.
No nicotine, then it's not really tobacco.
Yeah, but
You know, I
I
really
noticed I don't
does
get
it
a
taste
rush. I
different?
don't get a rush.
Does it taste
Yeah,
different?
much
'Cause I bet
more mild.
smoking different tobaccos would have different flavors. That's interesting.
The
I
other
used to smoke
tobacco is
many moons
it's
ago.
terrible. It's really terrible. This is the best thing I've come. If you're gonna smoke, at least minus the chemicals. Not that it's better. Anything becoming smoke going into your lungs is no good. But among other things, yeah, and mixed with some green.
You know what, Hank? You're correct. Tobacco smoke does have polonium in it. I didn't know that. I
didn't
actually
know
did
it
not
either.
know that.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
I knew about the radon, but not polonium.
No, radon decays into polonium.
But yeah, where's radon? Radon's
Smoking
86.
my polonium. I'm smoking my
Radon
polonium.
comes from radium.
Yeah, and polonium is
Is the daughter of radon. Polonium's the daughter of radon.
I assume polonium's PO, right? Oh yeah, 84. Yep. Goes through alpha decay. 222 radon to 218.
Yeah, and then
why
polonium
I'm
can build up because the half-life is long.
So people don't believe me when I say this because it's kind of like when you tell people you're a rocket scientist. They're like, okay, really? But there's some who are legitimately rocket scientists. I am not a rocket scientist. I'm a nuclear physicist.
Yeah.
Are you saying rockets exist? How? Come on, man.
I did build a rocket.
That's surprising. Hey, Benjamin, we haven't seen any rockets tonight, huh? They're fucking.
I saw
them
one
up over there.
yesterday. I saw Elon Musk launch another V2 over my house.
You got more rockets than us. Nice.
What a quiet
I've actually
night.
seen
This
one
is
take
weird.
off at Vandenberg.
I don't really get many rockets out here. We see them, but they're not in this area.
Effing
They're
loud.
not shooting
They are
rockets freaking
loud.
Gaza for some reason.
Something's
my wife,
weird when it's too quiet. It's too quiet. You have to start getting sick. For 5 days, they've been firing waves, as we all know, and it's quiet. Something's off, huh?
I have a
Right,
picture
Benjamin?
of it.
Some weird shit.
No, they're running out.
They're getting pummeled. No, they're not running
Yeah,
out.
they're
They got
getting
2,000. They got 2,000. Some weird shit.
Here, let me put it. I have what do I have? I have something. Yeah, so I've been because I'm on vacation and I haven't had a good troll of anybody on the internet, and partly because my wife doesn't let me do it anymore because she's scared that people will come and shoot me. But trolling flat earthers, I think it's fair game.
Yeah, they must get shot.
I mean, they're
just so easy. It's just so easy. That
No, they need to
they're
be
the kind
slapped
of
out
people
of
that don't really need to know
unconsciousness.
science, anyways.
Yeah. You
here's
told
the
me
one
about
that I
that.
saw. That's what.
Yeah.
This was yesterday over my house.
Let them believe in flat Earth. It doesn't bother me.
I tell my students, I kind of wish I wasn't raised with some morals and values because I don't think there's anything wrong with scamming people who are willfully ignorant. Like I'm the idiot who doesn't have a private jet because I don't go on television and read the Bible and have people send me money. I'm the stupid one for not doing that. And I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I mean, the people are willingly given the money. I guess they get something out of it. So what's the big deal? And
Because
so
you're not willing to sell your soul. You're not willing to sell your
dealing with
soul.
these people, or even
I mean,
like even just sitting here talking about flat Earth is just like none of us believe in it. Even talking about like trolling these people, like I don't care. Like this is just.
I believe
boring.
their heads are flat.
Like, this is a waste of time.
No, there's a limit. There's a limit to the absurdity. No, I don't buy the subject, and I'm glad we pummeled it out, all of us, and we've got to that. We've gotten with the little that we have discussed. We've gotten to that understanding. It's just that's bogus off the bat of it.
I remember when it first started, the flat Earth stuff. It started as like a joke. My brother was into it too. Like I don't know how he figured it out because it was really early. Yeah.
He don't stand for
That's
something.
what I
He'll
can't
fall
figure
for
out.
anything.
Like Eric
he
Dubay,
was
all of
entertaining
them.
for him. No, because it's like, can we change the frame of reference of physics? It was actually a troll. It's like flat Earth started as a troll. Can we change the frame of reference of physics and make the Earth flat and use all of our laws to make it flat?
I believe it's a tetrahedron. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, you can, but you
Too
have
many
to start a whole
sides.
movement. You have to
But you
start a
know,
movement.
flat
That's the
Earth,
thing.
when I
You
say
started a
that to
movement
flat
as a joke.
earthers, when I say that to flat earthers, they don't understand it, because when I say the Earth is not flat, they go, "What? You think it's a globe?" I'm like, "No." Like, why? I'm just saying it's not flat. That doesn't mean it's a globe. And this simple logic, even that escapes them. Like Sovereign Soul, he doesn't understand when I say that.
You know, I will say
Probably
one
because
thing
he
though.
doesn't know what
If
a
the
tetrahedron is.
if the simulation hypothesis is correct, everything could make sense. Everything we've ever heard, everything could make sense within a simulation.
False.
If we really are plugged up or hooked up somehow, and this is fabricated, whatever.
Well, I say if we are. What does it matter? We experience
That's
reality.
been the argument of the ages. Guys, don't even claim this or claim. Don't even start claiming.
Once it's all
Yeah, I've
software,
heard.
no one's.
Now we're hitting rock bottom. Now we're hitting rock bottom. There's a subject. I don't care from what angle you want to argue. Okay, the scientific, technological. If we are indeed okay, and many have said it times before, that we may be in a dream within a dream. Okay, you could say it that way, or a simulation, however which way you like. But if there's no way to prove it is or it isn't,
false.
There is no way.
Cool.
That's cool. There's no way.
Well,
Not-
actually, what you're saying is
I
it's not
bet.
entirely incorrect.
I challenge anyone. You won't be able to explain it within our lexicon, numbers.
You sound like a flat
yeah.
earther now. That's what they
No,
say.
but what he's saying is absolutely
Go
correct.
examine it. Go
We
examine.
make-
If you're dreaming, could you prove that this is not a dream right now? That we're all not dreaming.
Prove that
Absolutely.
You can't.
You cannot. You can't.
We
You
assume.
can't.
We assume
Not
that we
in the
live
way
in the
that
universe.
we. Yeah.
just
If it's
assume.
all happening, if it's all internal, right, and the universe is mental, we've all heard it.
I'm an idealist. I think the universe is mental
The
already.
universe is
I can prove
definitely
it's
mental.
Not even working.
No. Right now, all of you are assuming that you're actually having this conversation. That's an assumption. You can't prove it.
It's
Well, I can just watch the video back.
Nor can you prove that the universe actually exists. You would have to go outside of the universe to go, oh, there
Nor
it
can
is.
you prove it. Nor can you prove that I'm the architect.
Exactly.
But
Or that
we
you
don't
are.
have to prove the
Or
universe
that
exists.
you
We
are.
have to prove that stuff in the universe exists.
Well,
That'd be
First
enough.
of all,
we go with that
the universe
assumption.
is
Say,
mental.
yes,
Guys,
the universe
okay,
exists.
Can I get a word in? Can I mute
Oh,
people?
shit,
Can I
it's
get rid of
over.
everybody? Because no one's like fucking letting me talk here. It's my
Okay,
fucking show.
okay.
That's just an assumption.
You think you have control of your own show, Benjamin?
Sorry.
Yeah, I want to talk on my own show sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, the universe is 100% mental, no matter what. It's all just representations that our mind is creating for us. That's the
The whole
answer to
existence
your
is that.
problem. That's all it is. Yeah, that's what it
Mind
is.
over matter.
I've
Mind over
heard the
matter.
expression that we are the universe's consciousness. We observe it.
Oh.
We are our own consciousness. That's all we know.
Yeah.
The universe wouldn't exist without an active observer. Yeah, we've all heard that. Yeah.
Observation is the second assumption. We first assume the universe exists, and then number two, we assume that it's knowable. We can observe it. Those are assumptions. We can't prove it.
Measure. Yeah.
I'm not assuming any of
Measure.
those. Yeah, no.
And then science takes over after those first two.
No,
Meh.
I don't think that's the order.
See, he needs 2 miracles to make his model work. Come on. You can do better than that.
You can
That's why
find
I say
out. I
Jesus.
asked my psychiatrist in 1 second who a person is, their character, who they are. Do you believe in mentalism or materialism? Or idealism, excuse me.
I'm
Idealism.
an idealist.
Yeah, I said it a different way. Does the brain secrete consciousness, or does consciousness secrete the appearance of a brain? I heard a medical doctor say it that way too. We'll never know.
It's a ladder. It's a ladder.
Oh my God. Down Alice's rabbit hole.
But yeah, if it's
I love it.
software,
I love
there's
it.
no way we're gonna understand it because software is very, very complicated and very flexible.
Well, that's why I think we should all accept Jesus Christ into our heart, and then that answers all the questions, and then problem solved.
Oh my god.
Be a believer. A
All right.
believer. The
That's
Lord.
that's
The
another flat
Lord.
Earth theory there. All right.
I got Benjamin's Jewish. He wouldn't
Yeah, but
get
And I
it.
say
sure
we,
their
we
lives
burn
are so
we
much
burn
simpler.
everyone that
Jewish or
doesn't
not?
believe
That's
in
a
the
flat Earth
Roman Catholic Church. We burn them all. We have a big book burning, computer burning starting
Honestly, if I
tonight.
were religious, I would worship Cathol because I want to do exorcisms, archaeology. I mean, the worship of Cathol, they have a great astronomy program at the Vatican. I mean, the Big Bang, they loved it. They were like, yes,
What a
let's go with
place!
that.
What a place!
Why Catholic at Cthulhu?
Love
Come
it.
on, man. Or I mean,
Well, I'd
there's a
be a
lot of
secret.
resources.
So the
I'd be a
closest out of all
secret
of the
Cthulhu
idolatries
worshiper.
I've found, yeah, out of all of the idolatries I've seen, the closest to God is Abraxas.
Yeah, it is.
I've got bruxism. I chisel away my teeth when I sleep.
Oh, I had that problem.
Bruxism. It's from nerves. It's from knowing too much. It's from not being able to fucking,
Yeah, no,
have
that
it. Yeah,
don't
it's
even.
yeah.
We could go down a whole. In fact, just before I got on live stream, I take this medicine tramadol because if I do that too much, my like face hurts and I can't stop doing it
Yeah, it's
because
terrible.
in fact
You
that's what
grind your teeth down to the end. Yeah,
yeah.
if you get a mouth guard, I'm supposed to sleep with the mouth guard. Yeah,
Yeah, I've been
what
meaning to get
happens in the
one.
subconscious, that's just another thing. But yeah, we're definitely a lot of us on nerve because of what we know, and it's hard to swallow. It's hard to
I mean,
swallow.
in all seriousness, you know, most of us at some point in our lives we go like, why am I here? What does this all mean? And you know, religion offers some really quick answers. And there was a time where I was actually legitimately, secretly jealous of people who could find all of those answers by, you know, just reading John 3:16. And the problem is, I still have more questions. And
You're reading the wrong book. That's why.
Or read it. Yeah, you should read Isaiah 45:7. That would make it things much simpler.
If you understand that everything is mental, everything makes sense. If you truly inherently understand that or believe that, if you want to say, then everything makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
You could have everything conjured. It's a hard concept. Yeah, somehow everything came into existence through something's conscious awareness, consciousness itself, you could say, being aware. And yeah, it's not meant for us to really grasp, but admire more.
I got over it.
Yeah, it's context dependent. Yeah, I think everything's mental, but it's
This
context
is-
dependent. So everything only will make sense if it's supposed to make sense.
I don't
If
bother
you're
myself
looking
with those
through things
questions
from
anymore.
a materialist perspective, none of it makes sense. A lot of it won't make sense to you. But if you're looking at it, depends on the angle you're looking, right? Are we, if you were living in a fourth dimension, we'd have to be explaining things, mathematically through 4 dimensions
It
or
doesn't have to make
onwards.
sense. It is under no obligation to make sense.
Exactly, Benjamin. He gets it. Benjamin gets it.
Yeah, I know. These neurotypicals are weird.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, who was I talking? I think it was the Machine Lies. It was maybe
Yeah.
another panel because, like, in my head, I'm always thinking. Like, the question was like, do you hear yourself? Like, do you talk to yourself in your head? I was like, yeah, I'm always thinking.
That's one thing to
And
say, yeah.
going on YouTube, it forced me to believe that, you know, I think there's some people that their mind is blank.
Yeah, I know. They
And-
don't have
and-
an internal monologue or a dialogue, and it just, but sometimes
Yeah, it's just blank.
Yeah.
And of course, I don't know what's in anybody else's mind. So whatever I have in my mind, I just sort of assume, well, everybody does that.
Guys,
And
just
I
because
started
we're
reading some
entertaining
paper-
thoughts doesn't mean I subscribe to them to my soul. Remember that.
No, you're right.
Just because we're entertaining thoughts.
Nick's right. Yeah, that's like one of the first things you learn in typology, is that your experience is not everyone's experience.
Yeah, and actually, that's helped me become a little bit, at least, you know, how to. What is that book? How to Win Friends and
Influence people. Dale
because,
Carnegie.
like, even right now, I'm looking at Hank, I create an image of what Hank is in my prefrontal cortex, and then let's say that Hank is not actually that image I have. He's not behaving the way which I expect him to behave, and that sort of starts conflict. At least it's keeping me happily married for
You
a long
proved
time now.
everything starts with you just proved everything starts with ideas. Everything started as a thought, turned to paper, manifested in some way. Yeah.
Your consciousness started with a thought.
Well,
There you
I
go.
forgot what the book was, but it was something like what makes humans unique than other mammals is we have the ability to imagine. We imagine stuff. Like even right now, I'm imagining what I'm going to be doing later this evening, or I can come up with an idea. Let's say, hey, I wonder how this would
I
work.
don't think that's
Your thoughts become you're building your reality.
Hey, dude, Michael, man, I'm in the middle of saying something, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
What did you say though?
I don't even remember anymore.
See, that's the problem with people who are always thinking in their heads. That sometimes manifests into always talking.
Wait, what?
Well, like I'm always thinking in my head, which that means sometimes I'm always talking. Like even my wife says, she said it today when we were coming home for breakfast. Lower your voice, be quiet, stop talking.
Yeah, shut up,
I'm
Nick.
the complete opposite. My brain never shuts off, but I'm completely a mute.
Well, I did also determine that I get I can't stand silence with a group of people. Like I feel
can.
like I can't do that. I'm trying to. In fact, just now we had a few seconds
be the
of
point?
silenceness, and I was like, "Am I supposed to say something?"
What would be the point?
I
What would
don't
be
know.
the point? It was just the same thing. The argument, if there was really nothing, how did everything come from nothing? Okay, so there's nothing. What would be the?
It's
how
all
could
still
that
nothing.
be? He
It's all still
explained it.
nothing.
The Kabbalion. If someone really reads that and understands it, you understand that there couldn't have come something from nothing. It was the opposite.
But
guys,
you're not,
it's been excellent speaking with you.
the problem
Really,
is
we'll do it again. I'm
I don't talk
hyper
about
thinking.
I don't talk about where the universe came from. I just know where it started. It's like saying what happened before the Big Bang. That's like saying what exists at 91 degrees longitude. It's a malformed question. If the universe created space-time, there is no before the universe. It just everything is after the Big Bang. And there's really no point in really discussing what happened outside of the universe because we can never access outside of the universe. So I guess you can put whatever you want there, but and that's sort of where I put religion. I'm like, okay, you can believe whatever you want up until t equals 0 of the Big Bang, and then yes, we can learn all the rest of it.
Mm.
But what happened before? Who cares? Doesn't matter. There is no such thing as before.
Exactly.
There might have been.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a possibility, but who knows? But
There's no.
I mean, it's like
I find that most of these
something cannot
conversations
come
are
from
kind of
nothing.
pointless to even have a discussion over. It's like topics like this, in a general sense, are just I feel like is better.
Yeah, he only
as a
likes talking about
mental
himself.
musing.
He doesn't want to talk about other things. Just about him.
There's no way out.
I mean,
Wait, are you saying I love talking about
What's the point of
myself?
us sitting here talking about like this and that, and it's like all we can go is I don't know and throw up our hands. And so it's better.
No, I can say I do
more
know.
fun. It's like
No,
No,
me too.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know a lot of
Pay me
things.
money.
It's not that I know. I feel.
We don't
I
have
feel
to
that I
know.
always was. I get the
All
overwhelming
knowledge
sensation
starts.
all the time.
We start with I don't know. I don't know what that is. Let's go find out.
Yeah,
of course.
someone else could go find
What's
out.
before the universe is a really big I don't know. I don't think we're ready for that yet. Let's first figure out what a proton's made out of, and
It's a
then
nonsensical question. It's a paradox question.
yeah, it's like asking what's
Before
the
the universe
circumference of a
makes
triangle.
sense.
What's the
It's not the
volume
best
of?
way. You can have like multiple people doing. Somebody could be asking the what was before, and somebody asking what you want. I mean, well, if
There
you
is
do,
a
but they can go do
circumference
that
to
on
a
their
triangle.
own. But like,
What's shorter
sitting
than
here
length?
talking about it or trying to discuss with other people is like,
What's the square root of 0?
Yeah, or what's
There is
shorter
a
than length?
circumference to a triangle. You can put a circle the triangle, circle the square. You square
Yeah, I
the
mean,
circle.
it's not like
opposite.
we're explaining math to
Cube
sovereign soul
rhombus.
who doesn't understand how 1 times 1 equals 1.
A Terrace Howard joke. I
Yeah,
like
and that's why I said Terrence Howard didn't come up with that. Sovereign Soul came up with that.
And what mathematical system can you make 1 times 1 equals something other than 1?
I mean, the real argument in math right now, I think, is in the discourse in physics, is are we living in an objective backdrop or are we living in a relativistic framework? And a lot of people are leaning to the subjective backdrop. And I think it's just a relativistic framework, and the backdrop is one of the many relativisms that you could pick.
Now, that is interesting. I haven't heard that before. Could you explain more? Like, I'm genuinely
What?
interested in that. Like, what do you mean?
About what?
Like, what would a relativist? Like, are you talking about like?
Is everything relative, or is
in the
everything
sense
relative,
of
or is there an ether?
general
Or is there an
relativity,
ether?
or like, what do you mean by that?
Like acceleration, is it acceleration relative to something else? Is velocity relative to something else?
Yeah.
Or is there
Yeah.
an objective backdrop? Is there an ether? Is there a field? Are we moving relative to something?
Okay, yeah, I get. Okay, yeah. What is that? Unified field theory or something? I really should know more about that, but I
Right.
don't.
Yeah. So that's the main differentiation, and it just like the objective backdrop is one relativistic frame, but it's not real. Like it's just a mathematical production from what I've seen. But I don't.
It
Like, that's
is.
why I don't understand why this whole argument is happening. Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you a secret. Like my favorite experiment in physics is the double slit experiment, which showed, you know, photon. Like I saw that as a 6th grader, and like the floor dropped. I was like,
Boggles
what
my
the
mind.
crap?
Still boggles my mind. It's still
But
not just mine.
I'm trying to get back into that wonder of it, because then after you take like 4 classes on quantum mechanics, it does all become math, and the math kind of takes sort of the coolness out of it. Like it's
So just keep remembering the math is not what's actually happening. The math is just how we're representing it. It's one of our
True.
representations. Yes.
And you know,
So
you
what's
can
actually
trust
happening?
people at parties
Right.
by showing quantum mechanics. Like you see
Sure.
Hank's head right now on the screen. So I don't know. Maybe I was a weird kid when I was like, a weird kid. You know, you play squish the head. So I take my thumb and index finger, and I'm going to start squishing Hank's head. I get closer and closer and closer, and before my index finger and my thumb touches, what does it look like? You see diffraction.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
freaking quantum
Yeah.
mechanics. So you can
That
touch
is
women
what.
at parties with that.
Let's be more specific. That is a phenomenon that quantum mechanics is trying to explain.
Well, you do that at
And right
parties.
now, quantum mechanics is our best theory of what's
Because I learned that, you know, in high school, yeah, if you're really good looking, then you get all the chicks. But because of evolution, you know, intelligence has something to do with it. You bring that out at parties.
What?
Oh my God, you're so smart. Or bring a laser. Lasers help too.
Yep, lasers always help. If every problem.
Especially one that can light cigarettes. Then you can really impress people. I'm saying women, but whoever you're trying to impress. Of course, that's why physicists are geeks. Engineers are nerds. Physicists are geeks. Geeks get laid.
What are you differentiating?
Except when they
between nerds and
don't,
geeks
like
now?
Nietzsche.
There's this guy who does a Venn diagram and explains the difference between nerd and geek.
Oh, man? Or someone else? He next.
Aren't geeks
No,
just
it's some
pop culture
comedian,
nerds?
but it totally makes sense.
Aren't geeks just pop culture nerds?
Yeah, but we get laid. That's the difference.
Who does? Doesn't
Geeks
everybody
do.
get laid?
Well, it's easier for a geek to get laid than a nerd.
I don't think so.
The Venn diagram says it all.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, pull it up. Let's pull it up.
And like I try, like I tell this to my physics majors versus my engineer
I just
majors.
don't think the category that you stick yourself in makes it easier or harder for you to get laid.
No,
Like,
I've taken
you're
some. I've
categorizing
taken
yourself.
some empirical data. Like I took
That's
some
the
of my
one
students
thing.
to a bar, and
Let me
they would try
categorize
to
myself
flirt
so that
with
I can get laid.
they
I
would
fit in the
flirt
category
with
to get
whatever
laid.
sex they wanted to, and then I said, rate their reaction when you say I'm an engineering major versus when you say you're a physics major. And the physics majors mostly scored, and the engineers did not. So there, the science proves it.
Okay.
That might have been.
We need to do a meta study.
I think you need more real life experience and more data.
And I'm not allowed to
Sure,
conduct
yes,
that experiment anymore because that was the one which involved human experimentation. So.
Okay.
Oh, here it is, Hank. I'll show you the Venn diagram.
If you got a link to it, I'll
He's
pull
like
it up.
Oppenheimer. Like Oppenheimer, he got the women.
Okay. Why is that your goal in life? Just get a wife.
Well, eventually one becomes a wife. I fortunately married somebody who's more educated than I am, and that makes my life so much easier because I just go.
You can get a fuck
I don't know.
ball
What do you want to do?
nowadays.
Like, what do you want? What do you think is the best choice? I don't know.
You can get a robot. Droid.
Pull this up, please. Annie?
I think Annie got bored.
I can do it. No, sorry, Annie, I got it.
She thinks we're all nuts.
We are.
Incorrect.
Oh yeah. See, the thing is, I just I just don't care either way. Like, if the world's flat, that's fine. If it's round, that's fine.
That's what
If
that
I-
Cherry Shepherd
you
said on
know,
The View,
I just don't really care.
where she didn't know that the world was round. She goes, but then she also thought that time started with Jesus. But of course, she makes millions of dollars.
I mean, the Earth isn't flat, and I don't care about the topic. That's it.
We're trying geeks versus nerds now. Who gets laid? That's what we're trying to figure out now.
Geeks.
Oh,
How do
are
we
we
put
really
money
gonna
in the
watch this?
bank?
So what does it mean to be an engineer? I thought I would
This
cover
sounds
that
really
in
dumb.
my time up here. First of all, we love that Venn diagram.
He was
It
really
just proved
dumb.
it. I love Venn diagram.
What
I
about
figured out-
hacking, guys?
People always ask me, how did you
Yes, I could do that.
Okay, so
I
the
wanna veto
computer
this.
one.
go from engineer
I
to
want to veto
comedian?
this.
And Venn diagram is the
Is anyone against
This
me
is a terrible
videoing this?
video. Hank, you don't want to play it. It's
I
really.
but it's the show has its name on it, so he can veto one thing. I think. I think
The
it's fair.
comedian in this is most definitely a nerd, not a geek.
Who sells crypto?
Okay.
Anyone
So-
sell
so
or
ba-
trade crypto?
I hold some. I'm holding, but I'm not doing any more rug pulls.
I only buy Trump coin.
But yeah. So Benjamin's name's on the show, so we can veto like one thing per episode. So yeah, we can veto it.
That's the rule. All right.
Yeah.
Who's
I have
ready to
permission
take
from
the
Hank
mark
to
of the
veto.
beast?
I'll watch this on my
Oh,
own
you know,
time.
do you still have that YouTube screen up?
Yes.
Can you put it back up?
Listen.
No.
Oh no, I actually I took it down and
Well-
he vetoed it.
Okay, well, one of the your Justice videos was using the Pythagorean theorem to show relativity.
Yeah, let's go there. I could go ahead and share that and go there.
I mean, don't play it, but you absolutely can do that. In fact, there's this running joke among physicists. We at some point we reduce every problem to a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what relativity is based on. Pythagorean theorem. I agree. Yeah.
Then the complex math comes to show why it is, but to show that it is, just do that.
It's not even complex math if you keep it simple.
Yeah,
You
except
don't need to get into tensors. You don't need to do it all that. That's just weird interpretations of it.
except last term in my physics 3 class, which modern physics, when we did the double slit again and blah blah blah, they didn't understand how to find the length using a right triangle, and I was like, the frack? I guess we're now getting the COVID students, the ones who didn't go to school for 2 years, like during high school.
Well, that shouldn't make a difference. They should be able to do that in Minecraft with geometry.
That's true.
So it's the teacher's fault. It's geometry.
There's legitimate evidence that playing video games really does improve spatial thinking. When I was a student, there was this. You know how you draw like a 3-dimensional cube on a chalkboard, like parallel line, and when most of us, when we see a 3-dimensional cube drawn on like a chalkboard, we immediately go, "Oh, that's a cube." This one student couldn't see it; like they had no idea what it was, and this sort of fascinated me. And then, and this is not scientific evidence, but might be something which would be interesting to explore in the future. They didn't play video games. Like when you play video games, like a first-person shooter, your brain is training yourself how to navigate in 3 dimensions in a 2-dimensional environment. Like if the guy you're going to shoot is in the other room, that room is legitimately this far around the corner. And this student never played video games and couldn't understand the cube. It was weird and strange.
Guys, it's been
Yeah.
great. May the
You
force
know,
be
that
with
must
all of you.
be correlation
Talk to
causation,
you
right?
soon.
It's got to be the video games.
See ya, Mike. But
later,
yeah,
Mike.
yes. But I need a tech demo that's like 4 to 6 dimensional.
I remember what I wanted to say, by the way. You were talking about imagination and that we're able to imagine things. And I don't
That's my
think
new
that's
word.
yeah. I don't think that's what distinguishes us per se, because like all you're doing when you're imagining things is you're taking representations and you're manipulating them, right? It's a way to hallucinate representations.
Yes.
So like, okay, thanks, Hank.
Yeah. I and this is not this was I forget the name of the book. It was some anthropology book. Like people like let's say your dog gets cancer. Okay, a very depressing thing to talk about. And as a guardian of the dog, you need to ask yourself, well, should I put the dog down or should I try to get them care, which would be chemotherapy and stuff like that. Now, if it's a human, of course, a human is going to suffer through all of that because they can imagine what is going to happen after after they go through all of that. Whereas a dog really can't. We exist in both the future and the past. The same way which we exist in the present, or at least this is what he was arguing. And maybe I'm not saying it correctly, but we can imagine our life differently than what it is now. Like I want to make my front yard look better, so maybe I should put a plant. Like I can think in terms like that and then go. And it's sort of related to the I think therefore I am, I guess. Which I really wish I knew Latin. I think I don't know.
therefore I am. So the people who don't have an inner monologue aren't real people. Got it.
Well,
ooh, that's I like that hot take.
Video. This woman pulls into a handicap spot illegally parked at a handicap spot. Another person comes up who legitimately needs a handicap spot. The person who parked in the handicap spot illegally starts getting angry and says, "I'm going to call the cops." I'm like, "Did you not think 2 steps ahead? What do you think is going to happen when the cops come and see you parked illegally?" Like, and I was like,
people are stupid.
Are you not thinking a few steps ahead, or do you just
No.
exist right there in that moment?
They're stupid.
Yeah.
But
Get in now, Nick.
Dogs do think a couple of steps ahead because, like, if this puppy is sitting in the older dog's spot and the older dog wants to be there, then the older dog will walk towards the doggy door pretending to go outside because she knows the puppy is going to jump up and rush and go out the door. And then the older dog takes the spot that she wanted. It's a trick.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, like this is what this book was saying, but somebody mentioned before that like even animals have the ability to quantitatively reason. My dog knows what time we come home. I get home before my wife. She comes home a couple of hours later, and my dog just knows like when it gets around 6:25. It knows, it starts looking out the window. That's quantitative reasoning.
It remembers,
and also
it's
temporal
pattern
reasoning.
recognition. It's pattern recognition.
It is
It's pattern recognition. They remember. It's a pattern memory. They remember the amount of time. If you get home late, they will have been waiting for you for too long.
And that is a form of quantitative reasoning. Like my cat knows when his food bowl is not as full as it should be. Even wild animals, they big cats will hunt smaller groups of animals than rather larger ones. But then I think all sort of higher functioning mammals have some sort of quantitative reason. And the one thing I'm interested in is I wonder if the reason humans like music, like most of us, I would
They
say
showed
99% of us, I mean, let me just
they
ask.
showed that a lot of animals have quantitative reasoning, which is something different. But there's two versions of it. There's counting. It's kind of what AI does. It does this too. There's like very accurate counting, like the ones digits, and then there's guesstimation, and
Yeah.
both of them work together in our most primal mathematics, like in our brain. And so, and AI is doing the same thing too. The AI is just guessing at an answer. It's guessing at the ones digit, like the most accurate digit, and then it's guessing at like all of the rest of the digits.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, even when you start doing some higher level math, it is not. I mean, there is some guessing, but
higher level math. Yeah, higher level
what I'm
math is
interested in
actually writing it down and tracking the numbers. That's
is
not,
why
animals
do
don't do that.
humans like music? And they always say music and math are related. Like I'm much better at music than I am at math. I actually hate math, and growing up, they were like, "Well, you should be good in math because you know how to do music." Of course, I realized that it was arithmetic, which I didn't know. It's like not knowing how to spell yet still being able to write. But humans seem to be unique. Like even if you have no musical training whatsoever, if you hear somebody singing out of key, you immediately know it. And I wonder if that's, and this is just a wild
I mean,
conjecture,
birds
that
have really good pitch.
yeah, is that a manifestation of the
capabilities too.
human mind ability to understand complex mathematics? I don't know. I thought it would be something interesting to look at.
I just think so my experience with music is like a really sort of intuitive knowing of the distance between intervals, but I don't know that mathematically. It's like
That's right.
I feel that, it's just intervals. But
Yeah,
I don't,
exactly.
yeah.
And in fact, because growing like as when I went through K through 12, I'd always fail math. I was bad at it, but when it came to music theory, chord, like I knew all of that. And in fact, you could sort of visualize that, this note is these many steps away, and you just sort of intuitively know that if you go these many
relative
steps, they're going to
harmonics.
sound good together.
Yeah. It's relating to harmonics, relative harmonics, relative
which
frequencies. Yeah.
if you look at it, like I had to do an elective when I was an undergrad, so I took music theory, which is a really freaking hard course. But usually, the only people who take music theory are in the music program. So the first day of class, it's like, who the hell are you? I haven't seen you in the program. And they go, oh, this is a hard class. What's your major? I said physics, and this guy, you'll do fine, because it was really, I mean, harmonics and all that was just really, actually, relatively simple math. But I wonder why, like my dad has zero musical training whatsoever, doesn't know a single thing. You put a piano in front of him, not going to be able to make put any legitimate notes together, but you'll know if somebody's singing off key or if like a drummer is off rhythm. So we sort of have this innate ability to understand.
Yeah, it's not just humans though.
Theory.
Birds do it too. Birds do it too. Better than us.
Yeah, or some people have said whales.
Whales. Yep. There you go.
But if you represent these notes as something you can visualize, like for example, what is it? A is 440 hertz. Like that's now something which is quantitative.
It's a standard. It's a standard. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I hooked up my synthesizer to an oscilloscope. If you play C, it makes a circle. If you play that major chord C, E, G, it makes it kind of looks like an atom sign, but it's static. And then if you play like an augmented chord of C, E, G, so like the minor version of it, it starts rotating. So there's clearly some sort of predictable pattern there, and these notes sound good together. When you play two notes which don't sound good together, like just smash your fist into the keyboard, you get a bunch of jaggedy lines. And again, I'm not, there could be nothing there, but maybe there is something there. I don't know.
Yeah, we like when there's harmonics. We like quantum wells,
which
basically
when they make mathematical sense, when you can divide them. Like I think it was Pythagoras who gave us.
Yeah, rational intervals. Yeah, we like rational numbers. We don't like
rational
numbers. Yes.
Which is why we named the Pythagorean theorem after him, because we're just mean bastards.
There's this one band I used to like that they used only digital sound and variable frequency rates. So they don't have any key they were using. They were just making sounds and putting them together. And
Oh,
so
neat.
yeah. So like, there's no actual I don't know, strict. It's called Boards of Canada.
I know this band.
Yeah. So you can't really play their music on a piano or something because even when there is a melody.
Yeah, see, even though I use computers to make music, um, there's still one rule about songwriting. You have to be able to play it on a piano or a guitar without
Right.
any electronics, and it's got to be
So they don't
dedicatable.
do. They only use tubes and variable frequencies. They don't use any. Yeah.
You know, I need to add them back to my Spotify list. I need to check that out again.
So when you say no key, you mean C major, right? Because at least that's what Silver Gunner says.
No,
He
he's
says,
using MIDI. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because finding bandmates really sucks. And then God invented computers and said, I don't need. Because the only time I need to find live musicians, I go just here's your part.
Makes it cheaper to hire.
Of course, my
You
music
can
really
get
sucks.
AI to do it now too.
You can see it on my YouTube page. It's crap. Total crap.
Let's promote Nick Volt's YouTube page then. I'll be sure to add it to my description. I'll add it to the description now. Let me.
Honestly, I was a better musician when I had less sounds to work with. Like now with these like I use Cubase, I can make any sound I want. It's kind of like giving a painter an infinite number of colors. Like where the hell do you start? Like I don't know.
I know that's why I'm kind of like Pico 8 right now, because it takes away your ability to do stuff. So you have to think. That's why I get to that point instead of having to experiment with everything, because restrictions means more freedom, kind of.
Hey, look, it's Dr. Chink. I've been meaning to talk to him because he hates Mike, and anybody who hates Mike, which is pretty much everybody, is a friend of mine. And plus, I like his backdrop because it is the constitutional class before the refit of the Enterprise. Star Trek is geek. Star Wars is nerds.
Meh.
Oh, you should, if you want to do more like practical physics, Alpha Phoenix is really good. He did the experiment measuring the speed of electricity, and this one has I didn't watch it yet. I watched it after the stream, or maybe now. I made an airplane while I was flying, I don't know how he would do that.
Well, no, to answer your question, how can I teach physics but hate mathematics? I'm really good at driving. I hate driving though. I could teach somebody how to drive.
Yeah,
And honestly, what I hate about math is not math. It's arithmetic. Like even my colleagues make fun of me. Like when we go to the bar, I'll sometimes have to count on my fingers. But I have what's called dyscalculia, um, and so I get myself into
Okay.
trouble when it comes to basic arithmetic. Um, but in physics, there are no numbers. There are equations, but there are no numbers. We have computers to.
Yeah.
I mean, then you just punch it in a calculator and then you figure it out.
Cool.
That's probably why I'm good at teaching physics, because everybody hates math. And so if you have a professor who also hates math teaching you first year physics, you can have like a kumbaya. Because I said, like, if I can freaking figure it out, you guys are smarter than I am, so you can figure it out.
Exactly.
Which, not to brag, but I am the #1 rated professor at my institution on ratemyprofessor.com.
Congratulations.
Wow. And you're goddamn right, I tell that to everybody.
Yeah, I figured if you're telling it to us.
There's even, they did a video about it. Of course, don't go vote bomb me now. Hank, do you need my channel? Is that what you're looking for?
I found your channel, but I'm looking for Annie's channel too, because we need to give her more love. I know I subscribe to it, but freaking YouTube subscription list is annoying. I need a program or thing that just yanks it all out and just puts it in the. Well, there's a way to do that, but I want it faster than YouTube doesn't show it all. and show it all, and this page is really slow, so I need just to dump the data out and grep through it, or awk through it. Yeah, awk through it.
Well,
So I'll just add yours to my thing now, and I'll get Annie's later.
You know, if you like Boards of Canada, you should check out this older band, Throbbing Gristle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of older bands. Flob and Gristle.
Throbbing Gristle.
Yeah.
They're like the because I went the industrial route when it came to electronic music. Because all the cool kids played guitar, and I played piano. Piano's not really kind of cool. And then I saw this band at this little club called Nine Inch Nails, and they were like doing awesome shit, like smashing up keyboards. I'm like, hey, that looks fun. I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a rumor now that there's 6 more minutes to a new panelist drops, Dr. Shinny. So we're gonna hopefully they get here.
Somebody told me he wasn't a real doctor, though.
We'll have to find out.
But that's okay. I don't really care. I don't know why they were. Somebody said, "Don't you know he's not a real doctor?" I was like, I don't care. Maybe he identifies as one. If you identify as one, then I guess you're a doctor.
Yep.
No.
No?
No.
That's how woke
Wait.
works. That's woke math. That works.
What are you saying? Socially constructed? Need to did the board agree?
If I believe it, it's true. That's woke math. Let's do
Of
it.
course, if you ask Sovereign, having a PhD just means you learned how to repeat what somebody else told you.
No, because I do research.
No, you're just repeating what somebody else told you.
That's fine.
Which, ironically, is what they do to prove the flat Earth. They just repeat what Eric Dubay tells them.
Correct.
You just need to parrot the actual factual stuff and not the retarded stuff.
We have
Yeah.
alternative facts. Alternative facts. Do you happen to know what label Boards of Canada is on?
Yeah, Warp Records.
I wanted to see if they're on network. I just Googled it.
No, Warp Records.
Google it.
They haven't released something in a long time though.
Yeah.
So tired.
How can you be so
Warp
tired? I
is,
mean,
yeah.
I was up
Releasing
since
a
2:15
label.
a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. How are you tired?
I'm always tired.
That makes sense.
I've officially become old this year. Like, for the last 3 nights, I've been going to bed at 7. And waking up at 5. Like, that's what old people do. That's what my parents do. But I was like, I'm just tired. Like, who says I have to go to bed after the sun goes down? Like, there's no rule. I can go to bed whenever I
There's
want.
no rule. Just stay up whenever.
I think I went to bed at 7 too. I think I no. I don't.
Imagine
I spent
if everyone just had their own sleep schedule, where it's just like just stay up as long as you want, then go to sleep whenever you want, as long as you got your work done, and there was no schedule, you'd be fine.
I saw this YouTube video where they said, like, the whole idea of sleeping at night in one big lump is like sort of a post-industrial revolution thing. Whereas before, you go to sleep, then you'd wake up like 2, 3 in the morning, do stuff, then you go to sleep again.
Yeah.
I never
And there's
verified whether what they
there's
were saying was
different
true,
cycles
but
of sleep. Like the sleep in one night is just mono sleep.
yeah.
Like there's multiple. Like I think there's one where it's just you take a nap, you take a 5-minute nap every like 10 minutes.
All right.
It's weird. Like, if I take a short nap, like one of the, like, I don't know what they call it, like a power nap, like for 5 minutes, then I have too much energy and I can't go to bed at a normal time. But if I like go to sleep for an hour and a half in the afternoon, a couple of hours later I can go back to sleep. I'm just like,
Probably the most interesting sleep schedule is probably the one where it's like you have 2 like large like 4-hour or like 3-hour blocks, I think. And then you have like one like little 5-minute nap. in the middle of the day. So you'll just have like, where's it at? I have a picture of it saved on my computer from 2018. Where is it?
I don't know.
So this is what's interesting to you. This is an interesting topic.
Here it is.
At our university, we
He's
have those
he's got a picture from 2018.
isolation pods where you can take like a 30-minute power. Like I want to try them one of these days. I'm just afraid to go into an isolation pod.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd be able to shut my mind off.
There's monophasic, which is just all in one night. It doesn't give me the time. It's just like biphasic. You kind of sleep. It's like mono, but then you have like one nap in the middle of the day. There's the everyman, where you sleep for probably, I'm going to assume, like 3, maybe 4 hours. And then you have like 3 little naps. Then there's one called Dimaxian, where it's just like 4 like maybe 10-minute naps throughout the entire day. Oh my God, the Uberman. What is that?
Oh yeah. What do you call it? Dimaxian sleep schedule was Buckmeister Fuller, who like palled around with Dyson and all of them.
There's also Chase.
that's the one I used on Saturday when I do that split shift. So
that's interesting that he's the one who came up with that. It was polyphasic sleep. I have not read about this before.
Yeah, Einstein ended up having a weird sleep schedule. Like I think he was one of the extreme ones, like probably the Uberman or something, where it was just taking multiple little naps, but never actually had like a big, actual sleeping block.
And of course, the work he did probably allowed him to do that. But most of us in post-industrial revolution, we got to go to the office, clock in. Like
It
you
really
don't have
depends
time
on the work you do and the lifestyle you can have.
Yeah. That's why I thought, like, when people were working from home, it really looked like in some ways they were more productive.
No, they were.
Yeah,
I mean,
they were. They weren't wasting their
working from
time
home is way better.
commuting. Yeah, they weren't wasting time commuting, which saves a lot of time.
You're not wasting time commuting. You're not wasting time spending on gas, or you could probably even cut out having a car depending on where you live, and you just stay home.
Yeah, and they don't want the poor to get more wealth. How dare they? They're going to start challenging us rich. They don't want the poor to get wealth. Get back to that office, spend that money.
Nap if you're feeling tired, and then just wake up and be productive again.
We need to drive up that GDP and drive down your wealth.
But if you had, let's say you had children at home, like you could take a small break, go deal with whatever the child needs, come back to work. Whereas at the office, you can't do that. I mean, when I was working in industry, I swear, like by 4 o'clock, I'm just sitting in my office, just doing nothing.
Here's the other thing. It's also beneficial for like companies, instead of having to like lease and own land and have air conditioning power and pay for all that. It's just have workers that just work at their own home.
Yeah, there's lots of companies that do that. There's my brother's in a virtual office, like a
But
little program that he has.
You can probably get employees to work more than what they're required to, because like when employees got smartphones, I mean, I had to break the habit of you don't have to answer emails on your phone over the weekend. It's a work phone, but people just naturally do it, and that did add to productivity, I guess.
But in the office, they're stuck there, and I lord over them. Oh yeah, he's here. The new panelist just dropped, Dr. Chink.
Dr. Chink, I like your background.
You, sir, are a man of culture. Thank you for bringing me up. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Hank.
Thank you.
And as a former troll, Dr. Chink's troll is very effective. He gets people to lose their temper.
Awesome. Let's do it.
But I use my trolling powers for good. And it's all about maintaining your frame, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me give it a right mode.
A good troll is not to hurt anybody. It's just to amuse the audience.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Yeah, I've only been doing this panel stuff for the past month, and I've been on 15 different panels so far. It's really
don't burn
interesting.
Don't burn my hair.
Oh,
yeah,
I won't.
You do as many you do a million a month. It's due in like a couple days.
You know who I do want to troll though, and I almost got a chance to on Machine Lies, or at least not troll, but sort of educate. Is that guy Frank?
Frank.
Because as a former
Yes.
troll and somebody who talks all the time, I quickly realized that he sounds like he's saying stuff, but he's not really saying anything.
Oh, I know him. I know him. He reminds me of Pussy Paul. It's just Pussy Paul, but less orange. So yes, that'd be a good target.
Paul seems to have calmed down a bit, though. Isn't he more normal now?
Yes,
Talk about
absolutely.
Paul Enslaved.
Yes, Pussy Paul enslaved. He's more normal now because I took the wind out of his sails by exposing his COVID contracts. Then he scared the women away, and then he just okay, I'm gonna slow down. I think he got sick, then he got a job and stuff. He's trying to ramp back up, but that's not gonna work at this time. I already have too much control over his environment, so.
I never had a problem with Paul. He's intense. When he would get on one of his rants, like it's tiring to listen. Not in a bad way. It's so intense. It like becomes like work.
Oh my goodness! Sorry to interrupt, but is that you, Nick Volt? Is that really you?
One and only Nick Volt.
Oh shit! I was watching your interaction on video yesterday with Mike about where you worked in terms of being a government
Oh, the old
contractor.
stuff, the good old days.
Yeah, my gosh, you're a legend, dude. I didn't think that was you until I saw your name. Holy shit. I've been following you for a while now. It's an honor to meet you.
There's a rule, like he who loses their temper first loses.
That's true.
Like there's this other YouTuber who got me to lose my temper, and I had to give her kudos. I'm like, you did it. You're the only one who's ever got to me. We're friends now.
Okay.
In fact, I write music about her. She's my
Alright.
internet mistress.
Yeah, and I heard you earlier saying you like Nine Inch Nails and industrial music. Yeah, I used to love like their old stuff. You know
What the
Hate
problem with
Machine,
Trent Reznor is?
Broken.
And I hate to say it, he went clean. Like, I get it, he went clean, but when he was on heroin, he was making much better music. Even though, have you seen Tron, the Tron sequel coming out?
Yeah, I saw the trailer for it. It's like they come to Earth, right? They're able to cross into our dimension.
But did you see who's doing the music?
Is it Trent Reznor?
Well, it's
Yeah,
not.
it is, right?
Because Trent Reznor does like he does soundtracks as Trent Reznor. This is as Nine Inch Nails.
Oh shit! No way.
It's like the perfect because I'm an old school cyberpunk, and we used to do Nine Inch Nails. Like we'd follow them around because that's what you did if you're a cyberpunk. And the fact like doing the Tron movie, that's like the perfect pairing. I actually have faith that it's going to come out good because, to be honest, some of the last stuff Nine Inch Nails has done, I don't really find myself listening to that much.
I remember the last time Nine Inch Nails or Trent Reznor made music for like a production. I think it was like Quake 3 or Quake 4.
Oh yeah, when Quake came out. No, it was the
Yeah.
first one. It was the first one, and they had the nail
first
gun.
Quake.
And when you go pick up the ammo for the nail gun, there's that little NIN logo.
Oh shoot, that's right.
Yeah.
And when I was watching your video with Mike yesterday, you were holding up your mug. I looked at your name and you put NIN in front of your name. I'm like, hey man, this guy's cool. I like this guy.
Yeah, check this out. I have
I've
the
seen
old
Nine Inch
tour
Nails
poster
once.
from '94.
Oh shoot, that's classic. 1994. That was during Pretty Hate Machine time, wasn't it?
No, Downward Spiral.
Downward Spiral. Okay, okay.
But that was when.
Oh my gosh, you got Enterprise back there. What ships
I
you
have
got
them
back
all.
there?
Bunch of
Sick.
Enterprises. Bunch of other stuff too. Excelsior. I have Reliance.
Excelsior, yeah.
Nebula.
Nebula class, yeah.
My parents
You
never
got
bought
the
me
plan-
toys when I was a kid, so.
Oh, you
now
got
that
the
I'm not a kid
Vengeance
anymore-
too. You got the Vengeance. The one that, yeah, the Vengeance.
In fact, my birthday's coming up, and I know my wife ordered.
Oh, what?
A rocket
Oh,
hit
no.
Nick Volt. A rocket
We
hit Nick
lost him.
Volt.
Where'd he go?
Did my camera die?
Yeah,
Yes.
it sure did.
I thought a rocket hit you.
No. I have to teach an online class in like 2 weeks, and my like I'm using this piece of crap microphone. I don't have my nice HyperX. I put this new graphics card in, and my hypothesis is that I have a voltage problem with the USB.
Oh yes, probably. That happened to me with one of my mics with two. So and so I have to plug it directly into the PC instead of through my guess extension board. So
Well,
yeah,
I don't know if it fixes to put a new power supply in, or use, because I do have powered USB hubs. But I need to fix that before my class starts because I
What
look
graphics
stupid in
card
my
do you have,
headphones.
Nick? What graphics card and what power supply? How many watts is your power
I
supply?
don't know what power supply is. I used to have a 2080, and then last summer I put in a 4070.
Nice.
I checked the voltage and everything, and it looked like it was right, but ever since I put that in there, all of a sudden my camera will go blank after a while, and my microphone just shuts off.
You said you got the HyperX, right? That's that glowy RGB one.
Yeah, and it still lights up. It just it after a while it just stops picking up sound.
Oh, yeah, that's a
great.
voltage issue.
Yeah, that's what. So, but power supplies
You
are
might be able
easy.
to turn it back on. Just go into your settings in StreamYard, and then go to your camera, and then you can probably swap it back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey,
Well,
nice to meet you, Hank. How long have you been paneling?
Oh, for years. I think this is my third year paneling frequently. I also co-host a show with Benjamin Sardik. It's supposed to be once a month on the first Tuesday of the month, but you know what? I said I'm just gonna take over. We're gonna be streaming to my channels too. We need more content in my sector that's clean instead of the fake drama. I want my nerd fake drama to take over the soft sit fake drama. We could just go and eat it. Eat it and poop it out.
Yeah,
Hank hijacked my channel, so now every time I go live, I'm also streaming to his channel.
The only panels
He's
I go
stealing
on
my
now
content.
are like these panels. I'm so done with that stupid drama. Like, I didn't realize that even 2-3 years later, they're still talking about the same stuff over and over again. It's like, come on, man, find a new topic.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know what, Hank? Like, I've only been doing this for a month, jumping on different panels. I'm being invited to all these different Discord servers, and it's like, there's like this mob or group mentality that aligns with different factions. So, like, you know, you get shit, like, if you're on a certain person's panel or you're talking with somebody, there's so many, like, interpersonal dynamics that are just, like, landmines, and the lore and the history, the interpersonal stuff, it, like, runs deep. It's insane.
It's a soap opera.
It's retarded.
You have to.
Yeah, it is retarded.
I'm not even on season 1 yet of the soap opera.
Yeah, it's those covert contracts. It's stupid. I don't like them. I don't like the covert contracts. I don't like the unlabeled skits. Those are garbage. In fact, I've studied MBTI and Enneagram so I can flag that and avoid it, or flag it and control it. So I don't like any of that garbage.
MBTI, that's a personality assessment, right?
Yes, a Myers-Briggs type.
Yeah, what's your result from the MBTI?
So I did a Truity test a year ago. I recorded that video. I may link that. When I did the test, my MBTI came out as an ENTJ. That's extroverted thinking, intuitive. Look on.
Judgmental.
Take one of those tests.
Yeah, judgmental. Yeah. So and my Enneagram was an 8 with the tri-type 854.
Yeah, I think I consistently score as an ENFP, extroverted, intuitive, feeling and perceptive or whatever. Yeah, but you should also look into the Minnesota multiphasic personality disorder indicator. I think it's the MMTI or MMPI. That's like more of a longer form test, but it's standardized according to like what people in general would typically respond. So like your result gets compared to the norm. That's more of an interesting one.
Yeah, that's Minnesota. Yeah,
MMTI.
It's like Big Five. It's like Big Five.
Ooh, he knows about it.
Big Five is also comparing it to the norm. It's like IQ. Yeah.
Oh, Binyamin, you know your stuff. Are you a mental health practitioner?
No, but typology space for a while.
Okay.
Annie too. She's in typology space. She has her type written out there for you, next to her name.
Oh,
What's the
MMP.
CS? What is that? MF, NEFI, CSBP? What is that?
That's an ENFP in
That's our
MBTI
cult.
terms. But
Yeah, it's
She's an ENFP as well? Okay.
it's objective personality is the name of the system.
Well, I'm a certified mental health first aid responder.
That's gay.
Yeah, it is. I had to take this whole course. So if any of you are having a mental health crisis, you can come to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of mental health issues in regards to, all these different panels and like the drama. My goodness,
I think people are
it's
lonely.
insane. Huh?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it doesn't much cheaper in psychotherapy. I mean, some people make money on this rather than lose money, but with psychotherapy, you spend 200 USD a pop. Screw that. Hell no.
I mean, I'll be honest, during COVID, I did the panel hopping thing, naively realizing that people are kind of dumb. Because it was COVID. I mean, we need, before, you'd go out, you'd hang out with friends, you'd talk to strangers at coffee shops, but now it's just isolation.
I don't think the panelverse is a good approximation for the population in the wild.
No, it.
I think it's a very interesting sample set.
I mean, for a while, I was like, "Holy crap, the world out there, they're not so smart." But now I agree with you that it's freaking panels.
I like how you made that that metaphor, that association with like the general population in terms of the panel. Like, it's reminiscent of the overall human condition. But there's levels to this. Like, Hank and Nick, I don't know about everyone else, but it's a whole other level to put your face and your name and your credentials out there versus people hiding behind like a profile
Avatar,
picture or just
yeah.
staying in the side chat, you
Yeah.
know?
You know what's funny though? Coming back on to because I have to go do adult stuff for a while. Now I'm on vacation. Some of these trolls, I've seen who they really are, and like what their life really is like. It was like,
It's
really,
garbage.
why the hell was I even talking to these people to begin with?
Exactly.
Like,
I mean, I guess you could take. What I do is just my social training, but still, I want to really hire them. I want to work for them. But I mean, it isn't. The training is just saying my block list. To be honest, if I had to be straight with you, it's just to tell me who to fast track the block list. That's
yeah,
the training is.
It's silly. It's silly, but
Yeah, and take Mike for instance. He claims that he has all this like different kind of like accomplishments. Being a federal agent, even being a therapist to two grieving mothers with missing kids. Being in law enforcement, being
Mike
rich.
C, Mike Cerrone, I know him.
Yeah, and it's like I feel like
my
I feel like
reputation's
Mike
better
is an
than his.
interesting case
Oh, it
study
is.
in itself. Yeah.
I can be obnoxious, but I hope I'm not that obnoxious.
No, you
not
are.
At all. Not at all.
It's in a
Yeah,
good
like
way,
my
though.
my sense of like Mike, I mean he's like an extraordinary outliner to the extreme. But like people like follow him around and then, they call him out on like the
Never come here. I've
inconsistencies
never
of
met
what
him.
he claims. And it's
You know
funny.
what? And again, here's the irony. It's like you say you don't want to talk about drama, but okay. So first of all, before we continue this conversation, I really like reality TV, like 90 Day Fiance, and my students are like, why would you like? Because you assume that people who watch reality TV are undereducated or this or that. But it was either UCI or UCLA did this whole paper that people with above average intelligence actually watch more reality TV. And so now I go onto the panelverse in the chat because a lot of it, like the dramas, but it's like WWE reality TV. But one thing which I'm really flattered by is that day when I did that epic SmackDown as Homestar Runner, the one I'm talking about. Dr. Chink. Now I've seen some recent videos of this individual using some of my same tactics, which I used against him.
Oh yeah. I literally
honored.
like that. I'm training a lot of people to use better tactics because I'm tired of looping. So that's one of my agendas: teaching people never
Yeah,
split.
Hank's tired of people calling him a pedophile.
Yes.
So
passe.
It's so
Yeah, unfortunately,
simple.
they still resort to that. They go, oh, you're gay. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
that one
am
too.
I? Does
Or
it
you're
matter?
autistic. Yeah.
Like,
yes.
I was a child of the
you
80s.
can
That's when we
easily
sat on the
you can
playground.
easily
in fourth
refrain
grade.
or counter that. Like what I've been doing with Mike whenever he comments about my physical attributes, I flip it back. I'm like, I noticed that you're, I feel like you're checking me out, and I suggest that he has repressed homosexual tendencies.
Yeah, that works
and
really
then I
well.
like, hey, you're blushing, or like, I can tell that. I can tell that I'm hitting a nerve, So it's funny. You get to use their words against them and flip it around and set the frame.
What fascinates me though is some of the tactics, like, honestly remind me of like when we were in elementary school.
Yeah.
Like, as an adult, if you're gonna have, like a troll, you're legitimately trying to get under somebody's skin. I would think that you'd be a little bit more creative, because again, a good troll is, like, for example, that video, which I assume we're talking about the same video. If you notice, the other people on panel, every time I'd say something, would bust up laughing. That's the point of a troll. It's to get the audience to go. It's kind of like a rap battle, It's like it's doing the burn. Still resorting to chomo or you're gay. It's like, really? I mean, come on.
It's very
That's why I gave
juvenile.
props to
It's
this one woman who
juvenile.
got me to lose my temper. She was I met my match, and I think at some point I threatened to
I think you're
do
just
something
gay.
illegal, unalive, and I was like, okay, you win. I lost my temper, therefore I automatically lose. You win.
It's because
and you got to know when you've been defeated.
Yeah, so I've been teaching people never split the difference by Chris Voss in real time. That's what I've been doing. That gets move people up a level because I'm tired of boring loops. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing, and it's overt. If you just ask me, I tell you.
It's also at the. I hate using the phrase "at the end of the day," but I'll say at the end of the day, it's the internet. I mean, I grew up at the dawn of the internet. The first thing we did was start trolling people, and of course asking on chat, ASL, age, sex, and location. And we would say the most horrible things because it was the internet. It was the first time ever we could say whatever the hell we want. But there are rules to trolling, and when people don't follow the rules, then then they can't play anymore. They don't get to play anymore.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Or if you're just
Are you
very
the trolling
annoying
gatekeeper? You're the trolling.
So
you're the lawmaker of trolls.
It's like the Geneva Convention of trolling. They're laws. Like, you never dox. No matter what. Never dox.
Right.
Yeah, I have no need. So technically, I'm the gatekeeper of this sector. I was appointed like a couple of days ago. So yeah, I'm actually the gatekeeper.
Isn't trolling supposed to upturn laws?
Well, if I ever need to lodge a complaint, I'll file it with Hank, the International Court of Justice of Trolling, and we'll have a hearing.
Excellent.
Who's the high court judge?
I believe Hank is, right?
Oh.
You might need a panel though, Hank.
I think a high court executioner. We'll find a judge. I got some people.
The loser has to get their cavities fixed with that kit you have.
No, the loser can't get used to kit. They're banned. The loser has to go to the dentist and waste their money.
The loser has more rules set on their face? Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
They go to the dentist and lose their teeth like a sucker.
So you're using rules like a punishment.
Now,
yes.
Speaking of trolling, Dr. Chink, like, I thought I was kind of full of myself, but you literally, which is the correct use of the word literally, which everybody literally uses wrong literally all the time.
Literally.
You claim to be the most dangerous troll on YouTube. That's a bold statement.
Oh, this title was bestowed on me by Chaotic Truth a couple of weeks ago. Like, he basically did like a 5 or 6 hour episode And this conspiracy theory was like, it was quite a reach, but he called me the most dangerous troll on YouTube. In a nutshell, long story short, he said that I was sophisticated in the way that I took down his channel and getting it demonetized, and by using this Pepe frog, this GIF, and that it was a flag or signal for other trolls or the crew that I run with to
apparently Pepe
flag
the
his
Frog
channel
is
for hate
something
speech.
the woke
Huh?
people don't like.
Oh, you're
Pepe
not
the
just a
Frog.
troll, you're a troll crew.
So
Damn.
here's the problem with Chaotic Truth. He doesn't do his research. I talked to him on Janet Jeff a while ago. He also he just he doesn't, he's not a good moderator. That's his problem. He's not, Chaotic Truth is not a good moderator. He just stirs crap. He doesn't get the conversation going in a productive manner. That's his problem, and he's just blaming you for it.
Yeah, he drama farms. I mean, CT, you owe me an apology. And if you're watching this, CT, like what you did to my good name out there, and calling me like some like master troll that like organized a group of people to flag your channel for hate speech, that's disingenuous. You mean to tell me you're going to blame your channel getting demonetized off of the GIF of Pepe, when in fact, like, a lot of the stuff that you've done in the past, you've been flagged before for questionable like conversation. You got black supremacists on, you got prolific use of racial epithets.
Well,
you talk about
I did,
like like insulting people. You
I
use the
saw.
hard ER. I mean, come on, dude.
I wasn't familiar with his channel, but I was sent some of the clips of a certain individual saying absolutely ridiculous things to the wrong crowd, which was kind of amusing.
Yes, and how can Dr. Chink be the most dangerous when two of my, let's say, rivals lost their channels on YouTube garbage day the same day, not the Monday before last, not yesterday, but last Monday. Two of my opposition lost their channels the same day. How can he be that dangerous when, I mean, they're literally off the internet?
I'll give him some credit, because I'm going to assume he's telling the truth. The fact that that title was bestowed upon you does give you some credibility.
But I don't take
Rock with it.
anything Chaotic says seriously, so we have to see it later. We have to see what Dr. Chinks does next.
We should start a trolling company where, like, we can take out contracts. Like, okay, this troll is really harassing me on the internet, and they would hire us, and then we just go to town.
Yeah,
Hey, Nick, really quick.
I'll do that.
Hey Nick, that image you have on your profile, is that Fat Man Little Boy from the Manhattan Project? That's the
No. Well, I view this as a sex toy, but this is actually a thermonuclear weapon design schematic, which is a little bit different than either of the two weapons used in World War II.
Is this the one that uses like some kind of like a trigger mechanism, like it shoots up a uranium slug into it, or is this one with explosives all around it?
So let me warn you, I have a very unhealthy fetish with thermonuclear weapons. For the last 3 years, I've been trying to get on a panel where we could discuss post-Cold War nuclear strategy and sixth-generation thermonuclear weapon design. So be careful of asking me any questions, because it could go down a rabbit hole. And but no, the one you're talking about is Little Boy, which we call a gun type weapon, which used uranium. That's the one which we're sort of afraid of, because that's a relatively easy thing to make. A terrorist organization to make this. This one is similar to Fat Man, which used an implosion of plutonium. I'll try to keep this as short as possible, but the problem is they're not very efficient, and plutonium's expensive. You need a lot of fast neutrons to do fission, and so to do what we call a thermonuclear burn, which is taking hydrogen, burning it into helium, is what the sun does. You need a lot of energy to start it. The one place where you have a lot of energy is inside of a nuclear weapon, which is detonating. And the advantage of doing that fusion burn or thermonuclear burn is it produces a flux of neutrons. So basically it makes the weapon more efficient. So now you can make it a lot smaller and a lot more deadly. It gets mislabeled as a hydrogen bomb, but the proper term is a thermonuclear weapon. That's me controlling myself and not going off on like a 3-hour lecture.
Yeah, well done.
Wow.
That was succinct.
And yes, I do ask my wife to talk about blast heels in bed. She's yet to do it, but it's okay to be turned on by inorganic objects. I read this
Yeah,
news
that
article.
the sexual kink for that it's a sapiosexual, right?
Yeah. Well, I read this German lady is in love with like an Airbus A320 aircraft and like genuinely in love with
There's
it.
a guy who's in love with his car.
Yeah, love it as a car. I mean, it's a
over.
fetish,
There's a
and
term
I mean,
for
even
it.
right now, just talking about thermonuclear weapons.
Object sexual or something like that.
I mean, my camera's off, but I promise I'll be a good boy.
Getting all hot and bothered.
Hot and bothered.
Yeah.
I mean, me, a woman, and a W-88 warhead all in the same room. That's my fantasy. How did we get to talking about Nick Foles' sexual fantasies? I don't know.
Me either. We can
I
move
do
on.
know.
What? I don't kink shame, so don't kink shame me.
I won't.
Too late.
Yeah.
But it hasn't even filled like an alpha particle bomb.
What's
that? This will create alpha particles.
Oh, okay.
And that's what's dangerous about it, because the mushroom cloud, it burns up all the dust. Like we were talking earlier, an alpha particle, it's blocked by your skin.
Yeah,
like
helium.
It's not going to harm you unless you inhale it. And alpha.
Is it the beta particles, the demon core, right? Was that beta or
betas are electrons? Gammas
Well,
are
yeah,
electrons.
that had fast-moving electrons. So alpha radiation is actually it's a helium isotope. It's an actual particle, 2 protons, 2 electrons. Beta radiation is a neutron. Neutron radiation. And gamma is actually an electromagnetic wave.
Beta's an electron, not a neutron.
I'm sorry, you're right. Electron.
It's an electron or a positron.
Yeah, and then there is neutron radiation, which, according to my university, I'm not allowed to play with. They let me play with all the other ones. I'm on vacation right now, so I don't have to talk work.
In their lab, we use neutron radiation to measure the density of Earth.
Correct. Because beta radiation comes from when a proton.
There's also, you can do neutron imagery, but you need a core, a radioactive core to do neutron imagery instead of X-ray. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, even at our university now, we offer a undergrad degree. We just started it in biophysics, because a lot of like cancer treatments is all nuclear radiation. Imaging is nuclear imaging
They
now.
do for electronics, like PCBs, electronics. You get really nice pictures with
artificial retinas would be a biophysics application. The AMA changed rules, like I think it was like 20 years ago. Before, you could be a medical physicist without a medical degree. You just had to get a physics degree. But then I guess us physicists burned some patients, and the AMA said if you're going to take like foreign medicine on people, you have to.
Rules are punishment. I know.
Yeah, and you have to take the oath, do no harm. Which is hard for people. I mean, you have to get a PhD in physics and in medicine, which that's like what.
And not be a psychopath.
Dr. Doom has both. Why can't you be like him?
Well, he's not. He's a psychopath. You have to also not be a psychopath.
Oh, okay.
Well, 80% of college professors are psychopaths. My wife thinks I'm a psychopath, but she says that in an endearing way, which actually makes me feel better, because I thought I was a sociopath, but I'm not. If I was a sociopath, I'd be a televangelist.
There you go. Yeah, I'm high in the dark triad. But I'm what's known as a dark empath, but I have it under control.
So tell me I'm not that high. Yeah, tell me I'm not that high, but still I know how to work with what I got.
There you go.
See, I thought I was
cycle of improvement.
You got the charisma down. You can I said you could definitely manipulate people if you wanted to.
Well, that's where I got confused, because I am really bad at reading people's emotions and this and that, but at the same time, I'm able, like when you're trying to, like for example, that's what makes a good troll. A lot of it is like I'm really good at cold reading, and so I said, well, I can't be a sociopath because they don't understand emotions. But then She's like, no, a psychopath can understand emotions, just uses other people's emotions for manipulation. I wonder if she's doing that to me. Maybe she's a psychopath.
Yeah, probably.
I'm scared now.
Yeah, you should be.
What are these categories?
She is smarter than I am.
Then you should better start training.
Well, there's different kinds of intelligences. It seems as though your wife might have a high emotional IQ.
Well, she has a graduate degree in mathematics, which, of course, I think mathematics is nothing more than just being a screwdriver. But
Yeah, she's a calculator, like those women that used to figure out the calculations for NASA. She's a computer.
and
right?
the first atomic bomb. See, I can always bring to atomic bomb. There's a whole group of women at Los Alamos which would stick those punch cards into the machine to do the calculations called a Monte Carlo simulation, deterministic random system, and they all had security clearance.
Yeah, pseudo random. Yes.
You have programs for that now. You don't need women to do it.
Yeah, no, I mean now
women or computers.
You can do the same. You can basically do the same thing using Excel.
Or debut random. Yeah.
Well, the simplest version is like, you know, the size of your screen, right? You know how many pixels are in your screen. So you write a program which knows all the pixels in the screen, and then you have it draw a circle, and then you set up a pseudo random thing where it will randomly fill in pixels, and you let it run for a few hours, and then you have the computer take how many pixels are inside of the circle versus outside. You get that ratio, and guess what you get? 3.14, blah 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 blah.
I should do that in peak rate. It sounds like a good thing. Yeah, that sounds like a good program. I'll make a note of that.
If you believe in math.
I don't have to believe in math to run a program. Stephen Wolfman taught me that.
I believe.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking this whole linchpin theory, though. It seems a hell of a lot easier than math.
Oh, you mean Terrence Howard?
Yeah.
The negative spaces and Dunning-Kruger effect.
I have a bold statement, which so they invited him to speak at, I think it was Oxford, and they had a bunch of and because I feel like it might not be my place to say this, but I guess I'm gonna say, well, okay, technically I'm not white, so I'm gonna go say it. To me, allowing him to speak and giving him a forum I viewed it as kind of like a little bit kind of racist. Like, oh,
you mean affirmative action? Sort of?
Well, more like, are you legitimately listening to him, or did you just put him up as a prop? Oh, look at this person, and look at his ethnicity, and look at his silly idea. Let's all make fun of him. Like, kind of made him into a walking minstrel show.
Well, he was a professional minstrel.
Well, that's true. He did quote unquote music. Like, I just don't know if Terrence Howard was. Like, if I came up with that idea, they wouldn't put me up there because reasons.
Yeah, they wouldn't put me. They wouldn't put me up there
like
because
a freak show, like the way that you guys describe it. How
show. That's the word I was looking
show.
for. It was a freak show, and it was like they weren't legitimately listening to him. They put him up there to make fun of him.
Yeah, I mean,
of course, it could be. You know, universities are really crazy now. Like, oh, let's decolonize math. Let's decolonize science, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, they wouldn't put me up there, even though I'm the same race as Terrence Howard, because I'm an actual danger to the institutions. I mean, I'm too good at roasting their dumbasses with the overpriced pools, their sports ball teams, and their stale curricula that was expired 2 years before they put it out.
I have a question for you, Nick. Do you believe in inflation and in an expanding universe?
Oh, well, I guess I wouldn't say believe.
I would say believe.
Yeah. Well, I guess since there's a question and it would still be sort of a hypothesis. You know, I don't know. I'll be honest. I understand the expanding universe and all of that. We have to learn that in grad school. I haven't really looked at any of the evidence to show where it expands and then contracts. So as it stands now, if this were a political debate and you're asking me for my position, I would say that the universe will continue to expand.
And what's amazing with regards to the expansion of the universe and the red shift, I guess Hubble was the one that discovered the like everything is kind of like moving away from us, is
Okay,
that
all right.
space expands faster than the speed of light. What's the speed of light? 186,000 miles a second?
Yeah, or 3.3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second. It's to say it's expanding faster than the speed of light is a little bit.
We don't know that.
That's like a simple way of explaining it. It's a little bit more complicated than that. And that's where we come up with this idea of dark matter. Like dark matter is just sort of like a placeholder. Well, this is causing it. But
So
Hubble's law.
Here's my thing. Explain to me why the space. Why do you think? Okay, so if you believe in it, why do you think it's expanding?
Well, we see it expanding. Hubble
No,
showed
do
that.
you?
Well, yeah,
Where?
I mean,
exactly.
Hubble's law very accurately predicts that the universe is expanding. Now, again,
No,
remember,
it doesn't.
it's
Why does it?
does.
Why does it?
Well, it shows essentially redshift.
So, no, redshift is an observation. It's not a theory.
Well, we observe redshift or the redshifting of
Redshift could
electromagnetic
come from a
wave,
Doppler effect.
which
Yeah,
would
it could come
mean
from a
that it
Doppler effect.
must be expanded.
No,
It's
it could
not.
be a Doppler effect.
Well, it is the Doppler
Why does it have
effect.
to expand? Yeah,
But
it
it's,
could
for
just be moving
example,
at a velocity.
well, for example, if you hear a train horn, pitching up and then pitching down as it passes by, you can then deduce that the train is moving. Versus if you hear a train horn which is not
So
doing
it's a
all
relative
any of that.
velocity. It's a relative velocity. It doesn't mean space is expanding between you and the train. It's a relative velocity. So why do you need the expanding space to explain it?
Because I guess I'm not understanding the question. Are you saying that space is not expanding, or that Hubble's law doesn't show that space-time expands?
Well, what we're seeing, what Hubble's law shows, is that something that is twice as far away is going to have twice as much redshift, approximately.
Exactly. I mean, it could just be static and negativity curved. So you just think it's
How is that
totally
different
screwed
from an
up.
explosion? How is that different from an explosion after a time t?
Not burning
Well,
us.
Why do you need space? Why do you need expanding space?
To keep it simple, I mean, that is essentially what we're saying, is that space-time expands from the singularity. Explosion,
No,
actually, in a
once there's
precise
already
term,
space.
but not
Let's say
a
space doesn't
terrible way of
expand.
describing it.
Let's say space doesn't expand. It's just empty all the way. And you have an explosion. Something that's twice as far away is moving twice as fast. That's the way the debris works. So why are we jumping to the conclusion of
Wait,
expanding space?
hold on. Okay, say that again.
If you have just an explosion in a non-expanding space, something that is twice as far away is going to be moving twice as fast at any time t.
So
why do you
in
need
that
expanding
case, you would
space?
say the object. Okay, are you saying that the objects in space themselves are moving away from us equally, but space itself is not expanding?
Right, and so that would mean the Hubble constant isn't constant. Maybe
Okay,
it's just
so
at our
that's
time t.
actually that is a valid question. So, the expanding. How do I explain this? So, we understand what space-time is based on general relativity. Okay, so we accept that
No, that's not true, because we developed general relativity after Hubble's law and the expanding space.
No, we did, and
So
that's what I was
general
trying to say.
relativity is mapping and
First thing
mapping and
we
expanding
got to
space.
establish is Hubble's law. One, it's a law. Okay, it's just like force equals mass times acceleration. It doesn't explain anything.
That's right.
It just shows that's always
It's an
happening.
observation.
Yeah,
It's
it's
an
an observation, and
yeah.
there's no counterexample that you take the distance of an object, you multiply it by Hubble's constant, you get its velocity. That's it.
That's right.
And this is actually
At our
where
time
lies
right now,
the
not
problem
100,000 years.
with saying that space is expanding faster than the speed of light. Because if you look at very, very distant objects and you plug it into this equation, all of a sudden your value for velocity is faster than the speed of light, which then, according to general relativity, special relativity can't happen.
Why?
But the idea of Hubble goes all the way back to, so first Hubble discovers this, writes the law, and then this was, if I remember the story correctly, was supported by the discovery of the cosmic microwave background.
Yeah.
those two theories sort of fit together. I'm sorry, the law fits with the theory.
It also fits with just an explosion.
Hey, Benjamin, I got
Yeah.
typed. Guess what I got typed?
INTJ.
No, that's actually not even close. Just guess.
Of course not, because they like to invert stuff. That's
Yeah.
Bailey Smith.
I can't even-
You know
who is
him.
this,
He's
Black
from your.
Hat?
It's Billy
Yeah,
Smith.
wait, guess what I got
Oh.
typed. I got typed by Dave and Chan.
Okay.
You got what?
Get a sleep first.
No, sleep second.
Sleep second. All right. That's still double activated.
No, I actually have like the
Alright.
most active consume of like every type.
Double consume.
Yeah, double masculine, double activated.
So what are
like,
you,
consume.
ISTP?
No, I'm ENTP. I'm NETI.
ENTP.
Double feminine.
ENTP. That's what they type you as.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes.
Does it fit for you?
Yeah.
I guess. I
No,
my SI is active.
See,
it's really active.
Yeah, I like this because
and I constantly freaking out over it.
Yeah, I mean, this supports my hypothesis. Yeah, this supports my hypothesis that Dave and Shan literally just inverts whatever type they figure out you are, but they can get more money out of you. So thank you.
I never told them. I never told them my type.
Yeah, I know. So they just thank you for the test, because this supports my hypothesis that they literally invert the type, is flip it back upside down, just so we could say that you can't figure out your own type. Or you get it upside down because our system's up backwards.
Anyway, do you identify with having lead any? Does lead any work for you?
I'll do the thing. I'm literally Nico.
Literally Nico, yeah.
But you didn't blow anything up.
Except you're double feminine.
Real.
Like, did somebody say blowing something up?
Yeah, that's what Nico does, and that's what Officer Snaps does.
That's
too.
what he did, and then the
Really?
FBI took away his chemistry set.
Yes, and the FBI took away Officer Snaps. So don't blow stuff up unless you're far away from the test.
I will talk about blast yields with any sex. I don't discriminate.
Yeah, you just need to go out in the woods, but we can't find it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, can someone kill
So
that
you're a double
cricket,
feminine, Nico?
please?
Oh, sorry.
Like, time out. Where? Someone in here has a cricket. Please.
Yeah, I
kill
do.
it.
I got crickets out here.
Kill them all.
Oh, is that what I'm hearing?
Oh my god,
I'll
it's
mute
been...
myself when I'm not.
Yeah, use those rockets.
I've been listening to it the entire time. And I'm like, where's that coming from?
I didn't notice it, but it was annoying me. I'm like, do I have a cricket in my room?
This is cricket.
And this is the wrong season for getting crickets here.
Yeah, there's lightning bug season here.
You know, the first time I saw a lightning bug was in 2009.
Damn.
I knew what I kid you not. I thought there were mythical creatures, and this was when I went to Virginia, and I saw them. I was like, "What the hell are all those green lights?" And they're like, "Oh, those are lightning bugs." I was like, "No way."
You know, I used to see them a lot here, but now you don't see them at all. Like I used to grow up with them always around, usually in the summer of a night. But
I wonder if they're well, maybe dying off, like bees or something like that.
Well, you don't see as many insects as you do anymore. I remember seeing butterflies a lot when I was younger and whatnot, and lightning bugs.
In fact, in my backyard, we grow this. I think it's milkweed, specifically for monarch butterflies, because they're kind of on the outs.
Yeah, I've heard about
we
that.
We get like
flowers.
Only about 4 of them every year, but like my wife will take care of the cocoon to make sure that it can do its thing. No, but lightning bugs, I was like, no way. And everybody's making fun of me, and they're like, yeah, he's from California, he doesn't know. But I was like, a biological creature is creating photons of light. It's like it blew my mind.
Yeah, that's normal. We create photons of light. It's not an invisible spectrum, but we create it.
Yeah,
so does
bioluminescence, right?
that pistol shrimp. You know, the one which can does the thin witch's claw.
Yeah, that has like the fastest and strongest like punch in
Punch.
any of the animal kingdom, right?
And so it causes the water to cavitate, and when that bubble collapses, it releases a photon of light. And you know what? We don't actually know why.
Yeah, I actually got unit redesigned 0K to be more like a pistol strip. It's called what was it called? Archer, yes, Archer, in 0K, that real time strategy game. They took one of my suggestions to put one of those the sonic blaster on it, and it made it more like the pistol strip, and also fix a very buggy thing with the old water gun thing. So I really like that redesign. I need to show the 0K on this channel probably tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of light, I saw this science article a couple of weeks ago that I think some researchers, I mean, at the moment of conception when the sperm joins the egg, supposedly there's like this brief flash of light.
That one I'm going to call citation needed on.
Me too.
Yeah, let me try to find it.
I mean, if it came from anybody who worships as Cathol, then I'll be like, oh, okay, of course. I don't know anything about biology. Last time I took a course in biology, I was in high school.
Biology was fun.
I kind of wish I knew more. Like, if I studied all over again, I'd love to study big cats in Africa or Asia, but then I would have to learn biology. Biology always bored me. I do remember Punnett squares though from high school. To decide whether your offspring is going to have blue eyes or not.
Yeah, unfortunately, Punnett squares aren't particularly accurate for most sets of genes. So
no, but for some reason that was very important to me to make sure my children had blue eyes.
So what were you gonna do if they weren't? Were you gonna scoop their eyes out and just put some more in, like you do in Naruto?
I'd rather not say publicly what I would have done.
Oh, it works for me. It's a stoning.
Well, I just would have had to find a new mate and go, okay, you're not producing the kids I want, so let me go elsewhere.
All right. So yeah, biblical solution, infanticide, then find a new mate. Gotcha.
Oh yeah, look at this. Interesting. Oh, it's from Northwestern. So let me get the actual paper, because sometimes science reporters.
Not reported sometimes.
I mean, it's partly like, yes, you can detect cancer by smelling your farts, but it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, I use a really big nose.
Yeah. Huh, interesting. This whole genetic editing thing is going to be really interesting.
Oh, my mic is muted.
Designer babies? What is that, eugenics?
Yeah, which is basically eugenics.
Yes.
Yeah.
But suppose I do want my children to have blue eyes, and I mean, the thing with science, if it can be, this is why I tell the machine lies all the time. Those guys freak out about technology, but I'm like, if it can be done, it will be done. But then it could cost a lot of money. So only rich people can have genetically superior kids. I mean, we're going down a pretty scary path now.
It'll get cheaper.
Like
this kid's lead any. This guy's lead any. I got him.
Obviously.
There's this group of people they're actually causing concern, because with genetic manipulation we can end Down syndrome, and they're actually arguing against it, which I think is ridiculous, because they're like, well, you're getting rid of a quote group of people, but
we can lose a few. I mean, what?
Yeah, and we can get rid of neurotypicals too. This is awesome.
But
yay.
Well, that the last James Bond movie actually used this idea, but once you can do genetic manipulation, I mean, you could create biological weapons that only target people with certain types of genes, and you can see where you can go with that.
Perfect race? I mean, what?
No, Black Death Phase 2. Black Death Part 2. That's where we're going with that.
I mean, that's
I would assume and imagine that a lot of the resistance to like gene manipulation and stuff like that would probably come from like the conservative religious point of view. Like, you're playing God, right?
Well, we are playing God, but we already play God. I mean, it's just a matter of getting us to now. Of course, being a descendant.
So there's two things. Yeah, one of them.
Genghis Khan.
One of them is.
I
One of
wouldn't
them
mind
is that
what
we
my offspring can
overestimate
Khan Noonien sing.
the influence of DNA on our offspring. Is one of the things, and then
Yeah.
the other one is, the other one is for genetic diseases and things like that. Everyone's going to use it. It's going to be standard. Like you're going to be crazy if you don't use it to fix a disease.
There are going to be some people who are going to say, "Oh, I don't want to do genetic testing on my kids," which I think is pretty selfish. I mean, do you have the right to bring somebody into the world who, or is it just natural? Is it? These are questions I don't want to answer, but it would be now. If any of you want to go to law school, studying this law would probably make you a rich person in the coming future.
The
It's going to
problem
be
is we don't
decided
have
in
any
court.
natural hunters. We don't have any natural hunters. We don't have any like outside pressure for selection. And hopefully
No.
we're going to get rid of more and more outside pressures for selection. So we're going to get a degradation in our gene pool, and we're going to get more and more sick. That's just what's going to happen. So this is definitely a solution.
Unfortunately, I think with my limited knowledge of biology, I think you're correct.
Yes, in addition to that, we'll probably screw up the biological weapon and we'll just hit more people than they wanted to. So,
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But I mean, is it unethical to make human? Because you say that we don't have any natural predators. I mean, the other thing which makes humans unique is we control our own evolution. Our environment adapts to us, so we can completely bypass evolution by now manipulating our own genes ourselves.
There's selection pressures. So like having children is not easy because you have to find a mate that actually wants to have children with you, right?
That's true. Something which I had a big problem with.
Actually want to do that now because there's birth control. So
wait a second. I mean, you just violate what you said the hour ago? You said geeks would have had.
Oh, no. Because we're humans, we can get laid without the purpose of procreation.
Oh,
now to actually depend on this person who's a geek, which can't remember something which he said 2 minutes ago, to be responsible for raising a child as a father, that sometimes
it becomes a choice to have children.
Yeah, it took some convincing.
Oh, okay. So nerds better than geeks at procreation, and geeks are better than nerds at just banging. Is that it?
Well, we're the kind, I'm the kind where I would have to have one of those alarms in my car to remind me to remove the child from the back seat before I go inside and play video games.
Yeah. But they are the alarm. I mean, how do you go back to your house without taking your equipment with you? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but I would need one otherwise. And so potential mates clearly saw this behavior in me and second guessed maybe this is not such a good idea.
Oh, but you're more fun, right? So come on, find
That's true.
one.
You're a lot more fun. Who cares if you forget about the kid's existence every now and then and you lose them?
Well, that's also why I'm the cool uncle, because we get to do fun things. Like I buy illegal fireworks for them and we blow shit up.
Fun things like, where is he? I don't know. I lost him. Oh well.
Well, that's why their mother tells my wife, don't let him take them out by themselves. Just make sure that you're responsible for them.
Let's play games.
It's funny. They always want to
Find
come
the
visit
kid.
me, though.
You know, a good way to raise kids is you get them a bunch of goats and let them accidentally die on them.
Hold up.
I would get one of those like a Mary Poppins. That's if I had enough money, that's what I would have done. Just like and send them to boarding school.
I know a guy named Halsey English that just had a whole bunch of kids and they just raise each other. So
I mean, my parents never paid attention to me, and look, I turned out fine as an only child.
Yes.
But you got the highest rating, so I guess it worked out.
That's true, but that's because I'm a quote psychopath and I can create a cult of personality, which is an effective tool if you're going to be on the internet.
I think those are on their way out right now. Cult of personalities. I think
we need to bring them back.
Ever since Jesus, they've been going up a little bit, but then they've been going away.
Instead of a core personality, we'll do like I code based around an idea. That way, we don't have to depend on like one person to carry the load.
What if we had AI create the cult of personality? We all worship AI. Then
because we need the source code to a chatbot just in case it just get someone to control us by just changing what the chatbot says. So we need to
On, on,
be
on my
predictable.
Discord channel, a couple of my students are making a Nick Volt chatbot, and they've said they've put in a very interesting personality.
Yeah, yeah, we
can't
could
wait to
do
try
it,
it.
but we need to do it in a
Oh,
reproducible way.
Hank, I used a little bit of the chatbot to argue with somebody on the Machine Lies server. You saw that argument? That was AI. The whole
Awesome.
thing was AI. I forgot who that I was arguing with. He eventually threatened to beat me up, which by extension means he wanted to beat up my bot. But I just wanted to see if my chatbot. So he was arguing with AI.
DK-spiracy, yeah, DK-spiracy.
So you can tell him that, and hopefully he won't feel too bad and not take it personally. But it was not a beta test, but
I think this guy's a decider.
soon I'm going to sell this chat bot. You can actually like put a troll bot in your panel chat.
This is double observing.
In fact, we should. I need to do that. I mean,
some, drama attraction too.
Yeah, we needed. I need to just pollute my chat with bots. I need to pollute my chat with bots, but they will be identified as bots. I'll make sure they'll identify themselves as bots, and then I'll pollute my chat with them. That's the important part.
Well, we should start training the public just to accept bots as real people. Pretty soon we won't call them bots anymore.
I will probably call them bots still. You call me racist, I'm gonna call them bots anyways.
Black Cat, what's your guess on Hank?
What's my guess on Hank? ESTP. SEFE.
ESTP? SEFE?
Like Powder Dusty? That's absurd.
No, Powder Dusty is
SETI. Because I'm a really bad typist. I can't narrow down.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't narrow
All right.
down
Just wanted to throw it out there. You're probably wrong, but
yeah.
Not completely.
I'm not gonna.
Sure you got a couple there, right. I think Observer, you're right. I think Censor, you're right. He's a censor.
Do you think I'm lead any?
I don't know, man. You don't talk enough. You're just observing other people and just calling out stuff.
What do you think that is? Do you think that's a perception or a judgment?
He has a hard time speaking. That's what Black Cat does. Very hard communicator.
Is it?
I think it's pretty good.
No.
Yeah, I think he's good too. He just has to do it more.
Exactly.
No.
Wait, you don't remember my schizo rant, Graves? Did you
no,
like my
I tuned it
schizo
out
rant?
because it was so bad. Oh my god.
Is he doing the mental mapping stuff? Do you do the mental map stuff, Black Cat?
Mental map? No, I can't do
mind map. Just talk.
No,
just talking like trying to connect things like a mind map.
Yeah, I could connect stuff. It just gets connected on top of connections on top of connections, and I can't stop.
Yeah.
How do I get these letters after my name? Do I have to take like a psych test or something?
You might have to come back, relog in.
No. I mean, I know how to change my name, but
he means to get the type done. So he doesn't think of CRG.
Join the cult. Yeah.
Join the cult.
Yeah.
Sacrifice your firstborn.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I get the website.
Any day. That's fine with me.
Okay, sacrifice.
Yeah, you got to go to objective personality.
Big disappointment. Oh crap! Did I just say that on the internet? Now it's there forever. Eventually, they're going to need expensive therapy to get over me saying that.
Yeah,
in the video.
So yes, I think joined CRG. I think you do it from subjectivepersonality.com. Let me go ahead and put it in the private and public chat on my side. No.
You can also go. We do it for free, but we're wrong all the time.
Well, one of my other friends is going to read my horoscope.
They are the gods of this typology system because they created it, and you can never argue with them. They're always right.
What if it says I'm a complete moron?
I guess that's what you are.
Yeah, but that's
you're gonna have to accept it. Otherwise,
you know what? Then I just have a disability.
They get stuff wrong. They get stuff wrong, so it's incorrect. get stuff wrong,
Yeah, they do.
but then they immediately correct it.
They really don't
They're
get
not
stuff
exactly-
wrong relative
They
to
don't
their
actually get it right.
own system. Relative to their own system, they can't be wrong. But relative to other systems, they can't be right.
It's over.
Oh, this looks like I have to like learn stuff to figure out how to use this.
This is also why I think Hank has NT. This is why I think
I
Hank
just
has
I wanted like
state.
Yeah.
one of those things on Instagram where like it tells you your personality by 6 questions or something.
That's enough.
There's a rinky dinky test I know of that. Where's it at?
This one's complicated.
This test is just 4 questions.
Let's do it now. Let's do it live.
Okay, yeah, let's do it live. I'm okay with that.
I posted it
Okay,
Where are you
I
posting?
got.
in private.
No, I clicked on the link, but
Gonna bring it up, Hank.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in public on my side. Then I'm gonna do it live. I'd like the
Zoom
live
in
demo. That's my thing.
do it live.
Okay, zoom in. That enough?
Yep, I see it.
No, like zooming in, we'll scroll down. Yeah, because we can't see.
Okay. Zoom. So welcome to the free unofficial personality. This is the 4-question one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So let's read this thing. Welcome to the unofficial objective personality self-test. This is a free personality test created by Vegan Lori, which is based on Dave and Shan Powers' typology system named the Objective Personality System, OPS. OPS uses modifications of the classical Jungian cognitive functions to type people on a spectrum of 512.
Yeah, what are the questions?
Okay, let's go to the questions. Question 1. Which would best describe yourself? Choose one. Out of the 4,
You have to be honest. You were having trouble making other people understand, appreciate, get aboard what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Your life revolves around helping. Nope. You can stop right there. You often encounter random things or ideas that threaten your, well, maybe. You have trouble devoting time to something long enough to see your investments bear their fruits. You may have even struggled to arrive at a decision. Ooh. These are hard.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Hold on, bear with me. I'm thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
You can clearly see what's what.
So I'm gonna say C, as if the first question was A. Yeah.
So
it's either
this
that
one?
or D. I'm trying to see which is more correct, and I think C is more correct.
Next.
You have an inclination to continuously reverse plans in the structure of personal life, whether mentally, feel naturally obligated to share information and plans or manage. The second one, B.
Yeah, so first for me. That's all.
Which do you find yourself more often? Feel more threatened by new ideas? Feel more threatened by new information that could contradict? Probably B.
B for me. Yeah.
What should you find yourself? Prioritizing harmony of the situation or group you were part of. Prioritize making sure things are in working order.
Is it B for you?
B. Well, okay. People often.
INTJ.
Are you going to read it? Will you read it out?
You can read it.
Okay. People often look up to lead blast types
Yeah,
when
this
they
is
need
wrong.
something they can count on. I don't know what that means. This is because they always seem to have a ready answer. Yep. However, lead blast types generally tend to overlook the specifics of a situation. Yep. Hold on. Let me take a
No.
picture of this.
This is wrong.
I think it's okay. I mean,
This
because
Just yesterday, I was on a Discord server and interjected myself into a conversation and then got labeled a racist. And I thought we were just talking about math. No joke.
well, hey, math is racist somehow. I mean,
Very racist. It is.
IBM.
No, it
IBM.
is.
Yeah.
We even had this thing where they wanted us to be less objective. I'm like, dude, no. Having an NI type means that the experiences you have or the knowledge you take in generally adds to universal archetypes, which you can fit things into. The blah 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 blah. Yeah. However, as one of your demons, you're more inclined to neglect the intake of such information. Yeah, I would assume that. You generally consume information that evokes an emotional response or anything that entertains you. Reality TV. Yeah, sounds about right. Hey, look, I don't need to go to a psychiatrist anymore. I just took 4 questions and boom, I know what I am.
And yes, and we didn't spend $200 a pop for 52 weeks.
Yeah,
I wouldn't recommend this test.
I'm just going to have my firstborn take this test now, and then boom, I'm off the hook for what I said earlier.
Hell yeah, sounds like a plan.
So can I add these? I'm going to add these to my name now.
No, don't add those to your name.
Wait, are these ones bad? Is this a bad?
And this is
No, it's not
and
bad.
this
It's
is
just
a
not what you
thinker.
are.
This is a decider and a thinker. That's what I have narrowed down to. Narrowed down to decider and thinker.
Yeah, he's definitely a thinker. Yeah.
Well,
So
to
what's
be
wrong
fair,
with what's wrong with
first
it?
question, the 2 were very close. I might have chosen the wrong one, but couldn't there be like a crossover between 2 different types?
Yes. Well, no,
Yeah,
because
everything's a spectrum.
yeah, it's a spectrum, but
You
they're
have to- you have
boxes.
to say
So
the cutoff point is somewhere.
yeah, they're boxes. So if there's crossover, then the boxes don't work. And we packed the boxes wrong.
This is why I say psychology is not a real science.
No, basically what it is like if I throw a ball to you, are you going to catch it in your left or right hand statistically?
Oh, when somebody throws something to me, I do what that guy in that Arrested Development does.
Hit it?
No, I can never catch anything.
Reference.
Oh, so
meaning,
I'm nickel and tellurium.
Yes, that's exactly right. No, you know.
Neither one of them are radioactive. I want a do-over.
Yeah, this dude's any.
They can be.
Is it going to give you the same question?
Yeah.
Yeah, just add neutrons. They'll be radioactive.
Okay, just for fun of it, let's try it with the choices which I didn't choose but were close.
Okay.
So in this case,
C?
it would be C. Yep.
We did C.
Oh, I'm
last
sorry,
time, didn't we?
D. And then naturally take information that. Yeah, like both of these are. Yeah, sure.
So
No,
DP
it's
again?
still C. It's still B.
These
All right,
questions
let's go.
change depending on what you answered previously.
Oh, was that question different?
No. Was it? I don't care.
Have trouble processing and understand abstract contract. No.
That's a bad question. These are bad questions. Who's going to
No,
say
I
yes
love
to
it.
that?
Between these 2,
Who's
it
going to
would
say
be
yes
B.
to that?
It would
B?
be B. Yeah.
Let's go. Working order or harmony?
This is the problem with the questions. You put value in questions, then everyone's going to take the more valuable answer.
Yeah. Let's still go with working order A.
Mm-hmm.
So what changed?
NETE.
Yeah, that's a bit. That's actually not so far off. I think. Actually.
But you know what? This one's interesting. I mean, not to get too personal, but it says extroverted. You know, I joke with my students. I ask them, I go, "Do you think I'm extroverted or introverted?" My extroverted persona comes from overcompensating for shyness. So it's interesting that both of these 2 came up because, I mean, I would argue that one doesn't have one personality. Their personality is somewhat, you know, how they say, like people wear different masks.
So the extroverted and introverted, these are Jungian versions of extroverted and introverted. So it doesn't actually mean.
I think this is an INTP. This is an INTP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
INTP?
Yeah, it's very
INTP. I think they're an infodom INTP. It's like Dragon's Neck.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. I mean, empirics and general consensus, I adopt logic sometimes.
I've
Wait a
never
second.
heard.
No,
you say
it can't be an
anything
INTP because of the lead extrovert function. So what is it?
Wait.
Oh wait, let me take a picture of them.
Where are their feelings at? Where are their feelings at, bro? Like how? Where are their feelings?
It's a second
Have
function.
you seen ever use feelings?
Well, I'm just angry because it doesn't say I'm perfect. That's what I was expecting. So now I'm going to go be depressed for like a
No,
week.
this says where you're not perfect. This says where you're stupid and crippled.
I know.
This is what the
I'm a
test says.
failure.
We're all stupid and crippled somewhere.
Yeah.
But he might be an observer. I don't know. I can't narrow down on observer and decider. Can't narrow it down, but because there's more data, and I get more possibilities. I can't do it.
Yeah, it's an ENFP.
So I have
I think
I
he's
have
an ENFP.
neon now, still tellurium, discovered a new element, and silicon. Pretty sure
I think
Fi
he's
is not
alpha
an
and
element.
T. He's alpha and T. He's not delta and T.
No,
He's not TE. He's not using TE.
I agree.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
The cognitive functions.
I use my reasoning tends to be on empirics.
He might have feminine thinking.
Feminine?
I don't even know what I don't even know
because
what the
he has a
difference
hard-
is.
he has a hard time
Oh,
with
I saw that on the
arithmetic.
page. Okay,
Yeah,
hold
he has
on.
a
I
hard
know what
time
you're
with
talking about
arithmetic.
now. I got to go
He
to
might
the
have feminine
webpage.
thinking.
And this
But
is
yeah.
an extrovert.
Yeah,
Yeah, but my
that's an
extrovert-
ENFP. That's
100%.
yeah, it's extrovert.
He's not a
Yeah, that's a. But yeah, that's
He's an
second
ENFP.
just was an ENFP. If it's
Like sleep
translated
He's
into
not
TI.
an ENFP, bro. He's not an ENFP. This
Probably
isn't an
not.
ENFP.
ENFP.
Well,
You're not an
He's not a
ENFP.
candidate.
That's crazy.
yeah, but that's
actually insane.
but
That's
that's not an INTP for sure because
E.
that's the wrong functions. It's not in the right order, and it's the wrong functions too.
He's not delta, bro. He's not delta. He doesn't have.
Wait, I'm
delta
feeling and
values.
perceiving. That's
not
that,
delta.
that's
He could.
forms my psychopathy.
Well, he definitely has any. That's definitely sticking out. Like
Yes, he has
Yeah,
NE for
NE.
sure.
What is NE again?
And
Extroverted
extroverted intuition.
Like this is the guy taking up the most energy in the conversation. This is an extrovert.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's actually a malignant, debilitating personality trait.
Uh oh.
You
Because
can call
I'm
that
scared
a
of
what?
silence.
So
Wait,
yeah,
now it
the
says
lead
what job I
plays,
can do.
the lead plays can't stand silence. They have to insert themselves and make the conversation loud. And they feel
Who would do
responsible
such a thing?
to. Yeah.
I think he's
Sounds
play. I
terrible.
think he's play second. I don't think he's
Maybe,
lead
yeah.
play.
Or double activated play.
He's double activated play. That's what I think.
What-
I think he's
Will you
in
put
for
this
that.
all in a document so I can take it to my mental health doctor? Because I need new drugs anyways.
Oh yeah, so it's something called what's it called? Transcript. So you can copy paste that.
Did
from
you put it in
YouTube.
the?
Yeah, you
Look,
go.
look at him trying. Look at him trying to make you use the sensory.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
he's getting
after
us to do the sensory. Yeah. Can you do the sensory for me? Yeah.
I'm so
yeah,
confused.
you can copy and paste the transcript after the video is.
We already
And
know
here-
he's
here,
demon sensing
Hank
from
is
the
Hank
for
feels
getting his
responsible
kid
to blast
story.
the sensory. You see that?
Hank, you know, it seems like I can come to you for all my medical needs. You can fix my teeth.
Sure, that
You
won't
can
backfire.
cure my psychopathy.
Uh,
How are you with migraines?
Oh
This
yeah,
guy's
so
kinda
I
matching
sleep on.
next, just
so I
more
sleep-
extroverted.
Yeah, so how I fix migraines is that I sleep on a little, slab of wood, no mattress, and just a comforter so I don't get any splinters. And my back feels great, and my head feels great.
You know, my
my
mattress.
cure
is
for a
pretty soft.
migraine is getting a friend and giving him a bat and telling him to hit you until you go unconscious. Then you wake
My
up. and you
my
know, hey,
final.
You know, sometimes my
I
migraine
have
is
him
that
between
bad.
two types. Two types, bro. Yeah, I have him between two types. It's over.
That's
Hold on,
good.
what are the two types so I can look this up?
It's any TI and TINE. Those are the two types.
NETI. And I'm sorry, what was the other one?
TINE.
So he's either an INTP or an ENTP. Depends if he's an observer or decider.
I'm probably gonna say ENTP.
You don't think he's DE? You don't think he's asking us to tell us who he is?
I
No.
don't think. I think he has TI. I don't think he has TE.
Oh, look, there's a Reddit
Okay, is
post
he
on
using
the
FE
difference
then?
between the two.
He's using FE or FI?
But he's using any. I don't even know if he's using
Did you
any
see his
feeling.
room?
I don't
Oh,
see it.
show us your room. Show us your D. That's a good one. Here. How do we? know that?
Hopefully my camera has voltage. Hold on.
It has voltage, Nick Volt.
Somewhat.
Turn down trapdoor.
A green screen.
Yeah, no, it's not green screen. That's the rendering.
It's terrible.
Yeah, you're right. He looks more ENTP. But yeah, look at this. He's got paraphernalia everywhere. That's not
ENTP.
F5?
No, it's not.
No.
Why is my camera moving?
Because
So
the
he's a
rockets.
Yeah, I can see that. Alpha Quadra.
Have you refined your diagnosis?
I'm saying
Super
ENTP.
diagnosis.
Yeah.
This is exactly why it's Alpha Quadra. Like I caught it on so early. It's so easy.
Yeah,
to type.
he wasn't even freaking out about people earlier. He's more freaking about things or talking about things.
Yep.
He's
Wait,
talking about
freaking out?
things. He's probably a
No,
double observer.
Panelverse. He was
This
talking
is what I,
about
this is
what's
what
his
I
name
did.
in
I
Panelverse.
freaked out about people in my typing video like constantly, but I'm actually missing the SI.
Hank, which did you say?
Hmm.
So there's NETI, TINE, and then Frank. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Hank. What did you say?
I just typed it in my. Oh God, type in Penguin's chat. Let me type in my chat. Yeah, I'm gonna type in my chat. I write it in Penguin's chat. Okay, Nick Volt is ENTP. That's what I'm going with.
ENTP. So I'm putting. Can you read my horoscope too?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
This is like Jordan Peterson.
Okay, now I gotta ask my wife.
How would she
Okay,
know?
but he's not double feminine, right?
She knows me better than.
I don't know. I'm
What does
a
that
terrible
mean?
compass, bro. I'm a terrible.
I don't know. They never explained it to me. Even though I've been here for like a couple years, they haven't explained it to me.
How did you get into this?
Oh, Flow State. I watched him since he was a personality channel, and also other channels. But I'm Flow State can have to credit today.
This is just anecdotal typing, bro.
Quick-witted and articulate. That's why I used to be a good troll.
Barnum effect. Barnum effect. Barnum effect.
I've been
Barnum.
accused of being
Incoming
insensitive
Barnum.
and argumentative. Sometimes
Incoming
impractical.
Barnum.
It's
Incoming.
all Barnum effect. Yeah, it's all Barnum.
Yes,
Definitely
yes,
usually
that's
more.
how it's up. We love the Barnum effect. I mean, that's how you get people to actually accept the type rather than insult them with the book of the DSM, the book of insults. That comes out by committee.
Hit him with a book.
Come on, guys, do the century for me. I'm reading the intuition. He's gonna skim the intuition. He's not gonna. He's barely gonna take it in probably.
Exactly. You're probably correct.
Not even taking the century.
Well, to be fair, right now I'm going to skim it. There is a chance that I'd get really interested in it, and then I would research it to the point of absurd.
Exactly. Then they'll make him really dangerous because he'll be able to spot check all the people who want to keep on my sector. So this is
this is good because if I can learn how to easily identify these types like you guys are doing, that could be a useful skill.
Yes, it is.
ENTP, the debater.
Yep.
They do well in debates, actually.
It's over. It's so over. It's beyond over.
Yeah, what's his
I
name?
have a leather jacket.
Shapiro
from
is
high school.
ENTP. He's not bad. As long as they're doing it in good faith, they can wrap you around straw men very easily.
See, I liking public intellectuals on the panel. They're so they contribute to the conversation.
It is more fun than drama, isn't it?
Hell yeah.
Like today, I've learned stuff which I didn't know before. Like, for example, polonium in
He's telling you
tobacco.
what you did. He's telling you what he did. It's not exactly consume. That's more like thinking, but
No, that's
okay, you're being really judgmental now. Now I'm getting
no, he is.
I'm getting self-conscious.
You can't turn it off. He can't turn it off. Like the tap's open and it's just coming out of his mouth. He can't stop. He's got a
It's
problem.
whether or not he's taking you on a ride. I don't, because you have blasters, right? And they sound like consumers, but they're blasters.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I've been around these people for a couple years. I don't know yet.
Thinkers
Do you need
will tell
a
you what they
purpose
did.
for the information you're learning?
Yes.
No, well, no, I pulled up all the definitions of like NETIFE, and I found this quadrant thing you're talking about.
Right. I would just read the Jungian definition of extroverted intuitive. That would give you the most bang for your buck.
Oh, good news! I just figured out how to disconnect the audio with Helvium. You just connect it again, kind of, and it just disconnects. That's good.
Wait, me?
No, I found something else different.
Oh, okay.
I was, yeah,
Give me clarity. Give me
yeah.
clarity, bro. Give me
I have a patch.
clarity.
Yeah, I have a software patch bay that allows me to pipe in audio. I couldn't figure out how to disconnect the audio, so I tried connecting it again, and that's reverses operation. So.
Stuff is so easy.
Annie here
bro.
is also using Annie as a lead, and so is Black Cat. They're both using Annie as their lead function, just like you.
So what am I using as my lead function then?
You're using
SE.
either SE or SI, one of the two.
know,
you're using
this-
SE because you're black.
This
SE because you're
TE
black.
No, don't say that. You're not allowed to say that.
TENI
This is your
says
SE.
that
I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get.
that
I'm
I'm
not gonna say
efficient.
anything
I'm
like
not
that.
efficient.
What? No, you're not. You're a mess. You're a mess. You don't want to do any paperwork. You don't want to do any of your dotting the I's, crossing your T's. None of that.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone that says they
Unless I take a lot of Adderall, then my handwriting's really nice.
Or there's very specific places where you will do it more than anywhere else.
Yes.
and-
So like
Adderall's the
when
reason your handwriting sucks. Adderall's the reason why your handwriting sucks. Don't take Adderall, bro. It sucks.
once I started taking Adderall, my handwriting became like amazing.
Oh, it became better. Adderall sucks, dude. Don't take it.
I would not be a nuclear physicist if it wasn't for Adderall. That's a true statement.
He didn't say nuclear. He said nuclear.
Nuclear.
I
What,
almost said
voted
it was
for Bush-
nuclear.
I
No,
voted for Bush Jr. I even donated money. I still get a birthday card from him.
You're doing the little like thing. You're doing the thing.
That's
You're
very.
doing the.
Even like when he does the
Fair.
thing.
The
I
thing.
voted for him the second time, not the first time.
I didn't vote for Trump the third time. I voted
I
for
didn't
him
vote
the
at all.
first and second.
I did not participate in either election between Trump and Hillary, nor Trump and Biden. Or
That's probably a good
Harris,
move.
because I only focus on local elections.
I'm gonna
Those
say,
are
I'm gonna
harder
say
to
this right
focus
now.
on.
I know. I'm gonna get a lot of like hate for this, but I honestly think Trump is better than Harris. Harris can't think.
That's a
He's
good
No,
a
point.
I
president.
You're not gonna
Harris.
get hate here.
That's a good point.
No, I agree.
We're all based.
Harris was the fact that she did worse than Hillary. Pretty much says it all.
Yeah.
I mean,
here's
Hillary
a-
was a terrible candidate, but Harris
She's
did worse.
just
So-
Joe Biden 2.0. She
so-
doesn't know how to think.
No.
So here's the
She's
thing.
an
I
EJ.
would.
No. She's an EJ. She's trying to do what everyone else is telling her to do. She's trying to pretend to be Obama the whole time. She's not
Yeah.
being authentic. She's not in touch with her FI. It was just a shit show. Her whole
So-
campaign.
So here's why I didn't vote for Trump. I was butthurt over January 6th, and he didn't his cabinet was kind of crappy too. That's why I said but the Harris vote was a revenge vote. It said, "Hey Trump, screw you."
And Trump was completely authentic. They kept catching her on being inauthentic because she's just being an EJ, trying to do what everyone is asking of her.
Yeah.
It legitimately was like that South Park episode. Like, do you want a giant douche or a shit sandwich? Like, those were our choices. Like,
I mean, that was literally for the. That's based off of the Hillary Clinton versus Trump.
Yeah.
That's when that episode aired.
yeah. I mean, I at the time I just figured that okay, well at least Hillary
He's
has
EJ too, right?
some
She's
experience,
FE.
and Trump really wasn't a Republican. I mean, honestly, Hillary seemed more Republican than Trump did.
Yeah.
But nobody liked Hillary. Like, I mean, I live in a conservative neighborhood,
Bill
but it's
liked
not a
Hillary,
MAGA neighborhood.
allegedly. Allegedly,
He was
Bill
out of
Clinton liked
touch.
Hillary Clinton. He married her.
Bill
Who
Clinton, I
knows?
thought, was a good president.
Yeah.
Did you see
Bush
her old
Jr., I thought was good.
valedictorian speech? She used to be pretty smart, pretty sharp. Hillary.
Well, and now we don't like. I like my presidents to be like more knowledgeable than I am because they have more responsibility. But I don't think that's a criteria anymore.
So is Nick Vogt run for president now because everyone's dumber?
I mean,
in all reality, the president should have little effect on the day-to-day lives of Americans. It's your local representatives which are more important. But
the most significant thing I think that Trump is doing is putting the right people in the right jobs is what he's trying to do.
I hope so. Some of the choices weren't bad. Like, I mean, of course, my opinion is biased, but like, he actually put a real scientist in charge of the Department of Energy. Some of the choices, like RFK Jr., I don't know, but his
It was a political
eliminating,
choice. Yeah. He
but like
did that
getting
for
rid of that food additive, I don't think is a bad policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing he may actually do right for repair, which is my single issue I vote on now.
And even Department of Education, I struggle to understand what good it's done. I mean, we've given it a while, and honestly, eliminating the Department of Energy is going to hurt red states more anyways. So it really doesn't. It's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, flyover states. Screw them.
I mean, 54% of the American public, and I have the citation if you need it, read at a 6th grade level or below. 54%.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yes,
Americans are dumb.
I was shocked too. Like, but then go around YouTube, listen to people. It starts to make sense.
I was really shocked when I saw that one was like 60% of Americans think that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. But I was like, no, 60% of Americans just like to troll on surveys.
Well, they do like to troll in surveys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do troll in surveys myself personally.
Yeah.
And especially if they're coming from an ad. I hate ads. I block my ads. I don't care.
In the city of Detroit, 47% of adults in Detroit are functionally illiterate. That means neither reading or writing. 47%.
Wow.
I have the citation, but you can just Google it. It's
Yeah, what do they need to read for?
Yeah, they can do
They got
street
YouTube
gang
now.
stuff. But I need to talk to Joe. He said Detroit. Yeah. All right, I have people in Detroit to talk to.
how now brown cow. I thought chocolate milk did come from brown cows. That's why it's chocolate.
But but the beans, where do they feed the beans to the cow and it turns them brown? The chocolate bean, or was it just any kind of bean?
There is a type of chocolate where you grab you feed. I forgot what animal it is. You feed the animal the coffee beans, it poops them out, and then you make coffee out of it.
Oh yeah, it's a rat. But
You know what I'm
they do
talking
that
about,
with
right?
cats. Cat poo poo coffee, right?
Yeah, pooping coffee.
Yeah.
I want to
Can
try
you
that,
imagine
and
being the
also
one who figured that one out?
that cheese with the maggots in it.
Yeah.
most of it. Go to
I
McDonald's.
mean, bread everyone kind of figured out all across the world, but figuring out maggots and cheese and figuring out coffee poop, that's a very unique skill.
Oh, but apparently
I wonder what
Dr.
else
Chink's
you can
making
eat
money.
with poop. Or
Are you day trading?
Oh, I can't.
You know, if I could go back in time, you guys talked about the advent or the implementation of the early days of the internet. Like, if I bought pizza.com, for instance, or hamburger.com, and I sat on that domain, and then I sell it, I'd be super rich by now.
Yeah.
No, yeah, use that site, or we just add another character. Screw you.
Where I lived, when I was a kid, we were one of the first neighborhoods in the country to get cable modem, and it was through Cox Communication. So, and I still have this email to this day. My email is nick1@cox.net.
Nice.
I actually ran a it was a dial-up server, and then it moved to cable. It was because this was when Doom 2 came out, and you could play deathmatch. So people would pay me $10 a month to join this. It was a bulletin board service, but it had this add-on where you could play 4-player Doom deathmatch. And on this BBS, it had all the different maps. You could download custom maps, and I was making good money.
Oh
And
yeah.
We lived in a split level house, so it's not quite 3 stories, but it has like 3 stories. And I ran it from the bottom floor, so I was literally in my mom's basement, starting fights on the internet and running a server.
Yeah, I
Sweet.
need to get in that business.
That must have been back during the days of Fatality. Remember that guy?
No, whoa, hold on, let me. No, God, this has been. I'm old now.
You familiar with you familiar with Kevin Mitnick?
I think I heard of him.
I haven't heard of him.
Oh.
I mean, I guess I'm not that cool. I still use a application to convert my text into leet and decipher it.
Are you using Linux at least?
No, I use ChatGPT now.
Oh, okay, that works. Well, you need an operating system to run ChatGPT on.
ChatGPT is your.
I recommend Atomic Fedora.
Oh no,
Oh,
I use I use CentOS.
Oh, that
CentOS.
works.
Yeah, but on my desktop right now, I'm still running Windows because my flight simulator. I have all. It can run on Linux, but I have it all set up for Windows, and I don't want to spend the next 4 months changing it.
It shouldn't take 4 months, maybe 2 weeks tops.
And plus, my wife uses this computer sometimes, and I don't want to be. How do I do this? What do I do?
Yeah.
Just buy another computer for her.
I am trying to figure out how to change my MacBook into strictly Linux, but because
I'll tell you how.
Well, it's the university's MacBook, and it keeps on putting up this block, which doesn't let me do what I want to do with it.
Hank will do it for
Can
$20.
you boot camp it? Are you able to make like a Hackintosh or do
Nick's a friend.
system?
I won't even charge him.
Yeah.
Well, the university said all I have to do is ask them, and they'll put it on there. I've decided I hate computers these days. I don't. Want to...
That means you hate them the more. Yeah, it's the better you get computers, the more you hate them, really.
Like pretty soon, I'm going to be going to like Best Buy to buy a computer.
Oh yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, I mean that's a waste of your money.
I'm not there yet, but I'm almost there.
Yeah, you do that, and you say, well, "Why did I do that? This Best Buy computer is garbage."
Well, I just don't want to think about it. I just want to go. Give me a computer which is going to do all of this.
Yeah, I know, but that's what the internet's for, getting the thing you actually want instead of garbage.
The desktop I'm using right now, it was custom built, but it was by a company which specifically makes desktops for a specific flight simulator app. So it's like it's optimized for that. And I went ahead and paid a little bit of a premium to have them put it all together because I didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, that's why I say buy another computer for her. In fact, you can just. Did it take more than one hard drive? Is it?
I have 8 drives. I have a RAID, but that's again because of Flight Simulator.
All solid state or spinning platters?
Some are solid state, some are old fashioned.
All right.
Why would the RAID help the Flight Simulator run faster? It has to be RAID 0, right?
Because the simulator I use, it's not like Microsoft where it gets scenery from the internet. All of that's locally stored, so I have terabytes of basically high-res scenery and mesh, and it just takes up a lot of space. And when you're flying, you don't want the simulator to like pause while it's trying to load as you like fly across. So
what resolution are you running it at?
4K.
Nice. How many frames? Like Microsoft Flight Simulator that's like 20, 30 frames.
Well, I actually have it capped at 30 frames because I use X-Plane 12, and it only needs to be at 30 frames.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good, especially since I got this new graphics card. But that's also now I'm pretty sure it's sucking up more voltage, and I did something wrong with my calculation. So
Have you
I guess
tried to undervolt the card?
I haven't. That's
Ooh.
actually a good idea. I did set it because they optimized it, like overclocked it for Flight Sim, but
Yeah, that's a mistake. Right now you don't want to do overclock.
yeah, I should
at all.
try that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
this
overclock
card's running
really
hot.
doesn't. Yeah,
What brand
overclock
is
the
it?
thing.
What?
Yeah,
What
you
brand
go
is it?
first.
Sorry, Hank.
You go
It's,
first, Dr. Chin.
Here, I have it here, the box.
But yeah,
Asus GTX RTX 470 Super.
Nice.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, and that was optimized for my CPU because like XPlay gives a lot of really detailed information, and now the bottleneck is actually my CPU. That's the other reason why I don't
AMD or
want to.
Intel?
Huh?
AMD or
That's
Intel?
That's it. That's
I have a Ryzen 7. How do I find out which is the exact one? Isn't that
Okay,
about
nice.
but it's from 2020, so it's a little bit old. Actually, I want to see if I can just swap out the chip for something new. Because like last summer, chips were really cheap.
Yeah.
System.
What are you using for cooling? An all-in-one or air?
All air.
Okay, same here.
Speaking of cooling, though, when I swapped out the graphics card, it's really dusty in there.
Oh yeah, clean that out like once.
Yeah, I'm just
month or so.
afraid to. I'm waiting for, like in August. Sometimes in California we get humid weather every once in a while, and I want to do it then because otherwise it's usually really dry, and I'm just afraid of.
Let me see your desktop if it's okay. I want to see your battle station.
Let me just. Did my cam cut out again?
Yes.
Fucking A. See? Oh, actually, that time the was actually not plugged in.
No, that makes sense. Usually, power deployment's not plugged in.
I hate calling tech support, but every once in a while, even I have to do it. And once it was for my modem, and they were like, "Is it plugged in?" And I got kind of angry at them. I'm like, "Dude, I know about computers. It is plugged in." It wasn't plugged in. You know what? I don't know why my camera
so much for
has
being
decided
patronizing.
not to respond.
Yeah.
Let me try to plug it into a different USB port. Wow. And this is plugged directly into my computer.
First world problems, Hank.
Yep.
What kind of computer you got, Hank?
I can't unmute.
Oh yeah, let me put that fast fetch output into.
Oh, you got an Oculus. You got the Oculus Quest 3.
My
Okay, yeah,
mom
that's the
she
stock.
wants to know how you are.
It's a stock cooler you got there.
What's
How's that cable management though? Oh man.
I said my mom just texted me and she wants to know how you are.
I'm good. Yeah. Hi, Mom. How is she?
Okay. She's an old lady.
Oh,
I'll tell her you said hi.
okay.
Fast fetch is too
Okay.
long.
You got a mixer board there. Nice. What is that? Oh, it's a Yamaha. Okay. That's a mixer, ain't it? It's an old school one, bro. A dual monitor setup. Okay.
Why wouldn't you have a dual monitor setup?
Nice. What do you have, Hank?
I have a HP Z440 workstation. It's running Fedora 41 right now. I'm gonna go up to Fedora 42 Atomic probably today.
All right.
And I have a Radeon RX 580 GPU and a Intel
Okay.
Xenon E5 1650 version 4 CPU and 30 gigabytes of memory. 32
Okay.
gigabytes of memory.
Yeah, it sounds like a reliable workhorse you got there. Those are like
Yeah.
2010 specs, ain't it?
Yeah, I just buy an old one because I mean it runs all my games just fine. So I don't need
Yeah.
to buy. I don't need something super duper brand new because I just don't need it. Maybe if I find an application, I'll get something newer. But I could take advantage of just running a $100 PC because it just works for me.
What games do you play?
I mean, I was playing but mostly indie games.
Yeah,
Mostly indie games.
pull up the game again, Hank. That was a
Yes,
cool
that's
one.
it.
I like that one.
Yeah, let me drop this. Stop sharing. At the game. Let me plug the audio back in because I know how to do that. And share the screen.
Indie games like Ruiner or Hatred.
Oh, there's so many games. It's gonna be just hard to itemize all of them. So this is let's reset the cart. So this is Aerial Rave by Hobob. It's on the Peak Rate Fancy console.
What is that, from Steam, or are you running an emulator?
So no, I don't have a Steam account yet because in like the Valve terms of service, but I may get one for the Valve games. So this is also not an emulator either because it's a fantasy console. So it's a runtime and a development toolkit. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a console, but it's a runtime. It's just a runtime because it doesn't actually emulate any real hardware.
Nice.
Probably should go back to the tutorial.
That's like old school Atari. Or Commodore 64.
Yep, it's a little better than
Yeah, but with,
Commodore 64, but
modern game making techniques and stuff. Yeah.
yes.
Tutorial's boring, man.
Has kind of a Castlevania feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah. You're supposed to climb the tower by killing bats or demons or whatever.
Or gargoyles, whatever it's called.
Yeah, I used to just veg out with games, but ever since I found out about the Panelverse, for the past month, it's like, wow, this is more fun than video games. And engaging on panels, it keeps you like sharp. You get to learn about people too.
Yep. Here's the thing. I kind of got bored from the panels because of the throws were boring because I already mastered all of them. So I'm bringing video games back to the Panelverse that change the culture. So all the annoying, boring hobos, well, they need that. They get real jobs so they can play video games because that's the thing now.
You got bored with the people. They keep having the same conversations.
Yeah, looping.
What do you play?
Me?
Yeah.
I used to play a lot of PUBG, Cyberpunk, some RTS, you know, Sims, all kinds of stuff. I used to be in a VR a lot. Yeah. Got a huge Steam collection, but really no time to play. I mean, I got a Steam Deck, and I play in bed.
I want a Steam Deck.
Huh?
I may want one too.
Yeah,
you guys have Steam Decks? They're pretty cool.
I may get something like that and run Bazite on it.
Yeah, I want to get one for my son.
Oh, there's Annie. Nice to see you, Annie. I didn't notice you turned your cam on. What's your story?
I'm just here. I don't know. Came outside to play with my puppy because she finally woke up.
How's your week
I
going
have this
so far?
puppy that pretty well. I got a spider fell down my shirt yesterday and bit me in 5 places, and like I'm familiar with this spider. It causes like just I don't know what it is, but we have them in our bed sometimes. But it causes like a kind of a chemical burn feeling where it bites you, just for like 10 or 20 minutes. But today I feel kind of sick for like all morning, and I think it was just too many bites. Like 5 bites is different than just one.
Is it like a brown recluse or something?
No, nothing that serious. Like the bites, I mean, it makes a little red dot, and then it feels like you got a chemical burn on your skin just for like 10 or 20 minutes. But I think as I got so many of them, it gave me this really bad headache. So that's why I've just been sitting around kind of really quiet, but I feel better now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's this?
Sorry.
That's Nick Volt. He's been here for a while.
He freaked out when you talked about spiders.
I accidentally disconnected.
Yeah.
Spiders, like,
That sucks, Annie. Sorry to
no,
hear that.
no, nope, 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 nope. Like, you saying that with a straight face is impressive.
Well, I mean, it wasn't deadly or anything, you know, just uncomfortable.
So we know Nick Volt's weakness: spiders.
Spiders, yeah. I've told the world now. Snakes don't bother me, nothing but spiders.
Tarantulas or spiders?
Actually, tarantulas don't bother me because
They're here.
because you can see their like fur and stuff like that. They don't actually look like creep. I've been trying to train myself to get over spiders, which is actually part of the reason what I use the Oculus for. Is I started, what is that where like you force yourself to keep watching it
Systematic desensitization.
Yeah. And you know how people have phobias of like a lot of holes?
Yeah.
Have you heard that before?
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't have a phobia for it. It's actually when I look at a bunch of holes, it's like oddly satisfying. And so I was watching videos of tarantulas molting, and when they finish molting, like where their legs were, is like these holes. And so I got totally used to looking at tarantulas, and they don't bother me anymore. I've been
I think it's called tryptophobia. Do you watch like Dr. Pill Popper and stuff, or where they take out botworms from the skin?
Yeah, I think because I like watching the it's fun to watch botflies being taken out of a little cat. I don't know why. It's just there must be some evolutionary reason for it.
It's just like grooming. It's like the pimple popping videos or earwax.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I auditioned to be on Dr. Pimple Popper, and then COVID came. I had a lipoma, and I was like, dude, I totally want Dr. Pimple Popper to do it. But I tried to get rid of it myself because I have a
Do you
laser.
think they would do a lipoma though? I mean, that's not the same. It's not the same thing.
No, it came out all jelly and It was
So
satisfying
did you
when it came out.
puncture it? Like, did you puncture it yourself and it came out?
No. I went to.
You
Yeah,
went.
I had to go to a doctor to get it out.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it myself. The thing, it was on my forehead, and
Oh my God.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
and I was gonna cut it out myself, but my wife's like, "Well, you should go to a doctor because you don't want to get a scar." I think I might have a picture of it somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, lipomas really are not a big deal, but I guess if I had one on my forehead, I'd probably want it removed.
Yeah, it was. It just started one day, and then after a few years, it was just like, okay, now it's kind of noticeable, and I should just get rid of it. But the doctor let me touch it afterwards. It was fun.
Well, it was yours, so it makes sense.
I wanted to keep it, but the doctor said she still had to send it out to just make sure that it's like, I guess you wouldn't call it a biopsy, but just to make sure that it's just a lipoma. I think she just didn't want to give it to me.
Yeah.
They want you to turn into a super weapon that you're immune to somehow.
Oh, maybe, or I just would have walked around the house playing with it. It's very possible my wife told the doctor not to let me keep it.
No, she could have given it. She could have given it to you. It probably would have just meant extra paperwork she didn't want to fill out.
Yep. I'm trying to
You
find
could
a
have
picture of
cited
it.
religious reasons why you wanted to keep it.
You know,
And they
I
let you.
knew this girl at the community college. She kept her placenta in her freaking freezer.
It's kind of gross.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a limit for me. I was like, okay.
They can also put them into pills for you so you can eat them. Apparently, they're really healthy.
Yeah, I get it. It's all about the natural world, but I mean, I'm not going to eat my own poop.
Yeah. Apparently,
Are you
that's
gonna drink your own
what others
pee?
in nature do. Is they
No.
Like, no, not you don't want to be but Brian O'Shea. You don't want to drink your own pee for the health somehow.
I found it. It's a really bad picture. I'll put it up.
Take note how Nick Volt and Dr. Chink always uses OBS.
OBS.
Well, I think they use OBS or something.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
Hank, if
recording.
there's a reason to upgrade, it'd be for OBS, especially since you're doing panels. This program is so powerful, man. It's an incredible program.
See, right above.
It's so awesome.
It runs just fine on my computer. It's just the software is annoying. So the less software, the better.
Yeah.
There you can see it on my forehead. It just got kind of big.
Oh, that looks like a cyst.
Yeah. That's what it is technically.
Yeah.
Oh, great! Don't do that.
Zoom in, enhance.
Oh, enhance.
There's alien light.
What do you think of Eric Weinstein?
So where are you right now, Nick?
Right now, I'm at home.
Where's home?
Oh, Southern California, LA area.
Okay.
Oh, here I have a picture of after the surgery.
Let's see that.
It's all bandaged up, though. Yeah, I should have been
Hey.
more insistent. I think if I went full on Karen, she probably would have given it to me.
Very photogenic.
It wasn't
Nick.
as cool looking as I thought it would be. It was like kind of bloody and like I thought it would be like a blackhead. You know that blackhead when you get it out, it's like, oh.
Oh wow, that's massive.
Yeah, I don't think I could have done it myself.
Yeah. How long was it growing in there for?
You know, it started when I was in grad school. I think it would have been a good 4 years. Like, I don't even know when I first noticed
Were
it.
you sad because it's a 4-year relationship? You know.
Yeah.
Were you sad to get rid of it? You wanted to keep it.
Well, I used
Growing
to
it
tell
in the forest for
people
4
it
years.
was because I was in grad school. It was my prefrontal cortex expanding beyond my skull.
Yeah, it's not
Nobody bought
egotistical
that.
to grow it off.
Doesn't fully develop anyway until about 30.
Here you can see how bad it really looked. It was getting kind of gross.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
Oh wow, yeah.
it was time to change it.
Damn, if you had another one, you'd be the devil.
This is true. Well, I mean, if it was symmetrical, it would have been okay. But
Yeah.
but the doctor I went to was really good because I didn't want to scar or anything, and because it was kind of deep. But she did a really good job, and then like gave me this like vitamin E oil to put over it, and now like she cut it right where I had like a natural wrinkle, so you can't even like you. I can't even find it. So.
Did they say what that substance was, or those cells underneath the skin?
I guess just whatever a lipoma is, isn't like fatty deposits.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
like a whitehead.
Lipomas are no. Whiteheads are consisted of something different. Lipoma is just fat. It's a fatty tumor, benign.
Yeah, and I asked if like she was like, you know, it might come back. She's like, it just sometimes it happens. It's never come back, so that's a good thing. But
not yet.
Dogs get
yet.
them a lot, and one of our dogs had a few of them, but one of them grew to the size of a grapefruit by the
Oh,
time
wow.
she was
wow.
old. Like before she died, it was really big.
Yeah, I've seen some
But
crazy
it
ones on
wasn't.
people's heads. They grow pretty
Yeah.
big.
Oh,
Which
Frank.
dog was this, Annie?
What's that?
Which dog was this?
Her name was Lila. She's the one that Russ had when I met him at the dog park. So she
Oh,
died she was
one
the
that
one
flirted
that
with you.
Russ.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the one that Russ
She
put
hooked you guys up.
down. Yeah,
Right.
because she got suddenly ill in 2020, and so we had to euthanize her.
Hank, do you know this YouTuber Dutchie?
Yeah, yeah, I do know her. Let me take a look.
Oh God.
She was the one who got me to lose my temper.
Oh,
yeah.
Dutchie.
She's good. She said she liked your panel.
Awesome. I miss her. I haven't seen her in a while.
You know, I had a feeling that because she was such a good troll to me that we actually would have a lot more in common than we thought, and turns out that's probably correct. But I thought I was hated on the internet. Between her and Mike, wow.
Yeah, I'm building up my own hate them, but still, I'm not a main attraction yet.
It's
you need a
crabs in
worthy
bucket.
adversary.
It's really it's like crabs in a bucket. I think that's sort of like the mentality.
Yeah.
Hank scoured the panelverse for a worthy adversary, and he has not found one yet.
Yeah, I mean, Floasted didn't want to debate me on pancake planetism at all. He didn't. I mean, I think he's a pancake. He's a pancake planeteer. He didn't want to bother with it because he knows I would just destroy him.
Oh,
he
that's
played
why.
around with it. Maybe both been on RBR network, but he didn't want to go any further because he just cooked.
Well, I'll debate you on whether the Earth is a tetrahedron or not. You know it is.
Well, yeah, depending on how many dimensions I'm going by. I mean, if you factor in, I guess moisture levels, then sure. But I kind of don't care about that. So we drop it off as a dimension.
If you assume dimensions exist, which they don't.
I don't have to exist. They're just a useful fiction. It's how do I program my array math if I don't have dimensions?
Yeah, it's a useful distinction.
Yeah. This arrays and tensors just make things easier to calculate. So they don't have to exist. They just have to work. Then they exist afterwards. Say again?
I was telling Annie her dog is very cute.
Yeah, she spent a lot of money on her.
We're dog sitting a husky right now, so my German Shepherd's very happy. He has a friend to play with.
Yeah, we're just raising this one. She's crazy. She's still very young, and she's a handful.
I'm not really a dog person. My wife is. I'm a cat person. But we had a German Shepherd. He passed away, and then she had a Beagle who passed away. So she really wanted a dog. So I didn't want a dog, but we made a compromise. Like, let's at least get another German Shepherd because, at least they work for their food. But now I'm really happy we got him. He's a good buddy. See if I have a picture of him. His name is Wilhelm.
Great name.
My last one was Diedrich. And my wife trained it with German commands. Not for any particular reason other than just to look cool at the dog park. Which is okay.
Yeah, you guys are nerds.
It's like plots.
He says they're geeks.
I don't know, man. This is like, you want to look cool at the dog park, but by doing the most uncool thing, that's, yeah, nerds.
Dude, this is suburbia. You
Shots
have
fired.
You think the internet is bad with drama? You got to go to a suburban dog park.
All right.
The first time I took my wife to our dog park, I go, let's just sit here on the bench, grab the camera, and get ready for a show. Oh, it is epic. Like, people and their dogs at dog parks. Fortunately, our dog is pretty easygoing.
So your dog speaks German? That's cool.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. He knows German.
We got him as a puppy. It took us a while to find it because we have a cat. And adopting an adult German Shepherd with a cat was going to be difficult. And finding a German Shepherd puppy that's a rescue is difficult. And I wasn't going to go to a puppy mill or anything like that. But when we finally found him, it was good. But my wife had never raised a dog from a puppy before. And I tried explaining to her, I go, yeah, it's like taking care of a baby. She's like, oh, it'll be easy. She's like, never again am I going to do that. But we invested in like getting training and stuff like that. It's worth it. And so now he's like, we can leave food out. He doesn't go after it. He's a good fun, because that's the only problem with rescues is you don't know what their lineage is, but there's so many dogs that need rescue. And I'm not going to pay money to a breeder because reasons. Like my parents, when they get a dog, they always go to a breeder, and I always mock them for it. But I disagree with their reasoning for doing that.
Well,
And I
genetic
disagree with
control.
them on a lot of things. How come this is not saving?
What's wrong with breeders?
Well, I just hear the horror stories. I mean, with German Shepherds, they're reputable breeders, but those dogs are also really expensive. Now, when my parents go to a breeder, they also try to look for deals, and I don't think they've always gotten their dog from somebody who's, quote, really a legitimate breeder with like all the AKC paperwork and stuff like that. The last German Shepherd I had, we adopted him he was almost a year old. He was going to be a service animal, but he wasn't food motivated, and so he had trouble with his training, and so that made it easy because he was already trained. Not good as a service dog, but as just a dog, he knew everything, how to sit, how to do this. I'll try to find a picture of him too. He was an all-white Shepherd.
German Shepherd?
Yeah, well, it depends who you ask. It like, you know how like the AKC says that it's a German Shepherd, whatever the other one says that it's actually a separate breed called a Swiss Shepherd. It did have some personality traits which were a little bit different than a German Shepherd. And he lived for 14 years, which is a long, long time for a German Shepherd. But this is Wilhelm. He still has that puppy face. If you see a full photo of him, though, he kind of looks like a coyote. I'm somewhat convinced that he is half coyote. He's not as smart as Wilhelm. I'm sorry, Diedrich. Diedrich was a much smarter dog. Frack, I am a pet parent. Suburbia will do it to you. Don't ever move to suburbia. Just don't do it.
You can afford to live in suburbia as a college professor?
Well, it's government workers, man. They pay us well.
Oh.
Where do you teach?
UC system.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
University of California.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to be a little bit vague because Dr. Chink's friend likes to stalk me in real life.
Are you faculty or adjunct?
I am associate. I know on the webpage it says adjunct, but I was given it's like it's not tenure track, but it's like tenure for associate. So they list it as like full time.
Yeah, you don't got to worry about Mike doxing. He can't dox for shit.
Well, I don't think he understood.
And Mike, leave Nick alone. Leave Nick alone, Mike. You know what
I mean, when I went back and watched that video, I was like, wow, I really got him angry. That was pretty funny. That one, I've shown that
Would
one to my
Mike be
students.
worthy for you? Would he be a worthy adversary for you?
Here's the thing. We're already cool. We already met each other. We're already cool. So we probably won't go at it.
No,
And I
being
yelled at him
like-
already. I yelled at him already. You saw the clip already. I think it was like, how long ago was that? It was like late last year. You see, I played a clip of me yelling at Mike and Jen for we could not trying to reinterpret my religious experience. So you already saw him, but we're cool right now.
Also, if you saw that interaction where he said he was going to tear me apart and I couldn't resist but tear him apart, he started that. Like just out of the blue. I was just sitting on the panel doing something else and for some reason he decided to, and I was like, hello. Like, what the hell is your problem?
Mike's really easy to figure out. Once you recognize the pattern of his psychological traps, it's like easy to counter it. It's like super easy.
Yeah,
he was really easy to cold read. That's why I kept on hitting with his triggers. Which, ironically, I was trying to teach him. I go, look, you want to be an effective troll? Because I heard he goes around saying that he's the best troll on the internet. I'm like, no. You're using some of my skills, but you didn't. It's like you dropped out.
Yeah, get on our level, Mike.
You got to complete the degree. You can't just do half of it and then say now you know everything. You still got to.
Yeah, Nico.
But I've sort of outgrown all of that.
Yeah, Terrence Howard didn't even start the degree. That's why he thinks he's a genius.
Terrence Howard is the degree.
He's a good doctorate, yeah, if you're in psychology.
You know, maybe if I start teaching about the linchpins in my physics 3 lecture, maybe then I will, then maybe tenure will go away. So
I was
class,
really
this is the
surprised.
linchpin.
I was watching an old video with BB King, and then Terrence Howard comes out, and BB King introduces him, and then they start playing together. But he pissed BB King off because he just wouldn't shut up, and then
you don't piss off BB King. You're not.
Yeah, he was
you're not
talking.
allowed.
He's like, "Hey, let's play more. Less talk, more playing."
The fact that Terrence Howard even got to be on the same stage as BB King is a crime in itself. There's Diedrich.
BB King, the blues guitarist,
Yeah.
with the guitar he names is it Lucille? He names his guitar. He's got
yeah.
that crazy wicked vibrato technique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Well, it
surprised to
goes.
see him come out on stage. Like, that's Terrence Howard. What the hell is BB King friends with him for? What's going on?
Probably some promotion BB King's management required him to do or something.
No, I think he's just a good talker. He convinced BB King that he's a promising new musician in the field.
I doubt he convinced BB King that 1 × 1 = 2.
No. He didn't get there yet. He was starting to make his mark on music first.
What about the periodic table? Terrence Howard says there's periodic table is bisexual tones, man.
Well, and he stole that from somebody else. Like that's some fringe theory from some time ago. Oh, so for looking for my lipoma photo, I found this library of all these old photographs. I've got like photos of the accelerator in Virginia. That's the other thing with Mike, because I lived in Williamsburg for a while, so I knew that area. So I think he was getting like because when he when a troll says I'm going to beat you up, that's like, oh, okay. So I'm like, okay, let's go to, and I knew this dive bar which was down the street. I'm like, let's go there right now because I lived there, so I could totally like make it seem like I'm like right next door.
Yeah.
I want to fight people too. I'm just too far away.
Yo, you're not. You're in a war right now. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
No, I've learned, you want to make money in war, don't be one of the combatants. Be the one which sells the
arms and hammers.
The arms.
To both sides.
So that's why I'm gonna start selling my my troll bot.
Well, you're a physicist. You could probably sell them like the formulas to turn anything into explosive.
Be careful. You might get assassinated. Just saying. Yep. Lots of nuclear physicists getting assassinated in the last couple days.
I'm a proud supporter of the IDF, so I'm okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Zionist, so I'm fine.
Yeah, totally. In fact, on the Machine Lies, I get accused of that all the time.
Oh yeah, I just come out with it, and then they don't have a counter to me. I hang out with a Jewish guy's panel every week, and they don't have anything to say about it. That's just weird.
I almost converted. That's why I say I'm honorary, because I was dating a woman who was of that faith, and yeah, I was willing to convert. I even started going to classes, and I get dirty looks when I wear my IDF shirt on campus from other professors.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, California.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff they say about a university is all true on Fox News. I thought I was a liberal until I started working in academia. I was like, holy crap. I was like, are you serious? Once somebody told me, like, because I wear an American flag pin on my coat, that's not inclusive.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Are you, like, I actually thought they were joking. I thought they were joking. I was telling them about renovation. We were at a faculty party. I said, okay, yeah, I'm changing the floor in our master bedroom. And the chair of the anthropology department went off. Go, you can't call it that. And again, I thought he was joking.
Okay, boot bedroom. Is that?
Wait, what? Oh, you can't call it master bedroom.
Master bedroom, because apparently my house is a plantation.
Right, it's really hard for me to catch up with these things because I was born in '77, and so
there's no
these
point.
These are just
Me too. Me too. I don't. To which I told him, I go, well, the master bedroom is my wife's domain, and she's most definitely the master in there. Last Halloween, every Halloween, we get a memo about what you can and cannot say. This year, the word spooky was on it. I had to look it up because that's even before 1977. I was like, what?
Why?
What does spooky mean?
Just look it up. Now, that's not where the word
what's the
comes from. It just happens to sound like it's a derogatory term from like the civil rights era and before.
Okay, so they call me racist for calling Illuminati a mod spook. He took away the term mod god. He exempted himself from his old term, so I had to create a new one.
What about the N word? Are you
mod
allowed to
spook.
say the N word?
Well, I am.
You are.
I put I built a couple of rockets. These aren't like, the toy model rockets, like these are serious model rockets. And I hung them in my lecture hall, which I share with another faculty member. They took them down. I'm like, why did you take them down? He goes, those represent weapons of war. And I know people who have been victims of state-sponsored terror. I go, what the frack are you talking about, dude?
God,
this is physics. These are rockets.
Yeah.
And I was like, like I said, I was like, you guys have to be joking.
A lot of what
Fireworks are rockets.
society
So
is
now they all
today.
think I'm like hardcore Orange County Republican mega
Yeah.
supporter because I'm not liberal enough for them. It's really funny.
A lot of those people are just lunatics. They just want to be upset about something. So it's digging up
Yeah.
past cultural tensions, race tensions, bringing them to the forefront, and then just being pure victim mentality, being offended by everything and anything, even
For the
stuff that
sake of
doesn't
being
even affect them
offended. Yeah.
personally. Just being
But
And
they're
offended
not
for other
offended. They're
people.
offended for someone else. It's always them
Yeah.
offended for someone else.
And I
And
don't
it's
mean
like,
this in a
stop.
disparaging way to some of the people at the university, but a lot of people in academia, they go through school and then they immediately go into academia. They've never actually worked a job where you're required to have profit, like an industry job. Like I come from industry. I have seen professors do things that if they did this at an industry, they would be walked out of the office that day. And so and somebody even complained about this after the last election, that they don't, like when you start saying things like you can't use the word master bedroom, people don't understand what you're talking about. Like it doesn't make any sense, and you alienate
Yeah.
people.
It's alienating. It's just it's very the word police is so stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You
It's
can't control other people, and it's like no one's this worked up about whatever you're worked up about. Just calm down.
and intent, and one would think that in academia they would be more perceptive and to open new ideas and stuff like when I say master
No, they're
bedroom,
not.
clearly I don't live on a plantation.
They're
Clearly.
closed-minded.
But you're not allowed to say that. Like watch home improvement shows. Then I started noticing that they never call it the master bedroom. It's the ensuite. The ensuite. Like it's a freaking master bedroom.
I've never heard of that.
Like I mean,
Yeah,
I
I mean, ensuite means a room that also has a bathroom attached to it.
Exactly.
Which
Like what?
usually applies. Yeah. I mean, what did they do in the architecture school?
I guess it depends what university you go to. Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. It's while I would never give money to Trump, if I ever find a Make America hat, Great Again hat, like at a thrift store, I'm so one day going to show up on campus just wearing it. Just
Oh,
bring it
oh,
on.
you're in luck. I may just, I could buy.
I bet you could
That's
find
Open
one at a
Rebellion in
thrift store.
California.
Yeah, I just probably just need to look for it.
You could order it on Amazon too, I'm sure.
Yeah, I have multiple real ones from old.
I'm going to
first
assume
selection.
that that's not copywritten, so anybody can make one. And
Yeah, of course. You can make a bootleg one. And even if it was copywritten, you can make a bootleg one. Who's going to stop you? Yo, what are you going to do?
Trump.
Yeah, what
Trump, you'll send the National Guard.
Kicks in your door.
They're a little busy right now.
That's true. They are busy. He'll get around to you. Don't worry.
You know what Russ told me, and I don't know if this is true, but that there's something called a Trump phone, and like because
yep,
the tariffs went up, so
Yes.
Trump bought all these phones and he's reselling them as made in America, but like everybody knows, like none of the components
are made.
They're Chinese American.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that news
Like
broke
Chinese
yesterday.
food.
Well,
So he's
this guy
selling
made.
them for $400, and that's like, I mean, that's like, I don't know.
It's a rip-off. You can get the same phone
Yeah.
from Walmart.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
I don't understand. People who don't have wealth supporting him, like, I mean, he made $500 million and I paid more tax than he did. But
You're just not a good businessman, Nick.
What?
You're just not a good businessman, Nick. That's why.
Apparently.
Yeah.
No, we're just all NPCs. He's the main character in the story.
That or again, like I have this morality thing. Like I'm kind of scared of defrauding the federal government. I guess that's not moral. Like I don't want the IRS to come down on me. So
Like the Joker, ENTP confirmed.
I would like
the
to.
IRS.
I would like to overpay my taxes just in case. But hey, that's what the people voted for. Like I heard like liberal news going, "Oh, he's conning the people." No, he's not. He's doing exactly what he said he's going to do. And the Democrats, I always say Trump doesn't win, the Democrats lose.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, full disclosure, I voted for him, but because I live in California, it was a protest vote because I'm like, really? You're going to give me Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Plus, I kind of want to keep my clearance and not get deported. So
Where did you get deported to? Canada? Did you come from Canada?
I don't know. I mean, they might confuse me for like something else.
You don't want to be unburdened by what has been.
What the hell was that? Oh my god. Oh my god. But speaking of Trump, like the news gives him a pass with his dementia. Like 2 days ago, ABC7 was reporting that he was talking about how he solved the conflict between Serbia and Kosovo, but Biden was the one who created it. It's like, okay, like I said, I was born in the very late 70s. I seem to remember
I love their old
Clinton.
man beef.
I thought
I
Clinton
love their
was
old
the
man
president.
beef. It's like Biden and Trump old man beef.
Yeah, it's.
Have you ever seen that movie Grumpy Old Men?
Yes.
They just fucking hate each other, but they're like best friends.
See, that's the thing with Trump, though, is he's still got like kind of an ego like a child. Like most former presidents they can, after they get out of office, they can stay apolitical. Like what was at was it Carter's funeral where
Yeah.
all the former presidents went, but they really wouldn't talk to Trump.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's why you
we
gotta
have-
get OBS, Hank. You gotta upgrade your computer.
I
Best
can
stuff
run
you can
OB
do with OBS.
I can run OBS, it's fine. It's just don't feel like playing around with it when I'm hosting a show. I mean, I check your channel. You don't host a show on your channel. Maybe you have another account, but it's harder when you're hosting.
That's because you need a producer. If you want to be a serious YouTube channel, you got to have a producer.
You gotta have a slave. I mean, what?
Okay.
Who wants to be a serious YouTube channel?
When I was I was a producer for that Dr. Dave beer professor. He paid me good money.
Nice.
Got a lot of hate for that. I didn't realize how many people hated Dr. Dave, but I thought he was cool.
Mm.
I think that's why Dutchie didn't like me. I don't remember why she didn't like me.
I don't remember either.
Now she's my internet mistress. I even wrote a song about her.
Okay.
I did. It's on my YouTube channel.
I will not watch it.
We have ways to make you. No, we won't play it. Not this week.
It actually also was a test to see how like how to program an AI voice to sing what you wanted to, because making music with a computer, that was the last thing I couldn't figure out how to do. Now I don't need anybody. I can be like a one-man band with a female lead vocalist. I haven't figured out how to go on tour yet, but
Reznor. One man band.
Hank, you need to invite Sovereign Citizen to come on. I'll make an exception
Sovereign
for him.
Soul, you mean? Sovereign Soul.
Sovereign Soul. I'll make an exception for him, and I'll pull out the troll again for him.
Yeah, it's fine. He'll make it. I don't even know where he's been. I mean, he hasn't been on Dusty for quite a while.
I want to know what he feels about that final experiment.
The same way about every other pancake planeteers. It says, "Oh, it's fake and gay, and you could do it with the video game, except you can't." But they're just trying to trick you, and then
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Say my name one time.
Yeah, it works for me
What's
too.
up, Taylor?
So where's Sovereign Soul been?
I don't know. I jumped on his panel, I don't know, a month ago. Didn't stay very long. I'm kind of over the Earth shape discussions entirely myself.
Yeah, it's a settled debate now.
Yeah, pretty much. Pancakes are tasty. I think that's what we learned.
Pancakes are better than waffles.
Yeah, they
I've
are.
heard that.
They, you know,
Even though I once went to a Waffle House in Arkansas, and it was the greatest breakfast I ever had.
did you get in a good fight?
No, I was hoping to see a fight, but I didn't.
Tits.
To this day, when I make hash browns at home, I put now American cheese on the top of it.
I don't like American cheese because I don't like the
You
good
probably
put in the
use the
cheddar.
singles too. Do you use the Kraft singles? Just peel those suckers
Yep.
open and lay them. Yeah.
Lay them right, and then
Terrible.
fold the potatoes
Terrible.
over them, and it's heavenly.
I like pepper jack personally. That's my if I had to pick any cheese, it would be pepper jack.
Have you heard this thing about like how FEMA uses Waffle Houses to determine how bad like let's say a hurricane is?
I have heard that.
It's like the Waffle House index.
Yeah. I can't tell you if it's true or not, but I have heard it.
I've heard it too, actually.
Checks out.
Well, are we going to get rid of FEMA?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it will have less funding or something. Or maybe it will help the people in the red states, but not in the blue states.
I have not paid any attention to any of that shit. I don't ever pay attention to national politics because I think it's the
waste of time.
proverbial
Yeah,
circus,
wasn't the
right?
FEMA the ones they was during the Hurricane Helene thing? They was ignoring people that had Trump signs outside their houses and whatnot.
Yeah, that turned out to be a true story.
Yeah.
I don't think it was FEMA's fault, but it did make the
Well, no,
stereotypical
it was
government worker look bad.
It was an employer that worked for FEMA. There was literal reports of her writing and saying like, "Don't treat these people. Don't if you see Trump, don't do it."
Yeah,
like, there's actual documentation of her doing that.
That's crazy. I can't believe anyone would do that.
So she got fired.
yeah.
It's a bunch of lunatics.
She got fired, but I guarantee it's a much more prevalent issue. You know, it's a two-party political system, right? So it's pretty adversarial.
Yep.
That's why you want to run for office. It's abortions for half of you, and American flags for the other half.
Yeah,
that's an old Simpsons joke from when Bob Dole was running against Clinton.
That's why I don't believe that I'm sorry, not Hillary. Michelle was not. Who the fuck was the last chick?
Kamala.
Yeah.
Cammy.
I don't believe that she was actually trying to win because her talking points were abortion, right? Which you're not going to gain any new turf with.
Yeah, I mean
that. And then she talked about Trump. It's just like
it was the opposite. Yeah, it was the opposite. It was fear mongering with abortion. It was like saying that Trump was going to ban abortion or something.
But I mean, that was like a year old, right? That was a year too late.
Yeah.
What the frack?
But yeah, when it comes to national politics, the only issue I care about is right to repair. The other stuff, it doesn't make a difference to me.
I think it's the circus part of bread and circuses. And we
I
all
agree.
watch national politics and we all cheer for our side like it's a sports game. And we all feel like we're doing something when we're not. It's
why I
a
don't care
placebo
about it anymore.
activity.
Yeah, I'm more
literally-
productive when I play my video games.
Yeah, it's not even like two different teams. They're pretty much the same, except for one's just colors is red, and the other team is colored blue. They're probably the same. They have their same extremists. It's not a spectrum. It's not a line. It's a circle. They just meet back up at the other end.
Two wings on one bird.
It's so stupid. So I tend to not care about politics anymore. I just
The
ignore
only
it. It'll work
politics that
itself out.
matter: vote for your city reps and whoever represents you in Congress. That's all that matters. If you're gonna do politics.
Thing is, though, it's like you don't have a real opponent, then you become a dictatorship. Like you do need some kind of
You do need
counterbalance.
opposition. It's a balance.
Opposition,
I mean,
yeah.
everything is
Yeah.
balance, pretty much.
Because otherwise,
Which would be
yeah,
constantly
one side will
wrong.
run away with itself.
Yeah. So there needs
Is
to
it a
be-
balance or is it a Hegelian dialectic?
What's the difference?
One is triangulating you to an objective, and the other is providing stability in the moment.
Probably both.
Are you getting walked to an objective?
So we're going with the latter then. I like getting things done.
It's just been getting so stupid. Like the new, like you know,
Look
my
at this guy. Look at this grifter.
Yeah, that's the same bot again from
Yeah.
last week.
and it's
2
not
weeks
my
ago.
bot, for the record.
He
My
hasn't
bot
done
wouldn't
much
be as obvious.
research. Yeah. He hasn't really researched the demographic here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on
It's
Kick.
okay.
We're
It's
on Kick
quantity
today
over
too.
quality.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. It's like just a scattershot approach to marketing. Yeah.
I just realized that's what the green K is for. It's for kick. Ah, look at that.
Yep.
I learned something else.
Yeah, we're doing education
K
in
for
the tech
Kickstarter,
sector
isn't
now, Flow State. I'm the new gatekeeper.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And you're
At some
in.
point, I'm going to need you to tell me what to assemble for a bigger computer. But right now, I'm Gucci.
I gotcha.
Also, I got to figure out. Do you know how to do animation, like voice little figures over audio clips?
But I can figure it out.
I mean, I can figure it out. I didn't know if like you have a suggestion for render forest or whatever. I don't have any idea. I haven't even begun looking at it.
I probably have a book on it, and I could just query, but not on the top of my head. We can figure something out.
How's your channel been, Taylor? How's the drama?
I took 2 weeks off from it.
Sweet.
Just got back yesterday. It is. Let's see. Numbers are holding about the same. Revenue is of course my biggest numeric priority, and it's actually doing pretty fantastic.
Sweet.
Yay.
I cannot complain.
Dr. Chink, did you say there's drama on that? What is it? CT? What's his name? Chaotic Truth. Because I need better drama channels to watch. Like the ones I'm watching right now.
CT's
mine, Nick? Sorry, go ahead.
CT's, I think it's kind of played out. I mean, it's pretty much the same old characters, but I guess the drama that's been kind of grabbing everyone's attention is that stuff with Nunzio and Zell, Ruru, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I know those people, but to me that drama was like I try to be friends with all three of them and not really get involved.
Yeah. Just watch my channel. I'm gonna stir shit up, or I'm gonna play some video games to get your drama or something.
You know what we should do? You know how like the WWE is like fake and they do these like we should create YouTube drama, which are all fake storylines. Like we'll plan out a whole season and then just act them out on YouTube panels.
Yeah, but who's
No, there's no way people doing that. If we're gonna go that far, I might as well make it a full skit so it don't.
Why do you have to
We can make it a whole skit, and we're more creative than they are.
You don't even need to do that shit. Watch this. Fuck you, Hank.
Yeah.
Thank you,
right.
sir. May I have another?
Yeah, it's just all organic. You don't really need to
Snafu
script it
Snaps
out.
dominated you. He's been dominating you for years. You don't know shit about tech.
Wow, I mean that's a really good one.
You don't
And
need
on
to
top
say
of that, you're a pedophile.
Yeah, and he just called you a pedophile.
Hank, you're gay. You're gay. What are you, gay?
Probably, I'm very horny.
Pause.
Oh, you got me. You called me gay. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. DHS Secretary Christy Noam, who's not qualified for a job, taken by ambulance to the hospital. Well, where else would the ambulance take her?
To the river, obviously. They just throw her out.
Allergic reaction.
Is that happening right now?
That's what ABC's reporting.
To fucking
okay.
what? That's awfully sus.
An allergic reaction, huh?
Was it spiders?
You don't
Could
say.
be peanuts.
Spiders.
Call back.
Peanut allergy.
Yeah.
Peanuts. Who's allergic to peanuts?
Bunch of sissies. Like back in my day, like nobody was allergic to peanuts.
I have never met anybody who's allergic to peanuts. Like, like I'm not saying it's not a real thing, but maybe we took it a little bit too far. Maybe.
You have your conspiracy theories in all the weird spots, Nick.
like the flashing light thing. Like, who the hell gets seizures from flashing lights? I'm telling you, it
People
doesn't
with
exist.
seizure disorders.
I only got them from shrooms once.
I don't think I'd ever want to take shrooms. Not after seeing freaking The Last of Us.
Yeah, you don't need
Totally
shrooms. You're
worth it. I still had a good trip.
Yeah, I would definitely start thinking of spiders. Because, like, I have this OCD thing. When I say I'm not going to think about something, then that's all I can think about, and definitely the spiders.
You lack mental
Apparently
discipline.
they're really good at healing those
I
kind
do.
of,
I do like mental
traumas.
discipline. I'm well aware of that.
It's because you eat Kraft American singles like a slob, Nick.
Waffle House style, and then down it with Adderall to lose weight.
Everybody knows that the people with Adderall ain't going to Waffle House.
You know, it was I had to stay in freaking Arkansas, and it was the last day I was there. I was like, holy crap, I'm in Arkansas. I bet you there's a Waffle House here. And I went for breakfast before I went to the airport. You know, somebody was telling me that, oh, California is like a third world country. It's not. I mean, parts of San Francisco are. Arkansas, when I was there, it was like it really felt like a different country. It was so bizarre. It was like so
I'm a Missouri boy myself, so it's not
Yeah.
that far off.
Yeah, take that, Europe. Take
I
that, Europe.
was in Pine Bluff, and it was wow.
Yeah, it's different there. I spent a lot of time in Arkansas when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was different. Like I mean, living on the coast, I just assumed that, well, everything looks like, you know, California or New York. Like, even when I lived in Virginia, I lived in Williamsburg, which is like the Orange County of Virginia. Arkansas was strange. It was one of the few times where, just because my skin isn't really pasty white, that I felt like, are you looking at me like maybe I shouldn't be here? It was weird. Weird
My
experience.
ex-wife's side of the family is from around, well, the other side of the state, Memphis area. Actually,
So
kind of like Memphis.
It was funny. I was there for work, and they knew us from California, and all they could do is bag on. Oh, like they really thought like people are in my front yard, like doing drugs and, you know, gays having sex out in the open, but because it was a client, I was like,
that
oh
real?
yeah, California is terrible. Like,
What
dude,
part of California?
Southern California, LA. But
My
it's
dad's my
suburb
dad's
of
from
LA. It's suburb.
Pasadena.
It's
Yeah,
expensive.
Russ grew up there, and I was thinking about Radio Shack yesterday, and I was like, I asked him, like, did you go to Radio Shack a lot when you were little? You know, because it used to be really different. Radio
Mhm.
Shack did, you know, before it was a cell phone store.
That was
And
the most
because he seemed
random NE lead into a comment.
no, because he seems like the type, and I was like, did you go to Radio Shack a lot? And he was like, yeah, sure, I did, but what I liked even more was going to JPL because he went there all the time because his dad worked there.
Oh yeah, yep.
So,
My when I met my wife, she was over there. I got to
yeah.
take this whole tour, like see where like all the TV screens are for like when they're tracking stuff. I got to talk to some of the Voyager people. I heard they did a bunch of layoffs like last year, right after the election, which kind of sucks.
Probably.
So, have you ever
Well,
been to the
well,
LA County Arboretum?
I don't think I actually have, or if I
Bro, you
have,
gotta
it was
go.
probably as a kid with like my
An
parents.
arboretum sounds like a boring thing, but it's awesome.
Is that like the big enclosed thing where they have like all these
All
plants and
different
birds?
plants and shit. Yeah.
I've been to the one in San Diego. We have one, like they call it an arbor. No, they call them like some gardens on campus. I've never been on those. They're supposed to be really nice too. And I guess
My
they have
dad's
one of
from
those
Temple
corpse plants
City.
there, and I always want to go smell what a dead body smells like, but I always miss it.
So wait, so the corpse plant, does it actually like emit corpulin, like the same?
I guess so. That's what well, it's supposed to be like, it smells like decay to attract like flies, I guess. Of course, then I've never smelled a
I
real dead
wonder
body.
if it's like the exact same chemical signature. Like,
That's a good question. I don't know. I guess
We
I
have
would
these
really
spot
like to
traps
smell
here
a
in
real
Winston.
dead body to compare it with.
mm.
Like they should have a dead body there for us to compare it with.
Yeah, or they could just
They should,
analyze
yeah.
it.
No, they should do a good proper A/B comparison to do the science properly.
In high school we had a cadaver, but I guess it's preserved, so it just smelled like formaldehyde.
Yeah.
We had to get parents' permission before looking at it.
I mean, if you would have
Why?
been able to bring home your fatty tumor, you could have smelled that.
Exactly. Exactly. I wonder if it's still there. Probably is.
You've never had like an animal die in your ceiling or in your floorboards or something, and then start smelling?
No. Is that what a dead body smells
Yeah.
like? Well, I guess that would be what
Yeah,
it
it's all the same. Corpulent's all the same. So if you have like a dead mouse in your walls, same smell. Yeah.
Our new dog, I wanted to because in our city we have like this emergency thing, like where you can become like, in case of an emergency, and they had cadaver training. I was like, I should teach him how to be a cadaver dog. But then I realized they'd probably take him, like, because they use cadaver dogs after the fires here and both in Hawaii. But I assume I'd get paid for
had his
that.
dog trained to be a cadaver dog, but you never use it. You just get them trained to be.
And that was part of the idea, because German shepherds like to do stuff.
Yeah.
But then I figured
Like
if he did like get called up to do cadaver work, like I assume the paycheck
No,
comes to
they
me.
don't get called up to do cadaver work.
No, what's way more lucrative is like you got to get a truffle dog. You train your dog to find
I've heard about
truffles.
that. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think truffles grow here in California, though. I actually don't know.
But magic
Not
mushrooms
in
too.
not in Southern California, no.
Yeah, but train your dog to be a magic mushroom dog. I'm sure magic mushrooms grow in California.
They do. They're not legal here yet. Aren't they legal in Colorado?
I don't know.
They're legal in some states under like psychiatric, supervision.
Well, I know here in California you can get a prescription for ketamine. I really want to try that, or ketamine. Special K. Reddit said it was fun. I get all my knowledge from Reddit.
You look too attracted to be a redditor.
I'm a recent Redditor. I've
never tried that, and I figure at this stage in my life, I haven't tried something I'm going to.
I never tried it, and then one day I needed to look something up for like software and a post on, and then I just started doom scrolling. I was like, "What the hell? How did I not know about this?" That's also when I discovered who Daniel Larson was. I was kind of out of the Daniel Larson loop.
Well, guys, it's way past my bedtime. I'm out.
It's good to meet you. I'll see you
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, good to meet you guys.
Yeah. So like it's if he's leaving, then I'm leaving too, because
I think I'm leaving too, because I just realized.
Sweet.
I have to go do stuff.
Yes,
Yeah,
I got longest show we did so
Yeah.
far. Longest
6
episode.
hours.
Yeah, very, very long.
I hope to
Take
see you
care,
guys
everybody.
around.
See you next time.
See you, Dr. Chenko. It's good to finally talk to
Thanks
you.
for coming, guys.
Thank
Nice
you,
to meet
Hank.
you.
Bye,
You guys.
friend. I'll hit you up.
See you guys later.
Bye.